Chapter 728. While Honda and Miss Chiu were discussing Chiao Feng, Wei Tianhao returned. What the fuck? Lord Honda, since when did a woman come into the house? Wei Tianhao was shocked as soon as he entered the room. He saw Miss Chiu dressed in black in broad daylight and wrapped herself up tightly from head to toe. Wei Tianhao felt as if he had seen a ghost. Miss Chiu, please disappear, said Honda softly. As soon as she finished speaking, Miss Chiu disappeared into thin air. It was as if she had just performed a magic trick. Mr. Honda, did you invite a magician here? Is she going to participate in the King of Gambling tournament? Wei Tianhao felt unwell all over. The scene just now had already surpassed Wei Tianhao's common sense. That's a heavenly ninja of our empire. You don't have to ask too much. How's your investigation going? Asked Honda impatiently. Wei Tianhao immediately shut his mouth and dared not ask any more questions. His expression suddenly turned cold as he cursed. What the fuck? My men have just checked. There's something wrong with Chiao Feng. He's from the dragon sect. Honda and the stealing ghost stood up abruptly. Their faces instantly darkened. Baka! If I knew he's from the dragon sect, I would have killed him with my sword just now. Trying to sneak into our midst to investigate? Die, you bastard! The ghost-stealing monarch was so angry that the veins on his arms bulged as he cursed Qin Feng. Honda's mouth twitched a few times. He gritted his teeth and said, Damn dragon sect! This is the 4th batch of people they have sent. Last time, they even sent Blue Dragon Ji, one of the 9 dragons of China, but he was still captured by us. This dragon sect is really stubborn. Since they want to play, our empire will play with them until the end. No matter how many people they send, we will kill them all. Honda's body emitted a chilling aura. Even Wei Tianhao, who was 3 meters away from him, could not help but shiver. Lord Honda, should I send someone to kill Chiao Feng now? Wei Tianhao asked Honda tentatively. Honda was silent for a while. Then his eyes suddenly lit up. Don't be in a hurry to kill him. Since he is sent by the dragon sect, they will definitely not send him alone. Let's pretend that we don't know anything and secretly investigate Chiao Feng's accomplices. Then we will capture them all in one go. An evil smile appeared on Honda's cold old face. It was terrifying to look at. Wei Tianhao quickly echoed Honda's words and laughed. Haha, brilliant! Honda-san's plan is indeed brilliant. Then we will let that bastard live for a while longer. Once we find his accomplices, we will let the ghost-stealing king kill him. Wei Tianhao mingled with these cunning old foxes of the island, turning him into a bootlicker. Wei Tianhao flattered Mr. Honda again, not forgetting to praise the ghost-stealing monarch. The ghost thief lord had been suppressing a bellyful of anger towards Qin Feng for a long time. After listening to Wei Tianhao's words, the ghost thief lord snorted coldly. Humph! I'll kill a row of those sick Chinese men with one slash. Mr. Honda had already decided on a plan to deal with Qin Feng. Qin Feng did not know about these things. Just as he walked out of the big billionaire casino, Lu Hai greeted him with a smile. Hee, Big Brother Chiao Feng, I'm not wrong, right? Our San Tip group strongly recommended you. The people from the Wei clan did not make things difficult for you, right? Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Lu Hai. What if they make things difficult for me? What can you do? Lu Hai immediately lost his temper and roared furiously. If they dare to make things difficult for Big Brother, I will go up and fight it out with them. All right, then go. It's best if you kill everyone inside, Qin Feng said as he turned around and left. Lu Hai stood dumbfounded on the spot. When he saw Qin Feng come out, he knew that Qin Feng would definitely be fine. In the end, he wanted to flatter Qin Feng, but in an instant he kissed the horse's leg. Hee, Big Brother. I know that group of trash from the Wei clan would definitely not dare to offend Big Brother. Who are you, Big Brother? You are the man who defeated the 6 great King Kongs. In Hong Kong, you are the master. When the Wei clan sees you, they have to take a detour. Lu Hai thought of all sorts of good words to flatter Qin Feng. Qin Feng admired this brat's eloquence. He spoke for more than 10 minutes without repeating himself. At this time, Qin Feng did not directly return to the hotel. He purposely walked around the streets to see if anyone was following him. After walking around for a while, Qin Feng confirmed that no one was following him, so he prepared to return to the hotel. Are you a dog? Why are you always following me? Qin Feng stopped. Lu Hai was so angry that his nose was crooked, but he still had to smile and say, Brother, did you forget something? When are you going to help little brother cure the poison? Qin Feng looked at Lu Hai's sullen expression and laughed in his heart. Are you sure you want to cure the poison? Lu Hai's head nodded like a chicken pecking rice. Cure! Big brother, I must cure it. When he thought of the torture he had experienced in the past 3 days, Lu Hai even wanted to die. Then drink this medicine. Qin Feng bought a bottle of antidote from the system and handed it to Lu Hai. Lu Hai looked at the bottle of blue liquid and felt a little nervous. This medicine looked like a blue bottle cap. Was it really the antidote? Aren't you going to drink it? Then give it back to me. Go and perish on your own. Qin Feng reached out to take back the potion. Lu Hai did not hesitate and quickly unscrewed the lid and drank it all in one gulp. Big brother, how can I not believe your words? Haven't I already drunk it all? Lu Hai looked at Qin Feng proudly, as if he was saying, You want to snatch back what you gave me? Dream on. Qin Feng curled his lips and suddenly said, I seem to have given you the wrong antidote. The bottle you just drank was not the antidote. It was another kind of poison. The smile on Lu Hai's face froze. He reached out his hand and started to scratch his throat, wanting to spit out everything he had just drunk. Big brother, you can't play with your little brother like this, right? I didn't do anything to let you down. Our Sand Tip group spent a lot of effort to introduce you to the Wei family. Big brother, please save me. I feel like I can't hold on any longer. Lu Hai's face was deathly pale, and the fat on his body was trembling. Qin Feng could only say that Lu Hai was scaring himself, because what Qin Feng gave him was the antidote to the king of poisons. It was just that Qin Feng saw that Lu Hai was very cocky just now, so he deliberately scared him. Sigh, I don't have the antidote for the bottle of poison you just drank. That poison is even more powerful than the king of poisons. Within an hour, you will foam at the mouth, twitch all over, and finally bleed to death. Qin Feng made up a lie effortlessly, scaring Lu Hai to the point that he began to roll his eyes. Big brother, I feel like my body is starting to twitch. Am I going to die? Big brother, quickly think of a way I don't want to die. Lu Hai held onto a telephone pole, looking like he was really sick. Seeing this scene, Qin Feng could not help but want to laugh. There is a way, but it's a bit cruel. Qin Feng looked at Lu Hai with a serious expression. Lu Hai felt that he was going to die soon, so why would he be afraid of a cruel method? As long as he could live, Lu Hai was willing to eat shit. Big brother, quickly tell me. What method? The poison you just drank. The medicine has not completely fused with your blood and has not spread into your tendons and veins. You can think of a way to force the poison out. Qin Feng said. How do I force it? I was just scratching my throat, but it didn't work. Lu Hai was so anxious that he was sweating profusely, as if he had just been drenched in rain. You can hit your stomach hard. As long as you hit yourself until you vomit blood, the poison will be spat out along with your blood. Qin Feng laughed. What? Hit yourself until you vomit blood? Is that really okay? The corner of Lu Hai's mouth twitched. He suddenly felt that Qin Feng was tricking him again. Qin Feng saw the doubt in Lu Hai's eyes and immediately shouted with a cold face, Believe it or not, in any case, the one who died is you, not me. I'm busy. I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Qin Feng rolled his eyes at Lu Hai, turned around and left. Lu Hai immediately became anxious. He extended his hand and started to hit his stomach. Lu Hai's stomach was full of meat. He did not feel anything after punching it. The meat on his stomach was still swaying, as if he was doing a belly dance. You can't do this. You have to use force. It's already been 10 minutes. In another 5 minutes, this method won't work. Qin Feng's voice floated over from afar. Lu Hai looked at Qin Feng's gradually disappearing figure and immediately became anxious. He did not care if this method was true or false, and used all his strength to start beating his stomach. Bang! After the punch landed, a muffled sound came from Lu Hai's stomach, causing him to cry out in pain and almost vomit out his lunch. Ayo ayo! Bang bang! However, Lu Hai did not dare to stop. He cried out in pain while beating his stomach hard. If he did not beat himself until he vomited blood, Lu Hai would definitely not stop. Damn, look, isn't that Brother Hai, one of the 4 young masters of Hong Kong? What is Brother Hai doing? He's torturing himself. I've long heard that people from the upper class know how to play. Today, a poor loser like me has really broadened my horizons. Lu Hai stood on the bustling street. His strange behavior quickly attracted a large crowd to watch. Everyone discussed about Union, saying all kinds of things, but most of them said that Lu Hai was insane and that his mental illness was acting up. When these words fell into Lu Hai's ears, he was so angry that his nose was crooked. However, Lu Hai did not have the time to pay attention to these passers-by. He had been looking at the time on his watch, and there was only 1 minute left from 5 minutes. Ah, spit blood for lousy. Hurry up and spit blood for lousy. Lu Hai suddenly exploded, both of his hands continuously beating his stomach like an angry gorilla. Everyone was dumbstruck. Many children were scared to tears by Lu Hai's actions. This strange uncle was so scary. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of hammering rang out continuously and did not stop at all. After fighting for an unknown period of time, Lu Hai felt his stomach churn, and his throat suddenly felt sweet. Uft! A large mouthful of blood spurted out from Lu Hai's mouth. Looking at the pool of blood on the ground, the passers-by were all stunned, but Lu Hai's painful face revealed a bright smile. Chapter 729. You're back. How was it? They didn't suspect you, right? Yan Wushuang anxiously greeted Qin Feng as soon as he returned to the hotel room. Yan Wushuang had clearly just finished showering. She had been cooped up in the hotel room lately and couldn't go out, so she developed the habit of taking showers to kill time. Yan Wushuang was wrapped in a thin white bath towel. When she ran over, she brought along a fragrant wind. Her hair was still wet, and the jade-like skin on her shoulders and chest were glistening with water droplets. Qin Feng suddenly forgot what he was going to say. Why are you in a daze? Have you lost your mind? Yan Wushuang became even more anxious when she saw Qin Feng's demented expression. Qin Feng quickly regained his senses and didn't dare to look at Yan Wushuang's body. He was deeply afraid that his amputation would be revealed. Qin Feng walked to the bed and sat down. Yan Wushuang followed him. I saw the Wei family. So the person in charge of Hong Kong's Dafu Casino is Wei Xiaolei's cousin, Wei Tianhao, Qin Feng said. As a member of the Dragon sect, Yan Wushuang knew all the big and small forces in Jindu like the back of her hand. When Qin Feng mentioned Wei Tianhao, this person's appearance and some basic information appeared in Yan Wushuang's mind. So it's him. This person is one of the smarter ones among the younger generation of the Wei family. Plus, Wei Tianhao is very cautious and doesn't trust outsiders. It's very difficult to gain his trust and enter the inner circle. Yan Wushuang quickly analyzed Wei Tianhao's characteristics. Qin Feng nodded slightly. After interacting with Wei Tianhao, he felt that what Yan Wushuang said was the same. I should have gained their trust for the time being. The Wei family seems to be working with Yamaguchi Gumi to launder money. I need to continue investigating the specifics, Qin Feng continued. Yamaguchi-gumi. Yan Wu Shuang's expression changed drastically. She suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's arm and asked, "Did you see Yamaguchi-gumi today? Tell me in detail about your visit to Rich Man Casino." Qin Feng and Yan Wu Shuang talked business, and both of them became serious. Qin Feng told Yan Wu Shuang in detail about how he had entered the billionaire group. Yan Wu Shuang listened attentively. After listening, Yan Wu Shuang's beautiful brows raised. She was analyzing the relationship between the Wei family and Japan's Yamaguchi-gumi. Qin Feng also fell silent and pondered some questions. The quiet atmosphere didn't last long before Qin Feng's phone suddenly rang. It was an unknown number. Qin Feng and Yan Wu Shuang were puzzled. "Who is this?" Qin Feng answered the call and turned on the loudspeaker. "Xiao Feng, where are you?" A woman's voice with a strong Hong Kong accent came from the phone. Qin Feng immediately recognized that it was Liya who called. Yan Wu Shuang's beautiful eyes were filled with a cold light. She looked at Qin Feng with a questioning expression. The woman on the phone was obviously a Hong Kong chick. Qin Feng had only been in Hong Kong for 4 days, and he had spent 3 days with Yan Wu Shuang in the hotel. Since when did this brat hook up with a Hong Kong chick? "Are you here to complete a mission or pick up girls? Who the hell are you?" Yan Wu Shuang was inexplicably furious. She shouted into the phone. Leah was startled for a while, then her voice came again. Isn't this Xiao Feng's phone number? Did I make a mistake?" "You didn't make a mistake. I'm Xiao Feng's girlfriend." "Who the hell are you?" Yan Wu Shuang yelled and glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He didn't know what was wrong with Yan Wu Shuang this time. "Li, you suddenly called because she had something very important to talk to Qin Feng about." In the end, she was scolded by Yan Wu Shuang the moment she called, causing Li Ya's heart to burn with anger. She still had some resentment towards Xiao Feng in her heart. Leah thought for a moment, and a crafty smile suddenly flashed past her beautiful eyes. "Io, you're Xiao Feng's girlfriend? Don't talk nonsense. I'm Xiao Feng's real girlfriend. Xiao Feng asked me out a few days ago. If you know what's good for you, leave Xiao Feng immediately. Otherwise, I won't be polite to you." Li Ye's voice suddenly became coy, and Qin Feng felt his bones soften. Yan Wu Shuang was so angry that smoke was coming out of her head. 4 days ago, she and Qin Feng had just arrived in Hong Kong. She didn't expect Qin Feng to pick up girls as soon as he arrived. At that time, he even lied to her and said he went out to search for clues. This person was too shameless. Yan Wu Shuang pinched Qin Feng's thigh fiercely, but she said to the phone in a sweet voice, "Ho ho, who doesn't know how to act coquettishly? Let me tell you, I'm lying on a big bed with Xiao Feng right now. Xiao Feng is still lying on me, and I can't even push him away." "You're acting like I've never done it with Xiao Feng. You're ranked behind me. Don't worry. Xiao Feng is just playing with you. I'm Xiao Feng's sweetheart." Qin Feng listened to the 2 women who had never had sex with him quarreling fiercely. They even said things that were not suitable for children. They were acting coquettishly and coquettishly. Qin Feng suddenly felt that his entire being had changed. "Group leader Yan, I'll talk to Xiao Yu privately for a while. I'll explain to you after the phone call." Qin Feng was deeply afraid that Yan Wu Shuang would pinch off the layer of skin on his thigh if he called her again. Qin Feng snatched his phone and quickly ran to the bathroom to hide. "Leah, why are you acting crazy in broad daylight? Why did you call me?" Qin Feng shouted at Leah. He knew that this woman was purposely angering Yan Wu Shuang. "Darling, your girlfriend didn't die from anger, did she? She didn't commit suicide by jumping off a building, did she?" Li Ye's coquettish laughter came from the other side of the phone. Qin Feng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. "If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Don't, why are you so stingy?" I was just playing with your girlfriend. Also, did your girlfriend eat gunpowder today? Why did she yell at me as soon as she came up? This kind of woman, forget it. Leah said, Come on. If I don't want her, who else would I want? You and me? Chin Feng casually complained. Stop dreaming. You're not worthy of me. Leah laughed complacently. Chin Feng was so angry that he was about to hang up, but Leah continued. All right, let me tell you something serious. Your identity as a member of the dragon sect has been exposed. Chin Feng's thumb suddenly stopped above the hang-up button. He asked with a surprised expression, My identity has been exposed? How is that possible? Chin Feng had just returned from the big billionaire gambling city, and he didn't reveal anything in the gambling city. He didn't expect Leah to call him and say such words. Chin Feng really couldn't understand. Do not believe me, it's true. Our Hong Kong police have spies in the Dafu gambling city, and the spies just reported back a piece of news. It's about your identity being exposed. Leah no longer had the playful look from before, and her voice was extremely serious. Chin Feng's eyes were spewing flames as he suddenly understood something. You're saying that there's a traitor in the dragon sect? Our Hong Kong police also speculated so, but there's no evidence to prove it. Leah's voice carried a hint of helplessness. No matter who it was, they would be very angry if there was a traitor in the dragon sect. Chin Feng was already sure that there was a traitor in the dragon sect of China, because no one in Hong Kong knew about Xiao Feng's identity. In the end, Wei Tianhao saw through Chin Feng's identity the moment Chin Feng returned from the big billionaire gambling city. Chin Feng was originally still angry at Leah, but after hearing this news, his anger disappeared completely, and he even thanked Leah in his heart. This information was too important to Chin Feng. Otherwise, Chin Feng would definitely continue investigating Wei Tianhao like an idiot. Little Leah, this information is very important to me. Thank you for telling me in time, Chin Feng said seriously. Leah's impression of Chin Feng was wretched, lecherous, and frivolous. Now that Chin Feng suddenly became serious, Leah was not used to it. Now that your identity has been exposed, you're in a very dangerous situation. Do you need the Hong Kong police to support you? Or you can come directly to our police station. That way, we can protect your safety. Leah was suddenly not angry at Chin Feng, and she was a little worried about him. I shouldn't be in danger for the time being. If the Wei family wants to kill me, they should have done it when I left the big billionaire gambling city. But I didn't notice anyone following me. If I'm not wrong, the Wei family wants to beat me at my own game, lure the other dragon sect members behind me, and then kill us all in one fell swoop. Chin Feng quickly analyzed Wei Tianhao and Honda's plan. It had to be said that these two people were really too sinister and cunning. You mean you didn't come alone this time? You have companions? Leah asked. I have a companion. You just chatted with her, Chin Feng said with a twitch of his mouth. The other side of the phone was silent for a while. Then Leah's helpless voice came. Okay, I was a little rude just now. Help me apologize to your companion later. You should explain this to her yourself. I don't dare to talk to her, or else I'll be tortured to death. Chin Feng complained a bit, then continued. That's right, I found an important clue when I went to the big billionaire gambling city. The Wei family is in close contact with the people of Japan's Yamaguchi-gumi. Your Hong Kong police can investigate Yamaguchi-gumi. I suspect that they have a lot to do with this money laundering case. Xiao Feng, you're too awesome. You can even get such important information. Okay, I'll go report the situation to my superior now. Leah's voice suddenly became excited. Without waiting for Leah to hang up, Chin Feng hurriedly asked, Oh, right, who is the informant that your Hong Kong police planted in big billionaire gambling city? Chin Feng was very curious about this informant's identity. To be able to find out that Chin Feng's identity was exposed meant that this informant's position in big billionaire gambling city was not low. Chin Feng could be considered to have come into contact with the higher-ups of big billionaire gambling city, but he really couldn't guess who the informant was. This is our police station's secret. Forgive me for not being able to tell you. Leah became serious. All right, then keep in touch at all times. Leah was unwilling to say, and Qin Feng did not pursue the matter. This kind of informant's identity was originally confidential information. After hanging up, Qin Feng did not immediately leave the bathroom. He stayed inside for a while, mainly to let Yan Wushuang cool down. Qin Feng, how do you explain? You bastard, didn't you break off? Why did you go out to pick up girls when you just arrived in Hong Kong? Chapter 730. Qin Feng stared at Yan Wushuang's chest for a while and swallowed. Why would I pick up a girl? I'm not picking up a girl. Yan Wushuang put her hands on her hips and said angrily, How dare you deny it? That woman called me just now and said that you did bad things together. How are you going to explain that? Didn't you break it? You've been lying to me, haven't you? Yan Wushuang's eyes were burning. Qin Feng immediately realized the seriousness of the matter. Yan Wushuang felt guilty because she had broken Qin Feng's leg. She had been thinking of all kinds of ways to cure Qin Feng, including some flirtatious gestures. If Yan Wushuang found out that Qin Feng was faking it, Qin Feng could imagine what would happen to him. Team leader Yan, you've misunderstood. That woman is Leah, a senior inspector from Hong Kong. She called to exchange information with me. Xiao, you just said that Wei Tianhao found out about my identity. Qin Feng quickly told her the important information. As expected, Yan Wushuang's expression changed drastically. She exclaimed, Wei Tianhao found out about your identity as a member of the Dragon Sect? How is that possible? Qin Feng understood Yan Wushuang's feelings very well because he was disgusted when he first heard the news. It's true. The Hong Kong police planted an informant in Mr. Rich Boss's house. It was the informant who sent the information. Yan Wushuang's cold face was about to freeze. She quickly figured out the whole thing. So there's a mole in the Dragon Sect. Qin Feng looked at Yan Wushuang with admiration. There's definitely a mole. I'm guessing that the Dragon Sect has sent a few masters to investigate this case, but we never heard from them. It's obvious that they were framed by the mole. Yan Wushuang felt that it was more likely after hearing Qin Feng's words. She took out her phone and was about to make a call. What are you doing? Qin Feng quickly grabbed Yan Wushuang's wrist. It was smooth. Yan Wushuang was still angry, so she did not care about Qin Feng's action. I'm calling the Dragon Sect to explain the situation. I suggest you don't tell them yet. After all, we don't know the position of the mole in the Dragon Sect. It's fine if he's in a low position, but if he's in a high position, the mole will be on guard if you call him. Judging from the few missing members of the Dragon Sect, I'm guessing the mole's position in the Dragon Sect is not low. After Qin Feng analyzed the situation, Yan Wushuang quickly calmed down. Yan Wushuang's beautiful eyes widened as she scrutinized Qin Feng's face. It was as if this was the first time she had met Qin Feng. Yan Wushuang had to admit that Qin Feng was usually glib and frivolous, but when it came to business, he was really good at it. Team leader Yan, why are you staring at me like that? Is my crotch unzipped? Puff! Yan Wushuang, who was about to praise Qin Feng, rolled her eyes. She was almost amused. Are you crazy? Is your crotch zipper on your face? Qin Feng laughed and pulled Yan Wushuang to the bedside. Leader Yan, don't worry about this. Let's think about it at length. Wei Tianhao and the others have already seen through my identity, but they haven't sent anyone to assassinate me. This means that they want to beat me at my own game and find out who my companions are. Then let's play a trick within a trick and play Wei Tianhao and those Japanese to death. Qin Feng already had a preliminary plan. He and Yan Wushuang sat on the bed and started to discuss the details of the plan. After talking for a while, the two of them reached an agreement and came up with a strategy. Yan Wushuang suddenly realized that she had done nothing. She had been in Hong Kong for 4 days and had been lying in the hotel for 4 days. The progress of the case was made by Qin Feng's search for clues. Yan Wushuang felt somewhat awkward. She was the deputy team leader of the Dragon Gate Huang group, and Qin Feng was her subordinate. Yet her superior was not as capable as her subordinate. Qin Feng, I just found a few treatment plans on the internet. The netizens said they were good. Lie down, I'll try them for you. Yan Wushuang felt awkward and guilty. She turned these feelings into treating Qin Feng's illness. If Qin Feng could be cured, Yan Wushuang would feel better. Qin Feng didn't even say whether he agreed or not. Yan Wushuang had already pushed him down and sat on him. Yan Wushuang's body was wrapped in a thin bath towel. Qin Feng could feel the tenderness and warmth of her skin. He had no idea where Yan Wushuang found all these treatment methods. If Qin Feng knew who posted these posts, he would go and thank them personally. These treatment plans were bizarre, and most importantly, they were very ambiguous. After Yan Wushuang sat down, she suddenly tore the bath towel off her body and started massaging Qin Feng with her soft hands. The treatment lasted from noon to afternoon. Within these few hours, Qin Feng had enjoyed 5 different ambiguous treatment plans. However, while he was enjoying it, he had to control his emotions and couldn't stand up. It was a feeling of pain and happiness at the same time. Yan Wushuang was exhausted after a whole afternoon of treatment. She didn't even bother to put on her clothes. She laid on the big bed and rested. Yan Wushuang tried her best for the whole afternoon, but Qin Feng was still a bachelor. Yan Wushuang was anxious. Could it be that she had to be Qin Feng's sister in the future? Team leader Yan, thank you for your hard work today. Don't be too disappointed. I'm starting to feel better. I believe I'll get better after a few more treatments, Qin Feng said nonchalantly as he glanced at Yan Wushuang's chest. Yan Wushuang didn't mind being seen by Qin Feng. Since Qin Feng was a bachelor, Yan Wushuang wouldn't be afraid even if she let him touch her chest. I guess that's the only way, Yan Wushuang sighed and looked depressed. Qin Feng glanced at Yan Wushuang's thighs again. When he felt that his body was about to react, he quickly averted his gaze and stopped looking. Yan Wushuang fell asleep shortly after lying on the bed. Qin Feng was afraid that she would catch a cold, so he covered her with the blanket. He pretended to touch her a few times when he was covering her with the blanket. When he saw Yan Wushuang frowning in her sleep, he quickly ran away. Qin Feng went to the bathroom to take a shower. Coincidentally, his phone rang. Lilia, did you find any new clues? Leah called. Qin Feng's expression immediately turned serious. Nothing important. However, our informant just told us that Wei Tianhao and the people from Yamaguchi-gumi will attend a large-scale auction at Hong Kong's Resplendent Clubhouse at 8 p.m. tonight. I'm guessing they're trying to launder money during the auction, Leah said in a serious tone. Launder money during the auction? Qin Feng frowned. That's right. The auction this time is very big. There will be many international treasures worth over 100 million being auctioned. These treasures all have room for appreciation. I'm guessing they bought them with dirty money and sold them at a high price or at the original price. That way they can launder money. Leah analyzed. Then does the Hong Kong police want to send people over? Qin Feng asked the main point. We won't go because the informant planted by Mr. Rich Boss suspects that there's a traitor in our police station. Right now, we can't confirm the traitor's identity, so we don't dare to reveal the informant's information. Qin Feng curled his lips. He thought to himself that the Hong Kong police station was really good at playing Mission Impossible. It was exactly the same as in the movies. Then you called me because you want me to attend tonight's auction. Qin Feng immediately guessed Lia's intentions. Lia's voice became a little embarrassed. Xiao Feng, our police station really can't do anything about this. If not, we wouldn't have troubled you. Do a good deed and go to the auction house to investigate tonight. Li Yi used her trump card again. When she acted coquettishly, her voice was soft and coquettish, causing Qin Feng's entire body to go numb. "It's fine if you let me go, but you have to give me some benefits." Qin Feng laughed evilly. What kind of benefits do you want?" Hearing Qin Feng's laughter, Leah suddenly became a little nervous. The image of the big bad wolf chasing after the little sheep appeared in her mind. "Cough, cough. You should be clear about this. How about I finish my investigation tonight and directly go to your house to report the situation to you?" Qin Feng's smile became more and more despicable. "I have a big wolf dog at home. The wolf dog bites whenever it sees a stranger. It's better if you don't come." Leah had already guessed Qin Feng's thoughts. She was so angry that she wanted to curse at Qin Feng. However, Leah still had something to ask of Qin Feng, so she could only pretend not to understand. "Wah. There's also a big wolf dog. That's great. I won't have to worry about supper tonight." The corner of Leah's mouth twitched. If Qin Feng was by her side, Leah would have kicked Qin Feng to death. "Are you going to help or not? If you don't help me, you can just find someone else." "Humph!" Leah shouted angrily. "Is this your attitude when you ask for help? Sigh. Then forget it. Find someone else." Qin Feng looked like he was about to hang up. Leah immediately became anxious. The auction was tonight, and time was of the essence. Where could Leah find someone else? Even the Hong Kong police did not dare to casually intervene in tonight's auction. Otherwise, they might expose the matter of the rich and powerful informant. Why are you so stingy? Are you even a man?" Leah shouted snappily. "Not only am I a man, I'm also a fierce man." "Then it's a deal. I'll go to your house tonight to prove it to you." Qin Feng started to be indecent again. "All right, then you go and gather information first." Leah had no other choice but to pretend to agree first. When Qin Feng really went to gather information, Leah would no longer care about Qin Feng. Qin Feng wanted to tease Leah a bit more, but he realized that the other side had already hung up. Qin Feng looked at the time on his phone. There were still 2 hours before the auction started. Qin Feng started to put on his clothes and prepared to go to the auction house to familiarize himself with the terrain. After all, this was Hong Kong, and Qin Feng was not too familiar with it. Yan Wushuang was sleeping soundly, so Qin Feng did not disturb her. Chapter 731. "Ouch! Are you blind, or what? It even hit my chest. It hurts." Qin Feng hurriedly ran out of the hotel. Just as he turned a corner, he directly bumped into the woman who was coming toward him. The woman frowned in pain. She pursed her lips and rubbed her chest with her lily-white hands. Qin Feng's gaze involuntarily fell on the woman's chest. It was a black, open-necked leather jacket with a white singlet inside. Why did this chest look so familiar? "It's you!" Qin Feng looked at the woman's face and was shocked. This woman was the eldest daughter of the dragon sect, Ao Shaowan. Qin Feng knew that the dragon sect had mobilized most of Hong Kong's forces to hunt him down. Seeing Ao Shaowan, Qin Feng instinctively wanted to leave. Just as he was about to turn around, Qin Feng turned back. Now that he had restored Qin Feng's appearance, why should he be afraid of the eldest daughter of the Hong sect? "Who are you? Do I know you?" Ao Shaowan glared at Qin Feng angrily. Her chest was still hurting. If it weren't for the tall and handsome man in front of her, Ao Shaowan would have hit him. "Miss Wan, you are the eldest daughter of the Hong sect of Hong Kong. May I ask who in Hong Kong doesn't know you? It's my, Qin Feng's, honor to meet Miss Wan today." Qin Feng's appearance changed back, and his skill of picking up girls was automatically switched back. His compliments made Ao Shaowan's pretty face a little pink. Ao Shaowan could tell that Qin Feng was from the mainland. Not long ago, she met a man from the mainland. That man was worlds apart from the Qin Feng in front of her. That stinky man was wretched, lecherous, blind, and had no taste. But the Qin Feng in front of her was handsome had a noble taste, was gentle, and talked generously. Both of them were from the mainland. Why was there such a big gap? When Ao Shaowan heard Qin Feng affectionately call her Miss Wan, she couldn't help but think of a light and melodious song. Miss Wan, you never forget your smile even if you and I long to grow old, Miss Wan. You look beautiful when the corners of your mouth go down. Just like the clear water under the bridge, what a beautiful mood. Ao Shaowan was lost for a moment. Miss Wan, are you okay? I was in a hurry and left too quickly. Did I hurt you? Qin Feng waved his hand in front of Ao Shaowan's eyes. Ao Shaowan immediately came back to his senses. He smiled shyly at Qin Feng and said, "Hi. It's nothing, it's just a bump. It's nothing serious." Seeing the flash of shyness on Ao Shaowan's face, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched violently. Was this the same hot girl he saw 3 days ago? It's good that you're fine. Does your injury still hurt? Do you want me to rub it for you? Qin Feng looked at Ao Shaowan's chest seriously. The blush on Ao Shaowan's face deepened. She could see from Qin Feng's sincere eyes that he had no other thoughts. It was rare to see such a pure man nowadays. It doesn't hurt anymore. Thank you for your kindness. Ao Shaowan's voice was as small as a mosquito, almost inaudible. Seeing Ao Shaowan's bashful expression, the corners of Qin Feng's mouth twitched again. He remembered that 3 days ago he had peeped at Ao Shaowan's chest as Qiao Feng. As a result, he had been wanted by the Hong sect until now. Qin Feng exclaimed in his heart, "Oh my God! Did this girl take the wrong medicine tonight? It's good that you're fine. Then I'll go first. If there's a chance, I'll find Miss Wan for afternoon tea." Qin Feng didn't want to waste time with Ao Shaowan. It would be bad if this silly girl found out. "Ah, you're leaving? Where are you going now?" Ao Shaowan hurriedly followed Qin Feng. It seemed that she would not leave Qin Feng for the time being. "Be careful." Qin Feng turned around to stop Ao Shaowan from following him. As a result, he saw the beggar sitting on the ground on the side of the road suddenly jump up. The beggar stretched out a sharp dagger from his sleeve and directly stabbed at Ao Shaowan's back. Bang! Qin Feng kicked the dagger out of the beggar's hand. Then he pulled Ao Shaowan into his arms and held her tightly. This scene happened too fast and too fiercely. When Ao Shaowan came to her senses, she had been lying in Qin Feng's arms for a long time. "Qin Feng, what's going on?" Ao Shaowan asked nervously. "It seems that someone wants to kill you, and more than one." Qin Feng held Ao Shaowan tightly. His eyes were sharp and he was looking around. The beggar on the ground, the old man at the shoeshine stall on the street, the pedestrians walking on the road, the young man riding a tricycle and shouting to collect home appliances, the old lady pushing a cart and selling stinky tofu. Qin Feng instantly found 12 people in disguise. These people dressed up as people from all walks of life and surrounded Qin Feng and Ao Shaowan from all directions. Including the killer who had been kicked away by Qin Feng, there were a total of 13 people here who wanted to assassinate Ao Shaowan. No wonder she was the eldest daughter of the Hong sect. This lineup of killers was all so strong. Who the fuck wants to kill me? Where are those bastards? I'll call my brother now and ask him to bring people to trample these bastards to death. Ao Shaowan, who had been pretending to be a lady for less than 5 minutes, suddenly showed her true colors. She broke free from Qin Feng's arms. Knowing that someone wanted to assassinate her, Ao Shaowan was not only not afraid, but also shouted angrily at the street. That non-mainstream aura of a big sister was really not something that ordinary people could do. Swoosh! The sound of breaking wind suddenly spread, but it did not attract anyone's attention in the noisy street. Ao Shaowan was still standing there and shouting stupidly. She did not know that a flying knife was about to be inserted into the back of her head. Qin Feng curled his lips. His figure suddenly flickered. The next moment, he picked up Ao Shaowan and disappeared into the crowd. Ao Shaowan was enjoying her scolding when she suddenly found herself in someone's arms. There was a whistling wind in her ears, which startled Ao Shaowan. Wow. Qin Feng, how can you run so fast? You are running with me in your arms. You are so amazing. Ao Shaowan did not realize that she was being chased at all. She looked at the cars that were left behind by Qin Feng and danced excitedly. Miss Wan, don't move. It's better to hold my neck tightly. Don't fall. Qin Feng was rubbed against Ao Shaowan's chest and could not run anymore. He could only calm Ao Shaowan down. Ao Shaowan suddenly changed from the image of a non-mainstream big sister to a well-behaved kitten. A pair of jade-like hands tightly held Qin Feng's neck, and her head was buried in Qin Feng's chest. From time to time, she looked up and stole a glance at Qin Feng, which made Qin Feng almost collapse. Qin Feng was very fast, but the 13 people chasing after him were not slow either. Who are they? Why are they chasing after you? Qin Feng did not expect to encounter such a thing as soon as he went out. What was going on? Ao Shaowan finally realized that she was being chased. She looked back with her little head and said, "It seems to be the 13 gangsters of Hong Kong." Qin Feng's feet slipped and he almost fell. 13 gangsters of Hong Kong? That's not something in the movies. It turns out that they really exist. Of course, the 13 gangsters are notorious in Hong Kong. The 13 of them form a killer gang. As long as you give them enough money, they will kill whoever they want. Of course, their reputation is much worse than the reputation of the eldest daughter of the Hong sect. Qin Feng, don't worry. I'll call my brother now and let him trample them to death. At this time, Ao Shaowan thought of continuing to call. Qin Feng was also speechless. He really did not know how this silly girl survived until now. Qin Feng wasn't familiar with Hong Kong, so he went wherever there were fewer people. After running for more than 20 minutes, Qin Feng arrived at the foot of a desolate, mountainous area. There was only an abandoned factory in the surroundings, and not a single person could be seen. Qin Feng, what are you doing here? This place is out of the city. It will take my brother a long time to get here. What should we do? Ao Shaowan was finally nervous. Looking at the desolate, open space around him, Ao Shaowan felt uncomfortable. Qin Feng did not explain. The reason why he led the 13 gangsters to a place where there was no one was so that he could use all his strength when the fight began. The 13 gangsters followed Qin Feng all the way. At this time, the 13 people had also arrived. Haha, this idiot came to the barren area. It's just what we wanted. Fuck, how dare you kick me? You're asking for death. As the 13 gangsters shouted ruthlessly, they formed a circle and surrounded Qin Feng and Ao Shaowan. Except for the man who had been kicked away by Qin Feng, who glared at Qin Feng like a tiger watching its prey, the other 12 gangsters all had playful smiles on their faces. Obviously, they did not take Qin Feng and Ao Shaowan seriously. Boy, are you from the Hong sect? Why haven't I seen you before? The 13 people had taken off their disguises. They were all men in their 30s. One of them, wearing a black hat, touched his chin and looked at Qin Feng with a smile. I'm not from the Hong sect. Of course you haven't seen me. Qin Feng and the man in the black hat looked at each other calmly. The man in the black hat did not seem to like Qin Feng's tone. His face had already turned cold. Brat, judging from your accent, you must be from the mainland, right? Do you fucking know who we are? Go and ask the 13 gangsters of Hong Kong. How dare you interfere in our business? Get out of my sight. The black-hatted man roared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng had just sent one of their companions flying with a kick. This was enough to show that Qin Feng was not weak. Although the 13 gangsters were confident that they could kill Qin Feng, their main target was Ao Shaowan. To put it bluntly, no one would pay them to kill Qin Feng. The 13 gangsters would not do such a loss-making business. Qin Feng, don't go. My brother will be here soon. As long as he comes, these people will be trampled to death. Ao Shaowan was already a little scared. Ao Shaowan knew the name of the 13 gangsters very well. These 13 people were full of evil. They forced women into prostitution and did all kinds of bad things. Ao Shaowan was not afraid of being killed by these people. What he was most afraid of was being molested by these people, because the 13 gangsters were famous for being lecherous. Chapter 732. Qin Feng glanced at the 13 men one by one. Their strengths varied. The weakest one was a stage 6 inner Qi master, and the strongest one was a stage 8 inner Qi master. If it was a one-on-one fight, Qin Feng could defeat each of them with one hand. But now that there were 13 people surrounding Qin Feng had some misgivings. Most importantly, he had to protect Ao Shaowan. If I leave now, will you really let me go? Qin Feng looked at the man in the black hat and suddenly asked. Ao Shaowan's small hand that was holding Qin Feng's arm suddenly loosened. She stared at Qin Feng with her big eyes that were covered with heavy makeup. She didn't expect Qin Feng to say such a thing. Haha. Don't worry. We, the 13 gangsters of Hong Kong, will not go back on our word. Our target this time is the little girl in your arms. This matter has nothing to do with you. So why should we become enemies with you? The man in the black hat revealed a bright smile and said, as if he was telling the truth, Big brother, we can't let this mainland boy go. He kicked me just now. I'm going to break his sternum to vent my anger. The man who was kicked by Qin Feng shouted. The man in the black hat glared at the man angrily. Little Nine, shut up. Whatever I say, we'll talk about it later. Little Nine was scolded and glared at the man in the black hat angrily. The man in the black hat also looked at Little Nine and winked at him. Little Nine immediately understood that his big brother was just delaying the enemy and killing him when he was unprepared. Whatever you say, big brother. Little Nine already understood his big brother's meaning, but he continued to pretend to be very unhappy. The two of them echoed each other and acted as if it was real, but Qin Feng had already seen through them. Do they want to act in front of Qin Feng, a movie king comparable to an Oscar? They simply overestimated themselves. Of course, Qin Feng didn't mean to abandon Ao Shaowan. He just wanted to buy some time for Ao Shaowan's brother to come. Boy, we said we're going to let you go. Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and leave. Otherwise, I might change my mind. As you can see, my little brother is very unhappy with you. Black Hat was unhappy when he saw Qin Feng was still standing there. Ao Shaowan had begun to struggle in Qin Feng's arms. She had grown up in the Hong sect and lived with the gangsters of the Hong sect. Everyone paid particular attention to the word righteousness. However, Qin Feng had dragged out an ignoble existence at the critical moment, which made Ao Shaowan very disappointed. Qin Feng was almost angered to death by Ao Shaowan. This girl was still throwing a tantrum. Qin Feng wanted to slap her sexy buttocks a few times. All right, then I'll be leaving first. Qin Feng left as soon as he said he would, but he took Ao Shaowan with him. Ao Shaowan, who was being carried on Qin Feng's shoulder, was throwing a tantrum. He punched and kicked Qin Feng. Put me down. I don't want to see you again. Qin Feng was so angry that he slapped Ao Shaowan's sexy buttocks. Stop shouting. I said that to stall for time. Are you stupid? Can't you see that? As the eldest daughter of the Hong sect, Ao Shaowan had never been slapped on the buttocks. Even her brother, Ao Wucheng, did not dare to do so. Ao Shaowan suddenly stopped struggling, and her pretty face was so shy that it was about to drip water. After listening to Qin Feng's explanation, her empty mood instantly improved, and she even forgot that there were people chasing her. Damn, how dare you fool us, boy? Big brother, don't talk nonsense. Let's go. How can we not kill this mainland boy? The 13 gangsters found that they had been fooled by Qin Feng and chased after him angrily. Qin Feng ran away with Ao Shaowan in his arms. His physical strength was consumed twice as fast as that of the 13 gangsters. Qin Feng came all the way to the foot of a mountain and stopped. This place was not bad. At least Qin Feng could protect Ao Shaowan. Qin Fen shielded Ao Shaoan behind him. With a wave of his hand, a long whip shining with orange light appeared. Then he leaped toward the 13 gangsters. Crackle! Qin Fen had not restored his original identity for a long time, and he had not used these spiritual weapons in the system for a long time. The Spirit Snake Whip, combined with the Phantom Whip method, fell directly from midair, bringing with it a curtain of overlapping whip shadows. In an instant, the 3 men were flung away. Bang, bang, bang. The shadows of the whips lashed on the 3 people's bodies, creating a series of loud noises. It looked like one whip fell, but it created a dozen overlapping forces on the 3 people's bodies. The 3 people didn't expect Qin Feng to suddenly attack. Caught off guard, they directly fell to the ground and fainted. Brothers, be careful. This man is pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. The man in the black hat, who rushed at the front, had already retreated. Otherwise, he would have ended up like his 3 brothers. The big brother roared, and the rest of the brothers became vigilant. Qin Fen had defeated 3 of them with a simple whip. Obviously, this man was not so easy to deal with. Wow, Qin Fen, you are so powerful. You are as powerful as my brother. No, you may be a little bit weaker than my brother. Ao Shaoan danced with joy when she saw the 13 gangsters being whipped. She had completely changed in front of Qin Fen. In the past, she had the style of a non-mainstream big sister. Every time she opened her mouth, she would swear and be arrogant. Now, Ao Shaoan began to take the path of a gentle lady. She began to speak in a coquettish voice and always made some cute expressions. It really scared Qin Fen to death. The 13 gangsters of Hong Kong? I think they're just SOSO. Qin Fen's figure landed less than 10 meters away from the 13 gangsters. Both sides glared at each other, and the air was full of the smell of gunpowder. We underestimated you just now. Do you really think you are something? I want to see how capable you are. The 13 gangsters were tyrannical in Hong Kong. They even dared to kidnap the daughter of the Hong sect, which was enough to show their arrogance and conceit. These people had never been despised by others. Now that Qin Fen had the upper hand, the man in the black hat suddenly became furious. With a slide, the man in the black hat rushed toward Qin Fen as fast as lightning. Swish! As soon as the figure of the man in the black hat moved, the other 9 minions all waved a flying knife. The knives were faster than people and came to Qin Fen first. The 9 flying knives cut through the airflow, making a burst of wind-breaking sound. This scene scared Ao Shaoan, and he exclaimed, "Qin Fen, be careful!" Before Ao Shaoan's voice had completely fallen, the Spirit Snake Whip in Qin Fen's hand had disappeared. Qin Fen waved his hands quickly, and there was another burst of wind-breaking sound in the air. Swish! 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 White light shone in all directions, and wind blades flew together. The wind blades shot out from Qin Fen's palm, collided with the real flying knives thrown by the 9 minions, making a crisp sound of gold and iron colliding. The real flying knives were simply vulnerable. They were broken into several pieces under the wind blades and scattered around Qin Fen's body. Puff! Puff! The sound of skin being cut was heard, but it was not Qin Fen's body that was injured. 10 meters away, the black clothes of the 9 people were in a mess. Slender knife wounds were all over their bodies, and blood quickly sprayed out. The scene looked very bloody, but Ao Shaoan was not afraid at all. He jumped and clapped excitedly. The clothes of the big brother in the black hat were also cut several times. His eyes flashed with horror. Condensing chi to injure people? This was an ability that only experts at the peak of stage 9 inner chi and the true chi stage could use. But soon, the big brother in the black hat found something unusual. The attack power of the wind blades formed by Qin Fen's condensing chi was not strong. The big brother in the black hat could resist it with a little bit of chi. Although the clothes of the black hat were tattered, his body was not injured at all. Hearing the screams of the 9 minions behind him, the big brother in the black hat gritted his teeth in anger. He waved his hand and suddenly pulled out a big knife from his waist. The knife light flashed and chopped straight down from Qin Fun's head. Clang! When the big knife was about to fall on Qin Fun's scalp, Qin Fun casually raised his hand and the Chong spirit sword whistled out. It drew an orange sword shadow and directly blocked the big knife in the hand of the black hat. Qin Fun was dealing with the flying knives in front of him. This sword attack was too sudden, so the Chong spirit sword was not strong enough. It could only block the big knife in the black hat's head. It could not knock the black hat away for a while. Qin Fun stood in the same place. His feet left 2 footprints on the ground. The big brother in the black hat held the long knife tightly against Qin Fun's head with both hands. His face became ferocious. He used all his strength to cut the big knife into Qin Fun's body. Mainlander, you will stay in Hong Kong forever. Don't think about going back. Puff! The corners of the black hat's mouth curled into a cruel sneer. He suddenly opened his mouth, and a small flying knife flew out. Qin Fun quickly leaned to the side, but his arm was still cut and bright red blood sprayed out. Qin Fun really did not expect that this person would hide a hidden weapon in his mouth. Mainlander, go to hell! The moment the hidden weapon injured Qin Fun, the big brother in the black hat suddenly raised his big knife and released all his inner qi. The knife fell. Qin Fun swung his hand, and the Chong spirit sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. When Qin Fun's palm was about to hit the black hat's face, a mighty and domineering blue battle axe suddenly appeared. Puff! The sky splitter axe was unstoppable. It was as if a long dragon had whizzed past. The black hat felt his arm suddenly become empty. He subconsciously looked down and saw that his right arm, which was holding the big knife, had flown out and landed on the ground 10 meters away from him. Bang! The axe fell, and Qin Fun leaped up and kicked again. The powerful force exploded on the black hat's chest and sent him flying. The black hat landed next to the row of lackeys. The originally arrogant and despotic 13 gangsters of Hong Kong were all dumbfounded. They had been clamoring for Qin Fun to get out of here and give him a chance to live. Now, each and every one of them was so scared that their legs were trembling. They already had thoughts of running away. The big brother in the black hat was the strongest among the 13 gangsters. He was a stage 8 inner chi expert. If even the big brother had one of his arms chopped off by Qin Fun, how could the rest of them be a match for Qin Fun? Chapter 733. Clatter! Ao Shaowan suddenly took off the cool black leather windbreaker and began to take off the white vest inside. Qin Fun was stunned by this scene. Before he could stop her, Ao Shaowan had already taken off the white vest, leaving only the sexy black bra inside. Qin Fun, I'll bandage it for you. Don't be afraid. It'll be all right in a while. Ao Shaowan comforted Qin Fun in the tone of a kindergarten student. Qin Fun's mouth twitched, and he didn't know what to say. Qin Fun's arm was just scratched by a dagger, and there was no poison on the dagger. This wound was not a wound at all for Qin Fun, but Ao Shaowan looked very careful and carefully bandaged the wound. During this period, Qin Fun's eyes fell on Ao Shaowan's snow-white chest, but she didn't notice it at all. Qin Fun, it's done. Does it still hurt? Ao Shaowan suddenly raised her head and looked at Qin Fun with concern. Qin Fun quickly withdrew his gaze and coughed to cover up his guilt. Ahem. Miss Wan's bandaging technique is really amazing. It doesn't hurt anymore. Being praised by Qin Fun, Ao Shaowan danced with joy. Really? It doesn't hurt anymore. You were so brave just now. You were so handsome. Ao Shaowan was wearing only a bra, but she didn't seem to feel cold at all. Was this the power of love that people often said? Miss Wan, put on your coat quickly. Don't catch a cold. Qin Fun picked up the black windbreaker on the ground and took the initiative to put it on Ao Shaowan. Only then did Ao Shaowan realize that she was bare-chested. She was so shy that she lowered her head and was too embarrassed to look at Qin Fun's eyes. Ao Shaowan had always taken the route of a non-mainstream, delinquent girl. She pursued alternative trends and fashion. Her dressing made Ao Wuchang speechless. But Ao Shaowan insisted on dressing like this and putting on makeup. No one could stop her. Do you want to zip up the windbreaker? It's a little unsightly. Qin Fin couldn't help but remind Ao Shaowan when he saw the black bra under the open windbreaker. In the past, Ao Shaowan had to open her zipper when she wore clothes. She was only 18 years old now, at the age where she was rebellious and stupid. Ao Shaowan felt that if she walked with her clothes open, she would look like a big sister. Only then would she look imposing and energetic. But at this moment, Ao Shaowan shyly pulled up the zipper and even pulled it all the way to the top. Qin Feng, are you all right now? Qin Fin looked at Ao Shaowan, who seemed to have fallen in love and was about to bloom. He slipped and almost fell. Little sister Wan, whoever dares to touch my precious sister, Ao Wuchang, I'm here to trample all of you to death. Ao Shaowan had just finished putting on his clothes when a roar suddenly came from the foot of the mountain. The leader of the Hong sect, Ao Wuchang, was clad in a black trench coat. He held a Guangong broadsword in his hand and rode a white horse toward them at lightning speed. As soon as Ao Wuchang arrived, the 13 gangsters of Hong Kong were scared out of their wits. The 9 underlings who were throwing daggers at Qin Feng ran away without even bothering about Big Brother Black Hat, who was lying on the ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! The sound of wind breaking could be heard in the air. 3 of the 9 people suddenly felt a chill coming from below their knees. Their upper bodies flew out due to inertia, and a pair of legs fell to the ground, separated from their bodies. I'll cut off the head of anyone who dares to run away. Qin Feng's domineering voice reverberated at the foot of the mountain. When the remaining 6 men saw their 3 companions' legs were cut off, they didn't dare to run anymore. They were so scared that they fell to the ground on their butts. Ao Wuchang had already arrived on the back of the white horse. He carried the Guangong broadsword and leaped into the air, causing the horse to whinny. You bastards! How dare you bully my Ao Wuchang's little sister? I'll stomp you to death. Ao Wuchang turned into a black shadow and appeared next to one of the men in the blink of an eye. Then he stomped on the man's body. Qin Feng could hear the sound of bones breaking from dozens of meters away. After stomping on the man, Ao Wuchang leaped into the air again and appeared next to another man. Then he stomped on the man's stomach again. Bang! Ao Wuchang seemed to be addicted to stomping on people. He jumped up and down, not letting anyone escape. After stomping on every one of the 13 gangsters once, he finally landed on the ground with satisfaction. Brother, you're here. Seeing that her brother was done stomping on people, Ao Shaowan trotted to her brother and held his wrist. Ao Wuchang suddenly felt a little uncomfortable. He felt that his little sister was very abnormal today. Shaowan, are you hurt? These bastards didn't do anything to you, right? Tell me quickly. I'll fucking kill these bastards. Ao Wuchang patted his little sister's head with a doting look on his face. Ao Shaowan glared at her brother and said in a low voice, Brother, don't swear, okay? You're too rude. Ao Wuchang was stunned, and the corner of his mouth twitched. In fact, Ao Wuchang was originally a righteous and forthright person who didn't swear. But after following his little sister for a long time, Ao Wuchang learned to swear. Now his little sister was starting to dislike him. Ao Wuchang was dumbfounded. Little sister, are you really okay? Did those bastards hit you on the head or something? Did they hit you silly? Tell me, which bastard hit your head? I'll fucking stomp on his head. Agitated, Ao Wuchang began to swear again. Ao Shaowan stole a glance at Qin Feng, who was standing aside, and hurriedly pinched his brother's waist. I'm fine. Can you stop yelling? If you keep this up, I won't recognize you as my brother anymore. Looking at his little sister's serious face, Ao Wuchang was at a loss. He thought to himself, I'm probably still asleep. You must be the leader of Hong Divinity, Ao Wuchang. Nice to meet you. Qin Fen walked over and greeted Ao Wuchang. Qin Fen had been secretly observing Ao Wuchang for a long time, but he couldn't see through Ao Wuchang's strength. However, Qin Fen could still sense that Ao Wuchang's inner qi was stronger than Bai Yan's. Ah, why is there someone missing? I'm going to stomp you to death. Ao Wuchang had stomped on the 13 gangsters of Hong Kong before, so he counted the number of people he stomped on. Now that he found Qin Fen was missing, Ao Wuchang jumped to his feet and stomped on Qin Fen without hesitation. Brother, if you dare to stomp on Qin Fen, I'll sever our mother-son relationship. Bah, bah. I mean, I'll sever our sibling relationship. Ao Wuchang had just arrived above Qin Fen's head and was about to stomp on him when he heard his little sister shout. Ao Wuchang was so scared that he lost his balance and fell to the ground. Little sister, what are you talking about? Who is this guy? Ao Wuchang asked his little sister as he got up. Ao Xiaowan's pretty face suddenly blushed. She was thinking about how to introduce Qin Fen. Would it scare Qin Fen and her brother if she said that he was her boyfriend? Brother, this is Qin Fen. He saved my life. If it weren't for Qin Fen, you would be looking at my dead body right now. Ao Xiaowan yelled at Ao Wuchang. Ao Wuchang's expression changed drastically. He immediately put away his arrogance and extended a hand to Qin Fen with a bright smile. Ah, so you're Xiaowan's savior. I'm so sorry. Look at my bad temper. I almost made a mistake. I'm Ao Wuchang. Nice to meet you. Qin Fen was still in a daze when Ao Wuchang stretched out his hand to grab Qin Fen and Qin Fen's attention. Oh, nice to meet you. It's my honor to meet the Hong sect's head leader. Qin Fen shook Ao Wuchang's hand. The Hong sect was hunting for Qin Fen's other identity, so Qin Fen had to disguise himself carefully. Haha, what head leader? That's just an empty title. I, Wuchang, love to make friends with benefits the most. Ahem, I mean friends like you. Brother Qin Fen, we're brothers from now on. Feel free to tell me if you have any difficulties. Ao Wuchang had a forthright personality and didn't have any bad intentions, so Qin Fen quite liked him. Qin Fen didn't know much about Ao Wuchang and Ao Xiaowan. After he was listed as a wanted man by the Hong sect, Qin Fen thought that he would find an opportunity to cause trouble for the Hong sect. However, after seeing the other side of Ao Xiaowan and becoming brothers with Ao Wuchang, Qin Fen gave up on that idea. After Qin Fen chatted with Ao Wuchang for a while, Ao Wuchang's tone suddenly became serious. By the way, Brother Qin Fen, judging from your accent, you're from the mainland, right? Recently, a bastard from the mainland bullied my sister, so I hired a painter to draw that person's appearance according to my sister's description. Do you know this person? Ao Wuchang waved his hand and pulled out a piece of paper from his waist. The portrait of a man was drawn on the paper. Qin Fen recognized it at a glance. Xiao Feng's face was so ordinary, but the painter could draw it so similar. Qin Fen admired the painter. Ahem, this person looks so ordinary that I can forget him even if I've seen him. I don't think I know this person. Qin Fen stared at the portrait for a while, then shook his head and said, Ao Wuchang's face was filled with disappointment. Ao Xiaowan suddenly said to Qin Fen, this stinking brat is a big beast. It's God's blessing for him to grow up like this. This bastard should have grown into a beast with a human body. Hearing Ao Xiaowan's words, the corner of Qin Fen's mouth twitched. Haha, Miss Wan, don't be too angry. We, the men of the mainland, should be very polite. Maybe there is some misunderstanding between you and this gentleman. Qin Fen calmly defended himself. Ao Xiaowan looked at Qin Fen shyly and said softly, if this person is 1/10 as perfect as you, I won't have any misunderstanding with him. He is a bastard. Last time, he stared at my chest and almost wanted to force me. Qin Fen rolled his eyes and thought, when did I force you? Chapter 734. Brother Qin Fen, It's fine if you don't know him. Come with me to the Hong sect. I'll treat you well. Ao Wu Chang patted Qin Feng's shoulder and dragged him back for a drink. Qin Feng quickly refused. Brother Wu Chang, I have something important to do today. Why don't I pay you a visit another day? Ao Wu Chang glanced at the 13 gangsters who were groaning in pain on the ground. Then he looked at Qin Feng and asked, Brother, do you really have something to do today? If I do, we'll meet another day. Qin Feng nodded firmly. All right, I won't force you. I'm going to bring these 13 gangsters back to the Hong sect and interrogate them. How dare they lay their hands on my little sister? Ao Wu Chang, are they seeking death? Ao Wu Chang said as he ran to the 13 gangsters and threw them into a pile. The 13 gangsters piled up like a human pyramid. The gangster who was at the bottom of the pile started to roll his eyes and felt like his intestines were going to fall out. Vroom, vroom, vroom. At this time, a dozen SUVs arrived at the foot of the mountain. They sped along the mountain road like wild leopards. Chief Wu Chang, we're late. Please punish us. A dozen SUVs stopped by the side. 4 to 5 people jumped out from each of the SUVs. With more than 40 people surrounding them, it was a formidable scene. You bunch of good-for-nothings. I'm miles ahead of you, even on a horse. What's the use of you? Ao Wu Chang glared at the members of the Hong sect. None of them dared to say a word. No one knew when Ao Wu Chang had developed this habit. Whenever he lost his temper, his feet would itch. He raised his leg and stomped on the ground. Qin Feng felt the ground tremble slightly. Ao Wu Chang's stomp created a pit that was more than 30 centimeters deep. The disciples of Hong sect seemed to have gotten used to Ao Wu Chang stomping on the ground when he lost his temper. They heaved a long sigh of relief when they saw the deep pit on the ground. Fortunately, they didn't stomp on the ground in the Hong sect's courtyard. Otherwise, they would have to fill the pit with cement for a long time. Brother Qin Feng, I'll be leaving with my little sister now. You must come to the Hong sect when you're free. Ao Wu Chang put on a bright smile and looked at Qin Feng. The disciples of Hong sect stole a glance at Qin Feng. This kid must have a high status since Chief Wu Chang called him brother. Brother Wu Chang, I wonder if you can lend me your car? Qin Feng asked. Ao Wu Chang slapped his forehead and said, Io, look at how stupid I am. I almost left my brother alone in this wilderness. How am I supposed to go back? Ao Wu Chang turned to his lackey and yelled, Huang Jingua, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and give your car to Brother Qin Feng. The man called Huang Jingua hurriedly came to Qin Feng's side and gave him a car key. Big Brother Qin, you can drive the car however you want. You can return it whenever you want. Qin Feng looked at Huang Jingua and nodded. Huang Jingua was quite a smart guy. The fact that Ao Wu Chang could call out his name meant that he had a high position in the Hong sect. Brother Qin Feng, we'll take our leave first. Ao Wu Chang was an impatient person. He came like the wind and left in a hurry. Ao Wu Chang had already pulled his sister onto the horse. Ao Shaowan looked back at Qin Feng and said, Qin Feng, you must come to the Hong sect to look for me when you have time. Ao Shaowan's voice was soft as if he was acting coquettishly. The Hong sect members who were about to leave with Qin Feng suddenly slipped and almost fell to the ground. What is wrong with this young lady today? The Hong sect members left in a grandiose manner. Ao Wu Chang ordered the 13 gangsters of Hong Kong to tie them to the roof of the SUV and take them for a ride. Qin Feng felt a chill in his heart when he heard the miserable wails of the 13 gangsters. This Ao Wu Chang is too fucking cruel. After the Hong sect members had left, Qin Feng drove the SUV to the resplendent Golden Club. When he arrived at the entrance of the club, there were only 10 minutes left before the auction began. Qin Feng quickly parked the car and walked into the club. The resplendent Golden Club was one of the top high-end clubs in Hong Kong. The interior was splendidly decorated, and the waiters and receptionists were as beautiful as the A-list celebrities. Those who came to the auction tonight were all rich people. Just their clothes alone were worth at least 5 million yuan. Qin Feng looked like a country bumpkin among these people. Many people were already seated in the auction hall. The front row seats were already occupied. Most of the Hong Kong tycoons were in the crowd. There were also some rich businessmen from the mainland and foreign countries. Qin Feng walked into the hall and glanced around. He walked to the last empty seat and sat down. Not long after he sat down, Wei Tianhao Honda and Ghost Stealing Lord entered the hall. They did not sit in the public area. Instead, they went to a row of VIP rooms on the left side of the aisle. At this time, a beautiful woman in a red cheongsam walked onto the stage. She had heavy makeup on, and her cheongsam was slit all the way to her thighs. Her ample upper body was clearly visible. As soon as she appeared, the men below the stage gasped in surprise. "Haha! Good evening to all the tycoons from all over the world." The beautiful woman stood on the stage and winked at the people below the stage. Immediately, the audience below the stage responded. After everyone quieted down, the beautiful woman continued. "Tonight, our international auction house will hold this year's international auction at the glorious Golden Clubhouse. There will be treasures from all over the country being auctioned. If you see something that catches your eye, please seize the opportunity and make your move. I'm tonight's auctioneer, Jiao Jiao. Now, I announce the official start of tonight's international auction house." As soon as Jiao Jiao's voice fell, the audience below the stage cheered loudly. For young beauties in pink cheongsam with lotus flowers walked onto the stage. Each of them held an exquisite box in their hands. The 4 of them walked onto the stage and stood in a straight line. Everyone's eyes fell on the boxes in their hands. Now, let me introduce to everyone the first auction item of the night. For glass-type jadeite, as soon as the first auction item was presented, the audience below the stage gasped in surprise. Jiao Jiao continued, "Since everyone here is a tycoon, I'm sure you all know about the glass-type jadeite. Glass-type jadeite, as the name suggests, is as transparent as glass. The quality is very fine, and the crystal particles are very dense. It's the best type of jadeite. Those who know the trade all know that under normal circumstances, most glass-type jadeite comes from old pits. It's called the old pit glass type. The old pit glass type jadeite is the essence of the mountains and rivers for hundreds of millions of years. It contains rich spiritual qi from heaven and earth. It's very nourishing to wear." Jiao Jiao said a lot of tempting words. Many tycoons below the stage couldn't wait to bid. Seeing that the atmosphere in the hall had been stirred up, Jiao Jiao began to bid. According to the previous trading price of glass-type jadeite, a finger-sized ring surface can be sold for 10 million yuan. Today, these 4 glass-type jadeite are of different sizes. The small one is the size of a thumb, and the big one is the size of a ping-pong ball. The 4 glass-type jadeite can only be auctioned together, not separately. The starting price is 50 million yuan. Each bid must be at least 1 million yuan. Jiao Jiao had already bid. As soon as her voice fell, someone below the stage began to raise the price. 60 million. A Hong Kong businessman with a strong Hong Kong accent shouted calmly. 70 million. This time it was a tycoon from the mainland. When he opened his mouth, everyone could see his big golden teeth. 75 million. The bidding was very hot. Almost as soon as the voice fell, another voice sounded. This time it was an old foreigner with blonde hair and blue eyes. Qin Feng was sitting in the last row. At this moment, the emerald spirit ring on his thumb had already reacted. According to the information on the emerald spirit ring, the 4 glass-type jadeite on the stage were 4 high-grade spiritual stones with rich spiritual qi. Qin Feng was currently collecting the materials needed to forge the cosmic flying sword. Among the materials, the demand for spiritual stones was relatively high. Qin Feng had found many spiritual stones in the Ghost Mountain ancient martial arts relic. However, they were all low-grade spiritual stones. Naturally, they were not as effective as the 4 high-grade spiritual stones in front of him. Qin Feng coveted the treasures on the stage. However, the bidding was too fierce. Although Qin Feng was also a tycoon, he still felt that it was not worth it to spend so much money on 4 spiritual stones. 100 million! Just when Qin Feng was hesitating, a voice suddenly came from the private room on the left. The voice directly raised the price to 100 million. Qin Feng recognized the voice immediately. It was Wei Tianhao's voice. Qin Feng's lips curled into a smirk. Suddenly he had an idea. This time, Wei Tianhao and the people from Japan's Yamaguchi-gumi were here to launder money. Qin Feng believed that no matter how much money he offered, they would continue to raise the price. Qin Feng was prepared to maliciously increase the price with Wei Tianhao and the others. He wanted to scam them first. In the end, he would let them buy the treasures. After that, Qin Feng would steal the treasures. The price of 100 million had reached another level. The large group of people who were actively raising the price just now immediately shut their mouths. 110 million! The Hong Kong businessman who initially raised the price did not back out. He was still raising the price. Wei Tianhao's voice carried a hint of disdain. He shouted coldly, 150 million! Whoosh! Before, people were raising the price by 10 million or even 5 million. Now the price had risen to 100 million. No one expected that Wei Tianhao would raise the price by 40 million at once. His move caused an uproar. Obviously, it was beyond everyone's common sense. The face of the Hong Kong businessman who had been raising the price darkened. 150 million for the 4 pieces of glass jade was already a bit high. He believed that if he continued to raise the price, the people in the private room would also raise the price. Although the Hong Kong businessman was very unhappy, he clenched his teeth and did not say anything. The auction house suddenly fell into silence. Obviously, the price of 150 million had reached its peak. Jiao Jiao, who was standing on the stage, was also very satisfied with the price. At this moment, when she was about to drop the hammer with a smile, a sudden voice sounded. 160 million! Qin Feng shouted as if nothing had happened. Chapter 735. Qin Feng raised his bidding card and faced everyone's astonished gazes as if nothing had happened. That brat looks really young. It looks like he's a super prodigal. If his dad finds out he's squandering here, he'll definitely beat him to death. Oh my God, what a handsome Chinese man. He's rich and handsome. This must be China's Mr. Perfect. Humph. Sitting in the public hall and acting cool in front of the rich man in the private room. I'll see how you die. Everyone looked at Qin Feng in disgust. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't hear anything. The beauty Jiao Jiao on the stage was stunned. She was still holding the hammer in her hand and didn't dare to put it down. 180 million. Before everyone could recover from the shock brought by Qin Feng, Wei Xiao Lei's voice came from the private room again. This time, Wei Xiao Lei directly increased the bid by 30 million. His tone carried disdain and a trace of anger, causing another uproar. 200 million. Qin Feng didn't put down his bidding card and casually increased it by 20 million. The atmosphere of the auction suddenly became strange, and the voices of the intense discussion had already disappeared. Those who could attend tonight's auction could be considered the existences of rich and powerful landlords. These people had all seen the world. Everyone could already tell that Qin Feng and the rich man in the private room were at loggerheads. At this moment, everyone just needed to quietly watch the two of them act cool and avoid bringing unnecessary trouble to themselves. Didn't that song go like this? I'll quietly watch you act cool, and your dad and mom will be afraid of you. Ha ha! I want to see which trash from the public hall is barking here. After Qin Feng bid 200 million, Wei Tianhao didn't immediately increase the bid. He sneered and walked out of the private room. His icy gaze fell on Qin Feng, who was in the last row. Qin Feng was here to stir up trouble tonight, so there was no need to hide his identity. At this moment, Qin Feng stood up and met Wei Tianhao's icy gaze with a smile. Don't say such useless words. I bid 200 million. If you don't have the money to increase the bid, then shut up. Don't delay this lord's auction. When Qin Feng's voice fell, the auction hall was filled with sighs. Wei Tianhao was someone with a high status in Hong Kong. Most of the people present were wealthy businessmen from Hong Kong. Which one of them hadn't been to Dafiheo Casino? No one expected that the person who kept raising the price in the private room was Wei Tianhao. If they had known earlier, the Hong Kong businessman who had been competing with Wei Tianhao would have given up. In Hong Kong, it was very troublesome to offend Wei Tianhao. Moreover, Qin Feng's voice was clearly that of a mainlander. Many of the rich businessmen present had a playful smile on their faces. A mainlander dared to challenge Wei Tianhao in Hong Kong? Everyone could already imagine Qin Feng's tragic fate. Ha ha ha. Good, very good. You fucking said I don't have money? I'll show you what it means to be rich. Wei Tianhao was successfully enraged by Qin Feng. If it wasn't for the strict rules of the auction house that forbade fighting, Wei Tianhao would have asked the ghost-stealing lord to hack Qin Feng in half. The Wei family that Wei Tianhao belonged to had a foothold in Jingdu. The conflict between the Wei family and Qin Feng was between Wei Tianhao's brother Tang, Wei Shaolei, and Qin Feng. Wei Tianhao had only heard of Qin Feng's name. He didn't know what Qin Feng was looking for. Now that he looked at Qin Feng, Wei Tianhao didn't know that this was the person who killed his brother Tang. Otherwise, Wei Tianhao would have thanked Qin Feng properly. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become the young master of the Wei family. 250 million. Wei Tianhao was really angry and directly raised the price by 50 million. Another wave of exclamations sounded in the public hall. Those who didn't know better would have thought it was a horror film. 300 million. Wei Tianhao's expression didn't change when he raised the price. Qin Feng's bid was as light as a cloud and breezy. Money was like dog shit in the eyes of these two people. The more they threw out, the better. 300 million for 4 pieces of ice-type jade was a record high. Wei Shaolei's calm expression finally flashed with a hint of unease. This price was beyond his expectations. Jiao Jiao, who was standing on the stage, was overjoyed. She loved to see the local tycoons at the auction because the auction house would take a 10% commission for every auction item. The higher the auction price, the happier the auction house would be. Brat, what do you mean? I advise you to stop now. Otherwise, you won't be able to leave Hong Kong even if you get the item. Wei Tianhao didn't continue to raise the price and started to threaten Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't care at all. He laughed and said, I didn't mean anything. It's just that some people said they wanted to show me what it means to be rich. I'm really disappointed. Qin Feng's tone was full of mockery. He wanted to continue angering Wei Tianhao. As expected, Wei Tianhao was angry. Many people in the hall knew Wei Tianhao. If Wei Tianhao suddenly backed out of the auction, he would feel like he was slapping himself in the face. Master Honda gave Wei Tianhao the bidding limit of 300 million for the 4 pieces of ice-type jade. Now that Qin Feng directly raised the price to 300 million, Wei Tianhao couldn't make up his mind. Wei Tianhao glanced at Master Honda in the private room. Honda seemed to be dissatisfied with Qin Feng's arrogance. He extended his index finger towards Wei Tianhao. Qin Feng saw this scene through the talisman of clairvoyance. Wei Tianhao immediately understood and became arrogant again. He turned around and glared at Qin Feng, yelling, 400 million! Each of Honda's fingers represented 100 million. In a fit of anger, Wei Tianhao added 100 million all at once. This idiotic behavior made Qin Feng laugh inwardly. The corner of Honda's mouth twitched, and he was so angry that he almost kicked Wei Tianhao away. The hall was in an uproar again. As expected of the boss behind Dafu Gambling City, he raised the price by 100 million just because he was angry. This was too stupid. You piece of trash. Raise the price again if you have the guts. You want to compete with me in terms of money? I can smash you to death with money. After Wei Tianhao raised the price, he started to clamor. Qin Feng looked at Wei Tianhao with a pitiful expression and said, "Rich, you really are rich. 400 million to buy 4 pieces of ice-type jade. That's 100 million per piece. TSK, HSK. I'm not stupid. I'm not going to raise the price." Qin Feng's words caused a roar of laughter. He was secretly calling Wei Tianhao an idiot. Everyone thought Wei Tianhao was too arrogant, but none of them dared to say it. Now that Qin Feng said it, everyone agreed with him. Wei Tianhao successfully got 4 pieces of ice-type jade, but he wasn't happy at all. He even had the urge to kill someone. "Brat, I'll remember you. Be careful after tonight's auction is over." Wei Tianhao glared at Qin Feng and threatened him in front of everyone. Qin Feng didn't seem to hear Wei Tianhao's words. He sat back with a smile. The first item was sold. Ghost Thief King carried 2 big bags to the backstage to handle the necessary procedures. Qin Feng used the talisman of clairvoyance to take a look and found that the bags were filled with US dollars. In the private room where Wei Tianhao and Honda were, there were dozens of bags filled with US dollars. Qin Feng was sure that these people were using the auction to launder money. Looking at the remaining 12 bags of US dollars, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. He suddenly had a brilliant plan. The second item was brought to the stage. It was a scroll. The scroll was placed on the long table on the stage. 2 old men in gloves slowly spread the scroll. The second auction item is also very impressive. This is the work of Zhang Ziduan, a court painter during the reign of Emperor Huizong of the Song dynasty. I believe everyone is familiar with Zhang Ziduan. His masterpiece, Along the River during the Qingming Festival, is now in the Palace Museum in Jingdu. Experts have confirmed that this painting is authentic. The starting price is 50 million, and each bid must be at least 1 million. The bidding starts now. As soon as Jiao Jiao finished speaking, many people started to bid. These rich people loved to collect famous paintings and antiques. Although they didn't know how to appreciate them, and they didn't know the cultural history behind them, they still bought them to show off. 60 million, 80 million, 100 million. Wei Tianhao raised the price to 100 million. Hearing Wei Tianhao's voice, the bidders were all stunned. Didn't he just spend 400 million on 4 pieces of jade of the ice type? Is he going to fight for the golden Mingqi painting again? How rich is this guy? Even these Hong Kong businessmen, tycoons, and foreign CEOs were shocked by Wei Tianhao's wealth. This guy's family ran a bank, so money was just a string of numbers in his eyes. 200 million. Just when everyone was so shocked that they forgot to bid, a voice came from the last row of the public hall, raising the price to 200 million. People didn't need to turn their heads to know who made the bid, so they all shut their mouths. It seemed like they were not fated to get the second auction item again. Wei Tianhao's face was so cold that it almost froze. He finally realized that Qin Feng was purposely going against him. Honda had also given Wei Tianhao 300 million renminbi for the Jinminqi competition map. Wei Tianhao glared at Qin Feng and yelled, "I'll play with you until the end." 300 million. Qin Feng had the talisman of clairvoyance, so he could clearly see every eye contact between Wei Tianhao and Honda. Qin Feng already knew that Wei Tianhao's bottom line was 300 million, so he didn't bid anymore and went back to his seat leisurely. He'd cheated Wei Tianhao out of 200 million just by casually shouting. This kind of feeling was very satisfying. After winning the second auction item with 300 million, Wei Tianhao's mood became worse and worse. If Qin Feng wasn't here today, Wei Tianhao could have won these 2 items with 300 million, but now he had to spend 400 million more. Even if it was dirty money, he shouldn't be squandered like this. Chapter 736. The ghost thief had just finished the paperwork for the ice-type jade, and he went to the paperwork for the golden brightness pool competition map with 2 black bags. The auction was still going on. Jiao Jiao, the auctioneer on the stage, was grinning from ear to ear. She secretly winked at Qin Feng. She liked Qin Feng's hot temper. Tonight's auction was indeed a large-scale international auction, and the next few items were also very valuable treasures. Paintings by famous foreign artists, the second largest sapphire in the world, blue and white porcelain, and all kinds of antiques. It was obvious that Wei Tianhao and Honda came prepared. Tonight was no longer an auction, but a special place for them to buy more than half of the treasures. Qin Feng kept raising the price with Wei Tianhao. Wei Tianhao was so angry that he almost fought Qin Feng several times. Honda brought $1 billion, which was equivalent to more than 7 billion renminbi. According to Honda's plan, $1 billion was more than enough. However, Qin Feng came out of nowhere and completely messed up their plan. The auction was only halfway through, and Wei Tianhao's $1 billion were already gone. Without funds, Wei Tianhao stopped bidding and returned to his private room. Qin Feng used the talisman of clairvoyance to see Wei Tianhao and Honda talking at a table. After chatting for a while, Wei Tianhao made a phone call. After hanging up, he walked out of the private room and resumed his arrogant demeanor as he continued to raise the price. Qin Feng sat in the last row of the public hall, which was too far away from Wei Tianhao's private room. Moreover, Wei Tianhao and Honda were talking in low voices, so Qin Feng couldn't hear their conversation. However, judging from Wei Tianhao's behavior, Qin Feng guessed that Wei Tianhao had sent someone to get the money. Qin Feng was waiting for this moment. He took out his phone without hesitation and sent a message to Yan Wushuang. After sending the message, Qin Feng thought for a while and sent the same message to Liya. Qin Feng was relieved. The auction was in full swing. Wei Tianhao was still the most eye-catching existence. He had a hand in almost every item, and most of the treasures ended up in Wei Tianhao's hands. Time passed quickly, and the auction was coming to an end. Jiao Jiao took the box and placed it on the table. Before the box was opened, the emerald spirit ring on Qin Feng's finger suddenly reacted. Moreover, the reaction was unusually strong. It was even stronger than the heaven and earth yuan stone on Ao Xiaowan's chest. Violet grade spirit artifact, blood, drinker blade. With a blade in hand, he stained the ground with fresh blood. Special skill. Bloodthirsty blade grows stronger upon contact with blood. Even better when used with the killer book. An unfamiliar piece of information appeared in Qin Feng's mind. Qin Feng knew that this was the item in the exquisite box on the stage. He never would have thought that it would actually be a purple-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Feng immediately became spirited. Up until now, he still didn't have a purple-grade spirit weapon. Qin Feng's previous bids were all because he was intentionally raising the price for Wei Tianhao to trick him. However, this time, Qin Feng had to get this purple-grade, bloodthirsty dagger. Ladies and gentlemen, the item in this box is a dagger of unknown origin. The dagger is made of ancient bronze, and its design is exquisite. It is a rare collectible. Jiao Jiao introduced the bloodthirsty dagger on the stage with a charming smile. There seemed to be something wrong with this purple-grade spiritual weapon. Qin Feng didn't feel any fluctuation of spiritual energy from the dagger. The orange-grade spiritual weapons that Qin Feng wore all had faint fluctuations of spiritual energy, and the fluctuation of spiritual energy from a blue-grade spiritual weapon was even stronger. This was a purple-grade spiritual weapon, so why didn't it have any reaction? This bronze dagger of unknown origin. The starting price is 10 million, and each increment must be no less than 500,000. Jiao Jiao announced the price. Compared to the previous items, the price of this dagger was not high. Even though it was 10 million, the audience was still discussing it. 10 million for a broken bronze dagger? That's ridiculous. Humph. I still have a bronze cauldron unearthed during the Shang and Zhou dynasty in my house. I used it to cook hot pot, but it tastes a little weird. I only spent 10 million to buy that bronze cauldron. Who would want this broken dagger if I bid 10 million? Hurry up and change to the next item. This thing is not attractive at all. The rich merchants in the public hall were not interested in the bronze dagger, and the people in the private rooms on the right were even less interested. Jiao Jiao was a little embarrassed when she saw everyone's reaction. Even she didn't know when this bronze dagger was unearthed. She didn't even know if it was real or fake. Today, someone suddenly put it on the auction house and asked to be auctioned. Jiao Jiao saw that Qin Feng kept bickering with Wei Tianhao tonight, so she put this broken thing up for auction. She wanted to trick Wei Tianhao again. In the end, Wei Tianhao was too lazy to even look at the bronze dagger. 10,500,000. Just when everyone was shouting to change to the next item, a voice suddenly rang out. The noise stopped abruptly, and everyone looked towards Qin Feng in the last row. Who was the most eye-catching person in the auction tonight? The first was Qin Feng, and the second was the idiot Wei Tianhao. What is this person doing? He's actually interested in this broken bronze dagger? Spending 10 million for this trash? Are you stupid? He clearly isn't buying it. He's been bickering with young Master Wei all night. He wants to trick young Master Wei again. This time, young Master Wei didn't make a bid. I reckon that brat can't trick young Master Wei. This time he's tricked himself. Haha. Everyone started talking about Qin Feng again. Qin Feng acted as if he couldn't hear everyone's discussion. His burning gaze fell on the bronze dagger. Since the Emerald Spirit Ring identified this dagger as the purple-grade, bloodthirsty dagger, Qin Feng believed it couldn't be fake. As for why this bloodthirsty dagger didn't have any spiritual qi waves, Qin Feng decided to get it first before studying it. Seeing that no one was interested in the bloodthirsty dagger, Qin Feng was overjoyed. These people spent tens or even hundreds of millions to buy a painting or a set of Tang Sankai, but they treated the real good stuff like trash. Even 10 million was too much for them. While everyone was still discussing, Wei Tianhao looked at Qin Feng and suddenly laughed loudly. Haha, you idiot! Do you think I'll buy any trash? You still want to trick me this time? Ha ha ha, I'm not interested in this piece of scrap metal. If you like it, then buy it for 10 million. Wei Tianhao looked pleased, as if he had seen through Qin Feng's thoughts. He laughed so hard that his intestines were about to fall out. Qin Feng tricked Wei Tianhao for an entire night. Wei Tianhao was so angry that his lungs were about to explode. This time, he felt that he finally tricked Qin Feng. Although it was only 10 million, Wei Tianhao was so happy that he almost floated in the air. Qin Feng glanced at Wei Tianhao indifferently and ignored this idiot. Everyone else thought that Qin Feng was tricked this time, and there were many people gloating over his misfortune. Not a single person bid against Qin Feng. Even Jiao Jiao, who was on the stage, couldn't wait to hammer the final price. Jiao Jiao was overjoyed that this broken bronze dagger could sell for 10,500,000. Haha! Congratulations to our Mr. Number 103. This Mr. has been bidding for an entire night, but he didn't get the treasure he wanted. This time, Mr. Number 103 has a discerning eye and has taken a liking to this valuable bronze dagger. I'm happy for him. Mr. Number 103, please come on stage and take your auction item to the backstage to complete the relevant procedures. Jiao Jiao said a bunch of words that made the audience burst into laughter. Spending 10 million on a piece of scrap metal is called having a discerning eye. Everyone suspected that Jiao Jiao was purposely teasing Qin Feng. Qin Feng didn't care about the crowd's discussion and ridicule. He ran up the stage excitedly. Qin Feng took the purple-grade, bloodthirsty dagger and walked backstage. On the way, Qin Feng injected a strand of inner qi into the bloodthirsty dagger. However, the bloodthirsty dagger didn't have the slightest reaction. Even white-grade spiritual energy would form a spiritual connection with a spiritual weapon wielder after being injected with inner chi. Why didn't this purple-grade, bloodthirsty dagger work? Qin Feng started to wonder if this was really a piece of scrap metal. Little Pig's voice rang in Qin Feng's mind. Master, someone has added a formation to the bloodthirsty blade, so I can't sense any spiritual chi fluctuations or inject inner chi into it. For the time being, it's no different from a piece of scrap metal. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. It really was a piece of scrap metal? With my current formation ability, can I break the formation seal on the bloodthirsty dagger? Qin Feng asked. Master, the formation on this dagger isn't profound. You can break the seal now, but you need the help of spirit stones to break it. I suggest Master find a place without people to break it. Qin Feng was relieved after listening to Little Pig's explanation. If the martial artists of China found out that he had bought a purple-grade spiritual weapon with 10 million, they would definitely be envious to death. Qin Feng took the bloodthirsty dagger to the service counter and paid the fee according to the attendant's steps. The bloodthirsty dagger didn't have any spiritual energy fluctuations, so Qin Feng couldn't put it into the hedonist sovereign system. So he put the bloodthirsty dagger on his body. By the time he returned to the auction hall, the auction had already ended. All the items were sold, and 2/3 of the items were bought by Wei Tianhao. Everyone had started to disperse, and those who needed to pay the fee went backstage to complete the procedures. Wei Tianhao and Honda were still sitting in the private room. The ghost-stealing lord had also returned, and the three of them were whispering to each other. Master Honda, that stinking brat who keeps bidding against us is too despicable. Should we ask the ghost-stealing lord to kill him? Wei Tianhao asked Honda in a low voice with a cold expression. Honda had been unhappy with Qin Feng for a long time. Because of Qin Feng's appearance, he had lost 1 billion USD. That was a lot of money. Ghost-stealing lord, follow that brat. Leave the follow-up procedures to Wei Tianhao. Honda ordered the ghost-stealing lord. Don't worry, Master Honda. I'll cut this sick man into pieces and feed him to the dogs. Chapter 737. Qin Feng had already left the auction venue and was leisurely strolling on the bustling streets of Hong Kong. Hong Kong was a city that never sleeps. The exciting nightlife only began at night. Qin Feng felt someone following him the moment he walked out of the Golden Glory Club. Qin Feng pretended not to know anything and slowly left the noisy street. He arrived at a desolate and uninhabited small park. Whoosh! The wind howled in the park, but Qin Feng could hear the sound of someone breaking through the wind. Ghost Stealer Jun was a shinobi from Japan, which was equivalent to 80% of the experts in China. Coupled with his superb invisibility skills, killing someone was as easy as killing an ant. Ghost Stealer Jun never hesitated when killing people. After making sure there was no one around, he lightly leaped and attacked the back of Qin Feng's neck. Whoosh! A violent sound of breaking wind resounded. A dagger appeared in Ghost Stealer Jun's hand. He slashed down with the dagger and brought up a white shadow. However, this slash missed. Baka! Ghost Stealer Jun's expression greatly changed as he cursed. This slash actually missed? This was completely out of Ghost Stealer Jun's expectation. Qin Feng didn't know when he had jumped under a tree 5 meters away. Ghost Stealer Jun's reaction was also extremely fast. After a brief moment of distraction, he had already launched his second attack. Ghost Stealer Jun swung his hand and a swastika-shaped shuriken flew out. Clang! Qin Feng lightly raised his hand and the Sky Splitter axe appeared in his hand. The swastika-shaped shuriken was directly cut in half by Qin Feng's battle axe and fell under Qin Feng's feet. Who are you? Ghost Stealer Jun's pupils constricted. He had already realized that he had encountered an ancient martial arts expert from China. Qin Feng's face carried a bright smile as his appearance visibly changed. As a shinobi from Japan, Ghost Stealer June had trained in night vision since he was young. In the pitch-black park, he clearly saw that Qin Feng's appearance had changed into another person, causing Ghost Stealer June to cry out in fear. "It's you, Xiao Feng? I remember you were yelling yesterday that you wanted to kill me with one slash. Now that the opportunity has come, you better grasp it well. Don't get killed by me." Qin Feng and the ghost-stealing lord stared at each other in the dark. Both of their eyes emitted a cold, murderous intent. The ghost-stealing Kuin was an earth ninja from Japan. Since he was a child, he had been trained to fight in various environments. Fighting in the woods at night was the ghost-stealing Kuin's forte. The corner of the ghost-stealing Kuin's mouth curved into an evil smile. It was as if he could already see the scene of Qin Feng falling under his Wu Sherdao. "Humph. It seems like you already know that your identity has been exposed. Wait till I kill you, the sick man of China. Then I'll go back and catch the traitor." The shinobi of the island were all geniuses that were picked out from thousands of miles away. The ghost-stealing monarch's thoughts were very fast, and he was able to see through many things. "Do you know why I exposed my identity to you? Because you can't go back," Qin Feng said coldly. The ghost-stealing lord clenched his teeth, roared, and pounced towards Qin Feng. "Baka! You're dead, you're dead!" Rumble. A loud sound rang out in midair, just like the roar of thunder. The ghost-stealing Kuin jumped on top of Qin Feng's head. He swung his hand, and Wu Sherdao fell from his back. The blade was like an arrow, flashing and disappearing. Qin Feng raised his eyebrows and quickly dodged to the side. In the next moment, the tree behind him had already been cut in half. "Humph, you have some skills, but you still have to die." The ghost-stealing Kuin narrowed his eyes and began to pay attention to Qin Feng. Last time, Qin Feng didn't dodge his blade at Dafu Gambling City, but this time he easily dodged it. It was obvious that he had hidden his true strength. Although the shinobi of the island nation were arrogant and complacent, they were still very cautious in front of a strong enemy. Rumble. Qin Feng's axe chopped down, and a dragon condensed from inner qi whistled through the air. The dragon's roar was deafening, and it forced the ghost-stealing Kuin to retreat. The shock in his eyes became more and more intense. Qin Fen chased after the ghost thief June, and the heaven-splitting axe in his hand continued to fall. The ghost thief June desperately waved the Wu Sherdao to block, but his body was still cut by the fierce axe chi. His night clothes had long been tattered, and blood had dyed both his trousers. "Bastard, get out of here." The ghost-stealing Kuin hadn't been in such a difficult situation in a long time. He was so angry that his eyeballs were about to pop out. He roared, and his right hand grabbed Wu Sherdao and waved it around. His left hand continuously shot out dozens of flashing white light. Chi-shaped darts shot towards Qin Feng at the speed of bullets. "Xiao, xiao, xiao." Qin Feng quickly put away the sky-splitting Kuin axe and continuously shot out his palms. His speed was also very fast, and his palms created afterimages. The air suddenly resounded with the sound of the wind. The wind blades turned into white lights that flickered, like fireflies, illuminating the surroundings. "Bastard, how is this possible? You can condense chi to kill people?" The ghost-stealing Kuin's complexion changed. He looked at the dense rain of wind blades and felt as if the god of death had arrived. The dozens of chi-shaped darts that the ghost-stealing Kuin threw out had already been shot down by the wind blades. The remaining wind blades all smashed into the ghost-stealing Kuin's body, but they didn't cause any serious injuries. They only scratched his skin. So it was a feint. You Chinese people are really treacherous and cunning. I'm going to chop your flesh and feed it to the dogs. Very quickly, the ghost-stealing Kuin discovered that although the wind blades that Qin Feng threw out looked scary, they didn't cause any substantial damage. The corner of Qin Feng's mouth curved into a cruel smile. The Japanese devils were completely devoid of conscience in history. They burned, killed, and pillaged China. This kind of animal had the nerve to say that the Chinese people were treacherous and cunning. Qin Feng's rapidly dancing hands had already stopped. His hands were behind his back, and he didn't have any spirit weapons in his hands. The ghost-stealing Kuan carried Wu Sherdao and rushed forward with a sinister expression. Wu Sherdao was dragged on the ground, and the ghost-stealing lord ran at top speed, leaving behind sparks on the ground. When he was only 5 meters away from Qin Feng, the ghost-stealing lord let out an explosive roar and suddenly disappeared, reappearing above Qin Feng's head in an instant. Wu Sherdao drew a half-moon in the air, and the cold blade Qi was threatening. Qin Feng stood motionlessly with his hands behind his back. Wu Sherdao descended from the sky. The strong gust of wind blew Qin Feng's long hair into a mess. The blade was about to land on Qin Feng's scalp. Rumble! Qin Feng suddenly raised his hand and struck out with his palm. A ball of intense fireball flew out from his palm. The destructive fire was unstoppable, and in the blink of an eye, it ignited the ghost-stealing monarch's entire body. The fire reached 3 meters high, and the Wu Sherdao in the ghost-stealing monarch's hand had already melted, turning into ashes that were scattered by the wind. Ghost-stealing monarch's heart-wrenching scream came from within the flames. At the moment of his death, he still could not figure out where this flame came from. The ghost-stealing lord felt that if he was given 0.1 seconds, or even less, he would be able to cut Qin Feng in half with one slash. But this blade would never fall. His Wu Sherdao had already turned into ashes. Rumble! After the ghost-stealing lord's scream disappeared, Qin Feng waved his hand and the destructive flame disappeared. The park returned to its original tranquility and gloominess, as if nothing had happened. The ghost-stealing king was burned to a pile of ashes, and when the wind blew, the ashes were all gone. At the same time, in a port area of Hong Kong's Shawankou, Leah grabbed a pistol and squatted behind the door of an abandoned factory. After Leah received Qin Feng's message, she immediately rushed to the big billionaire casino alone. Qin Feng suspected that Wei Tianhao would send someone to take the money from the black gold vault, so he sent a message to Li Ye and Yan Wushuang, telling them to wait at the entrance of the big billionaire casino. He didn't expect that Li Ye would really succeed, and she followed the 8 great guardian warriors of the big billionaire casino to this area. The 8 great guardian warriors had already entered the abandoned factory, but Li Ye didn't follow them in. The 8 great guardian warriors were all stage 6 inner chi experts, and Li Ye was only an ordinary person. She was afraid that if she followed them into the factory, her identity would be exposed. At that time, before she could find the location of the black money, she would lose her life here. Little beauty, who are you waiting for here? He couldn't be peeing, right? That's great. Quickly lift up your sexy butt and let Big Brother see it. Big Brother will help you wipe your butt. Just as Leah was nervous and on edge, a burst of evil laughter suddenly came from behind her. Leah's hand that was holding the gun broke out in a layer of cold sweat, and she hurriedly turned around in fright. Don't move. I am a senior inspector of Hong Kong. I suspect that you are related to a money laundering case. All of you, raise your hands above your heads and obediently squat on the ground. Leah turned around and saw 4 of the 8 great guardian warriors standing there. When the 4 of them saw the gun in Leah's hand, their expressions changed. Haha. So it's a senior inspector from Hong Kong. We were just joking just now. Sir, don't take it seriously. One of them laughed at Leah. Leah's face was cold, and her body was trembling slightly. These were 4 stage 6 inner chi experts. It would be a lie if Leah wasn't nervous. Stop smiling mischievously. Hurry up and put your hands on your head and squat on the ground. Leah pretended to be calm, but her voice was abnormally stern. A cold-killing intent flashed across the eyes of the 4 of them. Just as one of them was about to make a move, the other hurriedly said, Sir, you must have misunderstood us. We're just here to take a walk and enjoy the sea breeze. We are not bad people. We will squat down now. Sir, you must not shoot. Be careful of misfire. The man who spoke gave the other three a look, and the four of them obediently squatted down. Leah heaved a sigh of relief in her heart. Before she could even breathe properly, a gust of wind suddenly blew from behind her. Leah felt a sharp pain at the back of her neck, and in the next second, she fainted. Fuck! How did we get targeted by the Hong Kong police? The man who knocked Leah unconscious had a serious expression as he looked at the four King Kong who were squatting on the ground and asked. The four of them stood up and walked over to the other four King Kongs. The 8 King Kong's expressions turned cold. They had come to help young Master Wei withdraw money, but they were targeted by the Hong Kong police. They did not know if there were other police officers lying in ambush nearby. Chapter 738. After the 2 left, the remaining 6 warriors looked at Leah, who had fallen to the ground. The expressions of the 6 of them changed. A wretched light flashed past their eyes as they sized up Leah's perfect body. Big brother, this girl is so pretty and hot. She's also a fucking police officer. I'm on fire. Big brother, we haven't played with a female police officer before. Do you want to test her? 5 of the 6 people looked at Big brother lecherously. Big brother was also a little tempted, but now that the Black Vault had been discovered by the Hong Kong police, Big brother was still a little worried. Let's wait for 7th and 8th bro to come back first. Don't delay the business. Big brother raised his eyebrows and said. The other 5 people were already burning with passion. They didn't have the mood to wait any longer. Big brother, what are you afraid of? Even if the Hong Kong police found out, they will still be captured by us like this girl. When the time comes, we will interrogate them and find out who is hiding in our rich family. If young Master Wei finds out about this, he will reward us. That's right, big brother. We are all stage 6 inner chi experts. How many people in Hong Kong can beat us? Nothing will happen. Beautiful policewoman, big brother. The 5 people persuaded Big Brother back and forth. Big Brother also began to be tempted. Okay, then one by one. You guys watch first. I'll go first. Big Brother said as he bent down to hug Leah. The 5 subordinates were speechless, but they could only watch Big Brother go first. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Before Big Brother's hand could touch Leah's body, the sound of wind breaking suddenly came from the air. Not good, it's an ambush. The expressions of the 6 warriors changed drastically. Big Brother roared, and everyone quickly scattered in all directions. Poochie! Half of the throwing knives fell to the ground. The blades sank into the soil, and the exposed red cloth strips fluttered in the wind. The other half of the throwing knives cut through the skin of the 6 warriors. Some directly pierced their thighs, arms, and even hearts. All the throwing knives fell. A beautiful figure floated over. Yen Wushuang wore a tight black leather jacket and a pair of black boots. Her beautiful face was as cold as frost, and her fine black hair fluttered in the wind. She looked extremely cool. Who are you? One of the 6 great guardian deities had his heart pierced by a flying dagger and died. The other 5 people looked at Yen Wushuang with fear in their eyes. Big brother, there's no one around. What happened here? Old 7 and Old 8, who had gone out to investigate, had already rushed back. As soon as they returned, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. Yen Wushuang acted as if she didn't hear his question. She raised her jade-like hand, pulled out a thin leather belt from her waist, and leaped away. Pa pa pa! As the belt swung, the sound of wind breaking could be heard in the air, as if someone was setting off firecrackers. Yen Wushuang was a stage 7 inner chi expert, so these stage 6 inner chi cultivators were nothing in her eyes. Whip shadows appeared and overlapped. The 7 great guardian deities felt like they were about to suffocate. Old 7 and Old 8's movements slowed down. Unable to dodge in time, the two of them were struck by the whip shadow. Their sternum was instantly broken, and their chests caved in less than 5 minutes after Yen Wuxuang arrived. 3 of the 8 great guardian deities had already lost their lives. The other 5 looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with anger and panic. It's impossible to run away. Let's attack together and fight this bitch to the death. We might be able to survive this. Big Brother roared angrily and pounced at Yen Wuxuang with his fists. The other 4 did not hesitate and pounced at Yen Wuxuang from different directions. Yen Wuxuang leaped up into the air. She was wearing a tight black outfit that showed off her voluptuous figure to the fullest. Her long hair fluttered in the wind, and a cold light flashed in her beautiful eyes. She lashed out with the leather belt in her hand like a domineering queen. Anyone who saw her could not help but want to conquer her. The 5 great guardian deities were not in the mood to conquer Yen Wuxuang. They were about to lose their lives. As Yen Wuxuang swung her belt, the powerful aura in the air became more intense. The 5 great guardian deities hurriedly struck their palms in the air, using the wind generated by their palms to counteract the strength of the whip shadows. Bang! 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 The attacks from both sides collided in the air, producing a series of violent explosions. The sound was like thunder, causing the ground to tremble. Yen Wuxuang paused in the air for a moment. Then she landed on the ground. The 5 great guardian deities immediately seized the opportunity and punched at her together. Bitch! How dare you offend the 8 great guardian deities? I'll kill you! Bang! The first 2 great guardian deities roared angrily. Yen Wuxuang had just landed on the ground when she leaped into the air again. She was fast and agile. Yen Wuxuang's slender and perfect body did a backflip in the air and kicked the 2 great guardian deities behind her away. Bang! The moment her feet landed on the bodies of the 2 great guardian deities, 2 loud noises were heard. Yen Wuxuang leaped into the air again with the help of the counterforce. After a beautiful backflip, she arrived above the heads of the other 2 great guardian deities in an instant. She landed her feet on their shoulders. The 2 great guardian deities felt as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Their legs went soft and they fell to the ground. Clang! The Big Brother, who was the only one left, stabbed at Yen Wuxuang's back with a long sword in his hand. Yen Wuxuang felt the cold air of death coming from her back. She was about to leap and dodge when a gunshot was heard in the air. Bang! The Big Brother, who was behind Yen Wuxuang, fell to the ground as well. His knee was pierced by a bullet and his blood spilled all over the ground. In less than 10 minutes, the 8 great guardian deities were completely defeated by Yen Wuxuang. 3 of them were killed while the other 5 were severely injured and could not get up from the ground. Slap! 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 Yen Wuxuang leaped into the air again and whipped the 5 great guardian deities with a leather belt. The leather belt fell on the 5 great guardian deities and knocked them out instantly. Thud! Yen Wuxuang landed lightly on the ground. Her high-heeled boots made a crisp sound when she stepped on the ground. Yen Wuxuang looked at Leah, who was sitting on the ground, and asked coldly, "Who are you?" Leah was knocked out by the 8 great guardian deities, but she was woken up by the sound of the fight between Yen Wuxuang and the 8 great guardian deities. Leah had witnessed the fight between Yen Wuxuang and the 8 great guardian deities. She was stunned by Yen Wuxuang's strong and experienced skills. Who are you?" Leah quickly regained her senses and aimed the gun at Yen Wuxuang nervously. This woman was more dangerous than the 8 great guardian deities. Yen Wuxuang clasped her hands behind her back and looked calm as if she did not see the gun in Leah's hand. Yen Wuxuang tied the belt back to her slender waist and said, "Your voice sounds familiar." Leah was so nervous that she did not pay attention to Yen Wuxuang's voice. Now that Yen Wuxuang took the initiative to talk to her, Leah felt that something was wrong. "Ah, you are Qiao Feng's partner? You are from China's dragon sect? Leah exclaimed. She remembered Yan Wushuang's voice. Yan Wushuang also remembered Leah's voice. She was the woman who told Qin Feng that his identity in the dragon sect had been exposed. Leah heaved a sigh of relief when she found out that the woman in front of her was Qiao Feng's partner. She quickly put the gun away and ran to Yan Wushuang. I'm Leah, a senior inspector from Hong Kong. Leah extended her hand. Yan Wushuang looked at Leah coldly and shook her hand. China's dragon sect, Yan Wushuang. Sister Wushuang, you rushed here after receiving Qiao Feng's message, right? Is Qiao Feng here? Leah addressed Yan Wushuang as Sister Wushuang affectionately. Yan Wushuang was a little embarrassed. But on the surface, Yan Wushuang still acted like a cold queen. She said indifferently, Qiao Feng is not here? Are you the only one from the Hong Kong police? Only me. We suspect that there is a mole from the Wei family in the police station. I came here in secret because I don't want to alert the enemy, Liu explained. Yan Wushuang did not expect there to be a mole in the Hong Kong police station. It seemed that informants and mole were unavoidable everywhere. After knowing each other's identity, Leah and Yan Wushuang became a little embarrassed. The last time they talked on the phone, both of them obviously misunderstood each other's identity. They quarreled over the phone and even fought to say that they were Qin Feng's women. It was a little embarrassing, Sister Wushuang. They won't wake up suddenly, right? Leah quickly regained her composure. She purposely did not mention that embarrassing incident. Yan Wushuang heaved a sigh of relief. She was even more embarrassed and shy about that kind of thing. If Leah did not mention it, Yan Wushuang would not talk about it. These people won't wake up for a while. Send a message to Qiao Feng and ask him to come here, Yan Wushuang said to Leah. Leah immediately sent a message to Qin Feng, while Yan Wushuang tied the 8 great Vajras together in the abandoned factory. After doing that, the two of them waited for Qin Feng in the factory. Yan Wushuang was cold and introverted, while Leah was lively and cheerful. The two of them were a perfect match. Leah had endless topics to talk about, chirping like a little bird. Yan Wushuang leaned against the wall coolly and didn't say a word. No one knew if she was listening or not. Leah did not care and continued to talk happily. Group leader Yan Xiaoya? After waiting for a while, Qin Feng's voice came from outside the factory. Yan Wushuang's figure flashed and disappeared before Leah's eyes. Leah was shocked. Group leader Yan, what's the situation? Just as Qin Feng walked to the factory's entrance, Yan Wushuang jumped out and almost fell into Qin Feng's arms. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Yan Wushuang's arrogant body. He had to admit that Yan Wushuang's tight-fitting black leather jacket and pants were very eye-catching and sexy. It undoubtedly displayed Yan Wushuang's cold personality. Her perfect curves were also vividly outlined. I've already knocked out the 8 great generals. The Black Treasury is probably in this factory. Xiaoya, and I haven't checked it yet. We've been waiting for you. Yan Wushuang felt a little shy when she saw Qin Feng's burning gaze. However, Yan Wushuang's expression did not change. It was as if she did not see anything. Chapter 739. Let's go in and see what's going on. Wei Tianhao and the people from Yamaguchi-gumi are waiting for the 8 guardian deities to return with the money. They will definitely be suspicious if they don't see them later. After Qin Feng understood the situation, he did not waste any more time and led the 2 girls into the factory. The factory had obviously been abandoned for a long time. There was no light inside, and some broken tables and chairs were scattered in the corner. They were covered with dust, and the corners were covered with cobwebs. It looked a little creepy. Yan Wushuang and Leah had already turned on the flashlight function of their phones. Qin Feng directly bought a talisman of clairvoyance from the system. After silently chanting an incantation, the talisman of clairvoyance took effect. The situation in the factory entered Qin Feng's eyes clearly. Soon, Qin Feng found a secret passage. Follow me. Qin Feng quickened his pace, and Yan Wushuang followed him. After all, Liu was just an ordinary police officer. She was a little scared walking in this gloomy and cold factory. Naturally, she slowed down and was soon left behind by Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang. Xiao Feng, wait for me. I'm a little scared. Seeing Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang getting further and further away, Liu became more and more nervous. Qin Feng looked back and saw that Liu was already more than 10 meters behind. He shook his head helplessly and retracted his hand to grab Li's delicate hand. Hold on tight. Don't lose you. Holding Qin Feng's big and warm hand, Li's anxious heart instantly calmed down. She could not even describe that wonderful feeling. Yan Wushuang's pretty face was covered with a layer of frost under the cold moonlight. She glanced at Qin Feng and Li's tightly held hands and felt an inexplicable anger in her heart. With the talisman of clairvoyance, Qin Feng's journey was smooth. Halfway through, he realized that Yan Wushuang was slowly left behind. He had to stop and wait for Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang purposely slowed down. When she saw Qin Feng and Li holding hands, she felt an inexplicable anger. She thought that she might as well let the two of them investigate. Team leader Yan, hurry up! Qin Feng shouted at Yan Wushuang. When Yan Wushuang heard Qin Feng's complaint, she was enraged and said, "What are you shouting for? I'm not going. You guys can go alone." Qin Feng was baffled by Yan Wushuang's scolding. However, Yan Wushuang's temper was unpredictable. She was as unpredictable as Lu Bingbing. Qin Feng shook his head helplessly. He pulled Leah and ran to Yan Wushuang's side. Team leader Yan, what's wrong? Let's hurry up and find the treasury. We're not far from that secret passage. Qin Feng's tone softened. As he spoke, his other hand suddenly grabbed Yan Wushuang's lily-white hand. Yan Wushuang's delicate body trembled as if she was electrocuted. Fortunately, it was too dark in the factory, so Qin Feng and Leah did not notice Yan Wushuang's abnormality. Sister Wushuang, are you tired? Let's rest for a while. Sister Wushuang just fought with the 8 guardian deities. She must be tired. Leah's voice had a Hong Kong accent. She called Yan Wushuang Sister Wushuang, which made Yan Wushuang feel a little ashamed. Yan Wushuang felt the warmth of Qin Feng's palm. Qin Feng's grip on her lily-white hand was very tight. This made Yan Wushuang's jealousy disappear instantly. She wondered if she was acting like a little princess. She was not like this in the past. I'm fine. Let's continue. Yan Wushuang lowered her head and looked at Qin Feng and Li shyly. Qin Feng did not think too much about it. Time was of the essence. They had to find the treasury before Wei Tianhao and the people from Yamaguchi-gumi found out something was wrong. Qin Feng used his X-ray vision and continued to walk towards the secret passage. When he stood at the entrance of the passage and looked down, he was stunned by what he saw. Under the ground where Qin Feng was standing, there was a 30-square-meter treasury. It was filled with US dollars, gold bars, and expensive jewelry. Xiao Feng, why did you stop? Liet asked curiously. Yan Wushuang was also puzzled. To cover up the fact that he had the talisman of clairvoyance, Qin Feng made up an excuse and said, "Didn't you guys feel something was wrong?" "What's wrong?" Yan Wushuang and Leah became nervous. It was very creepy to be in such a gloomy place with a whistling sea breeze. There's something wrong with the ground under our feet. The sound we make when we step on it is not right. Qin Feng guided the two ladies' thoughts. As a stage 7 inner Qi martial artist, Yan Wushuang's senses were much stronger than Li's. She stepped on the ground and quickly realized that something was wrong. "It's hollow under me." Yan Wushuang's beautiful eyes sparkled. She suddenly understood. Leah heard Yan Wushuang's words and cried out in surprise, "Huh? Sister Wushuang, it's hollow under you? It's winter, and you don't even wear underwear. You'll catch a cold." Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang were shocked by Li Ye's words. After a while, Qin Feng couldn't help but burst into laughter. Yan Wushuang clenched her teeth and rolled her eyes at Li Ye. What? I said it's hollow under my feet. Li Ye's beautiful eyes rolled a few times before she finally realized what Yan Wushuang meant. She then cried out in surprise. What? The ground under our feet is hollow? Let's go back and don't fall into a trap. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. Why didn't he realize that Li Ye had such a funny side to her? Qin Feng cleared his throat and said, I suspect that the space under our feet is the location of the black gold vault. You guys go back a little. I'll smash a hole in this vault. Li Ye quickly pulled Yan Wushuang to the side. Actually, Qin Feng had already found the secret passage to the black gold vault using the talisman of clairvoyance. However, the secret passage was too well hidden. Qin Feng was afraid that if he found the secret passage, Yan Wushuang and Li Ye would be suspicious. Seeing the two ladies retreating, Qin Feng leaped into the air. Suddenly, a domineering battle axe appeared in his hand. He swung the sky splitter with all his might, and the whole factory shook. With a rumble, a large hole appeared on the ground. Qin Feng jumped into the hole. Team leader Yan Xiaoye, come down! When Qin Feng was standing on the ground, he used the talisman of clairvoyance to observe the situation below. Therefore, Qin Feng was not surprised. On the other hand, Li Ye and Yan Wushuang were stunned by the mountain of US dollars and gold bars when they jumped into the vault. Wow, there's so much money in here. It seems like the amount of money laundered by the Wei family and Yamaguchi-gumi is more than 10 times more than what we've received. Qin Feng nodded and said to the two ladies, If I'm not mistaken, this black gold vault is only one of the vaults where they hide their money. I'm guessing there are other vaults. Li Ye thought there was enough money in this place. When she heard there were other vaults, Li Ye cried out in surprise again. Yan Wushuang was much calmer than before. She nodded in agreement with Qin Feng. There's too much money here. How are we going to transport it away? Li Ye began to worry. Yan Wushuang also fell silent. She was thinking of a solution. Actually, Qin Feng had quite a few ideas. The emerald spirit ring that he had just obtained not only had the ability to search for treasures, but it also had the ability to hold a storage space the size of Hepping Town. Qin Feng could just throw the money in this small treasury into the emerald spirit ring, but it would be difficult to explain to the two women. I drove here, put all the money in my car, and take it away. Qin Feng ran out of the factory and arrived at the factory in the off-road vehicle he borrowed from Huang Jingua. The headlights of the car illuminated the dark factory. Qin Feng jumped into the underground vault and asked the two ladies to put the money on the ground. The underground vault was filled with US dollars. However, Qin Feng threw the money away very quickly. Since Qin Feng had discovered this vault, he naturally wouldn't return empty-handed. Since no one knew how much money there was in this vault, Qin Feng directly put half of the US dollars and gold bars in the vault into the emerald spirit ring. All right, I've emptied everything down there. After 10 minutes, Qin Feng jumped out of the underground vault. The two ladies were drenched in sweat. They had filled the trunk and the back seat of the off-road vehicle. That's it. Why do I feel like there's so much less? Li Ye glanced at the money in the car. It seemed like there was less than what she saw in the vault. Yan Wushuang also felt that there was less money. The two ladies looked at Qin Feng because they were sure that they did not hide any money. Qin Feng felt guilty being stared at by the two ladies, but he pretended to be serious and said, Why are you looking at me? Do you think I'm good at hiding money? What kind of person do you think I am? Moreover, I only have 4 pockets. How much money can I hide? The underground vault is empty. Where can I hide the money? Yan Wushuang and Li Ye went to check the underground vault. It was really emptied. There was not a single US dollar or gold bar left. The two ladies believed that Qin Feng did not hide any money because there was nowhere to hide it. However, The money in the car seemed to be much less than before. The two ladies couldn't understand why. All right, don't be so suspicious. Wei Tianhao and the others must have found out something was wrong. Let's retreat quickly. Qin Feng was afraid that the two ladies would ask more questions, so he pushed them into the car. Team Leader Yan, please drive the car to the bottom of the mountain and wait for me. I'll take care of things here, Qin Feng said to Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang looked at Qin Feng worriedly, but she didn't say anything. She gritted her teeth and drove the off-road vehicle away with Leah. After making sure that the two ladies were gone, Qin Feng threw the 8 warriors at the entrance of the factory into the underground vault. Ah, W, what are you doing? Who are you? I'm warning you, let us go. We are young Master Wei's men. 3 of the 8 warriors were killed by Yan Wushuang. The remaining 5 fell into the underground vault and woke up. The 5 of them looked at Qin Feng, but they didn't know him. Qin Feng ignored them. He raised his hand and a fireball fell into the underground vault, burning the 8 warriors into ashes. Chapter 740. Magnificent Golden Club. It had been an hour since the auction ended, and everyone had left. Only Jiao Jiao, Wei Tianhao, and Master Honda were left in the spacious hall. The people from the auction house were waiting for Wei Tianhao's men to send the money to settle the auction items. They were getting impatient, but they dared not show it on their faces. Haha, young Master Wei. Look, the money hasn't arrived yet? Jiao Jiao looked at Wei Tianhao with a charming smile, but she was cursing him in her heart. Why did you act cool at the auction just now when you don't have the money? You're wasting my time on dating other men. Wei Tianhao couldn't take it anymore. A cold light flashed through Honda's deep eyes as he said to Wei Tianhao with a sullen face, "Call those 8 pieces of trash of yours and ask them what's going on." Master Honda was getting impatient. Wei Tianhao was getting nervous. He quickly ran to the side and made the call. After a while, Wei Tianhao came back with a bitter face. "Master Honda, the phone is off." This was the 3rd call Wei Tianhao made. The first 2 calls went through, but no one picked up. This time the phone was off. Honda had a bad premonition. His voice was so cold that it was about to freeze. Try calling Stealing Ghost Lord. Wei Tianhao had been thinking about the 8 guardian deities, so he had completely forgotten about the ghost-stealing Lord's assassination attempt. Now that Honda mentioned it, Wei Tianhao immediately realized that something was wrong. Stealing Ghost Lord was a master ninja of Yamaguchi-gumi. He should be able to kill a normal kid in a matter of minutes. However, it had been almost an hour. Why wasn't Stealing Ghost Lord back yet? Master Honda, it seems like something big happened. Stealing Ghost Lord's phone is off. Wei Tianhao ended the call with the ghost-stealing monarch. His heart was already tense, and an ominous feeling involuntarily arose. "Baka, Miss Choya, it seems like I'll have to trouble you to go to the Sanbei district." Honda roared in anger and stood up from his chair. A gust of wind blew through the air. Miss Choya appeared out of thin air, scaring Jiao Jiao and the others. When did this woman come to the hall? All right. Choya's voice was ethereal. By the time everyone heard her, she was no longer in the hall. This woman was as elusive as a ghost, scaring everyone to the point that they had goosebumps. "Mr. Honda, what should we do now?" Wei Tianhao knew something big had happened, and he panicked. Honda was so angry that his face turned red and twisted. "Let's go back first. You are the boss of Defoe Casino. You have such a big business there. Do you think these people are afraid that you will go back on your words?" Honda stormed out with a cold face. Wei Tianhao followed him, not forgetting to turn around and shout to Jiao Jiao, "I'll leave the auction items with you for now. I'll send someone to pay for them tomorrow." The 2 of them left. No one in the auction house dared to stop them. Putting aside the fact that Wei Tianhao had an illustrious status in Hong Kong, just the sudden appearance and disappearance of Miss Choya was enough to scare everyone. These people were really afraid that if they were to fall out with Wei Tianhao and that Japanese, Wouldn't their ending be very cruel? Is everything settled? Qin Feng left the abandoned factory and went to the off-road vehicle. He looked at Yan Wushuang and said, "Yes, let's go." Qin Feng was in a hurry to leave, but he suddenly realized a big problem. The trunk and the back seat of the off-road vehicle were filled with money. Yan Wushuang was sitting in the driver's seat, while Li Ye was sitting in the passenger seat. Qin Feng was wondering where he should sit. "Xiao Feng, where do you want to sit?" Yan Wushuang quickly realized the problem. Qin Feng could not help but imagine the scene where Ao Wucheng tied the 13 gangsters of Hong Kong to the roof of the car. He could not help but shudder. Before Qin Feng could answer, Yan Wushuang said, "Why don't you run after the car?" Qin Feng's mouth twitched. He snapped, "Why don't you run after me?" "I'm a woman." Yan Wushuang pouted and put on a cool expression. "Why can't I see that?" Qin Feng deliberately angered Yan Wushuang. Yan Wushuang was instantly enraged. When Leah saw the two of them were about to fight, she quickly said in a coquettish Hong Kong accent, "Stop fighting. Xiao Feng, why don't you squeeze with me? Or I can sit on your lap. I'm not heavy anyway, so I won't crush you to death." Li Ye pretended to be Xiao Feng's girlfriend when she first met him at Dafu Casino. Qin Feng had taken advantage of almost everything, so Li Ye did not mind. Moreover, Qin Feng had made a great contribution tonight by destroying one of Wei Tianhao's hideouts. Li Ye felt that this was a small reward for Xiao Feng. Don't be so troublesome. Hurry up and get in the car. I'll sit on your lap." Yan Wushuang was like a different person when she heard Li Ye's words. Earlier, she asked Qin Feng to run after the car, but now she took the initiative to pull Qin Feng into the car. Qin Feng was confused by this woman. When Qin Feng sat in the car, Yan Wushuang sat in Qin Feng's embrace. Yan Wushuang was very light, and her body was very elastic. Qin Feng drove the SUV on the muddy road and felt like he was having a car shake. The SUV drove directly into the police station where Leah was at. Leah called some reliable confidants over to unload the money. Everyone was stunned when they saw the car full of US dollars and gold bars. Where did this beautiful superior get so much money from? Could it be that she robbed a bank in the middle of the night? Leah temporarily placed the black money in the police station's secret warehouse for safekeeping. Then she busied herself with reporting the latest developments to her superior. Seeing that Leah was extremely busy, Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang left first and drove the SUV back to the hotel. In the following time, Leah and her superior began to carry out all kinds of investigations and evidence collection, trying to find evidence that could convict Wei Tianhao and the Yamaguchi-gumi. Qin Feng and Yan Wushuang, on the other hand, were very free. The two of them stayed in the hotel and secretly observed the progress of the situation. Inside the private banquet hall on the 4th floor of the Dafu Casino, Honda sat on a leather sofa, while Wei Tianhao carefully stood beside him. Miss Chiu stood behind Honda with her hands behind her back and an expressionless face. They couldn't contact the ghost-stealing lord since last night, so Miss Chiu was now responsible for Master Honda's safety. Baka, the underground gold vault in the Sand District, has been discovered. Tens of billions of US dollars and a large amount of gold have been stolen. What the hell is going on? Honda suddenly stood up and glared at Wei Tianhao furiously. There were 3 black vaults in Hong Kong. Only Honda, Wei Xiaolei, and a few other important people knew the locations of these 3 vaults. Now that the vaults had been stolen, Honda became even more suspicious. How could an outsider find out the location of such a hidden vault? Wei Tianhao was so scared that his legs were trembling and his body was drenched in sweat. Wei Tianhao really didn't steal the money from the vault. He knew how powerful the Yamaguchi-gumi was. Even if he stole the money, he wouldn't be alive to spend it. "Master Honda, I really didn't do it. I was with you the whole night. How could I have the chance to do it?" Wei Tianhao immediately defended himself. Honda's expression kept changing. He didn't think Wei Tianhao was the culprit because he didn't have the guts to do it. However, nothing was absolute. Honda still had to interrogate Wei Tianhao. There wasn't enough money at the auction, so it was your 8 warriors who went to the Sand District to withdraw the money. How do you explain that? Honda stared at Wei Tianhao coldly. Master Honda, I don't know where those 8 bastards went. Maybe they really stole the money, but I definitely didn't order them to do it. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare to stand in front of Master Honda. I would have run away in the middle of the night, Wei Tianhao said. Honda's old eyes, which were half covered by his eyelids, glowed. Wei Tianhao's words made sense. It seemed like this kid really didn't do it. Seeing the change in Honda's expression, Wei Tianhao quickly continued. Master Honda, not only did the 8 warriors go missing, but the ghost-stealing lord also went missing. Also, the 13 gangsters that we sent to kidnap Ao Shaowan yesterday afternoon also went missing. This can't be that simple. In one day, 22 people went missing one after another. Moreover, these people were all powerful martial artists. Wei Tianhao and Honda didn't believe that they were all assassinated. Since when did Hong Kong have such a powerful person who could kill 22 people in one day? Unless it was Japan's #1 heavenly ninja, Miss Chioya, who was standing behind Honda. Honda sat back on the sofa and fell silent. Wei Tianhao also shut his mouth, not daring to disturb Honda. After a while, Honda looked up at Wei Tianhao and said, 22 martial artists disappeared in one day. I don't believe that there are such martial artists in Hong Kong. I suspect that these 22 people colluded and stole the Sand Bay Group's secret vault. Quickly send more people to guard the other 2 vaults. If there's another accident, I'll kill you. Honda shouted at Wei Tianhao. Wei Tianhao was so scared that he quickly agreed. Just when Wei Tianhao was about to leave, Honda stopped him. Wait, there's one more thing that you need to do. Now that the ghost-stealing lord, the 8 warriors, and the 13 gangsters have all gone missing, our power is greatly weakened. You need to go to Hong Sect as soon as possible. No matter what, you have to cooperate with Ao Wuchang temporarily. Otherwise, we won't be able to launder money in this Hong Kong Gambling King tournament. Honda didn't expect that so many bad things would happen so close to the Gambling King tournament. He was starting to lose confidence. Wei Tianhao listened to Master Honda's words. Whatever Honda said, he would do. Okay, I'll go and do it now. Wei Tianhao hurried to leave. After a while, Honda said, Miss Chioya, please contact the guy from Dragon Sect and ask him to come to Hong Kong as well. I'm afraid that this money laundering operation is going to be messed up. Chapter 741. In the old mansion of Hong Sect, Huang Jingua, the leader of White Tiger Hall, was working with a group of his men. They were carrying buckets of cement and shovels to fill the deep holes in the courtyard. Everyone looked helpless. They felt that they had learned nothing but the necessary skills of a senior bricklayer after being in Hong Sect for a few years. Last night, Ao Wuchang captured the 13 gangsters and interrogated them overnight. He found out who was the mastermind behind them. In a fit of rage, Ao Wuchang stomped the courtyard in the middle of the night. When the disciples of Hong Sect woke up in the morning, they thought that the courtyard had been bombed. What do you think is wrong with our Zongduozu? He stomped the ground without saying a word. Oh my God, why is the hole so big? The disciples complained as they patched the holes. Huang Jinggua's face changed dramatically. He cleared his throat and shouted, Yo, head leader Wuchang, you're up early today. Ao Wuchang was wearing a white training suit. His long hair fluttered in the wind, revealing his handsome face. He exuded the aura of a Jianghu hero. What nonsense are you talking about? When did I not wake up early to practice martial arts? Ao Wuchang glared at Huang Jingua. He felt that Huang Jingua was acting weird today. Huang Jingua knew that head leader Wuchang would wake up at this time every morning to practice martial arts. His shout was meant for his men to hear. When his men saw Ao Wuchang, they shut their mouths in fear. If head leader Wuchang heard their complaints, they would end up with hundreds of deep holes in the ground. Why hasn't my baby sister, Xiao Wan, woken up yet? Brother Qin is coming to visit us. How can this girl not get up to greet you? Ao Wuchang seemed to be talking to himself. Huang Jingwa immediately threw away the tools in his hand and said with a smile, Head leader Wuchang, I'll go knock on eldest Mrs. door and wake her up. Ao Wuchang nodded, and Huang Jingwa went to call someone. Before he reached Ao Xiaowan's room, the door of Ao Xiaowan's room was pushed open, and a pure little beauty in a flowery short skirt and a white shirt walked out. Huang Jingwa's expression changed dramatically. He shouted as if he had seen a ghost. Fuck! Who are you? Why did you come out from eldest Mrs. room? Where is my little sister, Xiao Wan? Where did you hide her? Huang Jingwa's ghostly cry attracted the attention of Ao Wuchang and the other disciples who were patching up the holes. Instantly, everyone was dumbfounded, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Huang Jingwa, you bastard, how dare you yell at me? Are you tired of living? Believe it or not, this old lady will crush your balls with one foot. Although Ao Xiaowan was dressed like a young girl and had even removed her ear studs, nose studs, and lip studs, she still had a fiery temper. As soon as she spoke, everyone immediately calmed down. The daughter of the Hong sect was still alive. She was still here. Xiao Wan, what are you doing? Ao Wuchang was completely dumbfounded by his little sister's appearance today. In his mind, his little sister was always wearing makeup that was neither human nor ghost. Afro, smoky makeup, strange tattoos, cool studs. However, the younger sister in front of him was pure and adorable. Her skin was as white as snow, and she wore no makeup on her face. If she hadn't yelled at Huang Jingwa with some vulgarities just now, she would have looked like a white lotus waiting to bloom just by standing there quietly. Brother, I am scolding you. Ao Xiaowan looked at Ao Wuchang strangely. She always felt that her brother and the disciples of the Hong sect were looking at her strangely today. Ao Wuchang was stunned for a long time before he came to his senses. He jumped lightly to Ao Xiaowan's side, put his big hand on his sister's forehead, frowned, and muttered, You don't have a fever. You don't have a cold. But why is your brain suddenly abnormal? Ao Wuchang, what are you talking about? Whose brain is abnormal? If you keep talking nonsense, believe it or not, I will scold you too. Ao Xiaowan's fiery temper rose again. Every time she got angry, she would directly call her brother's name. Ao Wuchang also realized that his sister was really angry, but he couldn't understand why his sister was angry. Ahem. Xiao Wan, stop it. Go back and change your clothes and dress up. I'm not used to you looking like this. Usually, the elder brother wanted his sister to dress up beautifully. Ao Wuchang had been brainwashed by his sister's non-mainstream image. He felt that it was normal for his sister to put on smoky makeup and wear a nose and lip stud. When Ao Xiaowan learned that Qin Feng was coming to visit him, he got up early in the morning to dress up. This was the first time Ao Xiaowan had dressed up like a lady. However, as soon as he came out, he was questioned by his elder brother and the disciples of the Hong sect. I don't want to change. I want to dress like this. Don't I look good like this? Huang Jingwa, tell me, do I look good today? Huang Jingwa had seen Ao Xiaowan with smoky makeup and led the non-mainstream fashion trend in Hong Kong. He had long been used to the non-mainstream fashion of the eldest miss, so he always felt that Ao Xiaowan looked weird. Huang Jingwa didn't dare to say anything. He looked at Ao Wuchang with grievance. Ao Wuchang quickly turned his head and pretended that he knew nothing. Are you deaf? I asked you a question. Ao Xiaowan glared at Huang Jingwa angrily. Huang Jingwa hastily smiled and said, You look good. You look good no matter what you put on. Ao Wuchang's mouth twitched when he heard Huang Jingwa's lie. Ao Xiaowan was overjoyed. She knew she was born beautiful. so she would look good no matter what she put on. Head leader Wu Chang, Mr. Qin Feng is here. At this time, a disciple of the Hong sect walked in with Qin Feng. Ao Wu Chang hurried to greet him. When Ao Shaoan saw the handsome Qin Feng in a white suit, her little heart beat faster and faster. Haha, brother Qin Feng, you are here. I have been waiting for you for a long time. Ao Wu Chang called Qin Feng this morning and invited him to visit the Hong sect. Qin Feng happened to have nothing to do, so he came here. It would be good if he could resolve the conflict with the Hong sect because of Qiao Feng's identity. Head leader Wu Chang, you are too polite. It is my honor to visit the Hong sect. Qin Feng said with a smile. Haha, we are brothers, so there is no need to be polite to each other. It will make us seem like strangers. Come, let me show you around the old house of the Hong sect. The scenery here is very good. Ao Wu Chang put his arm around Qin Feng's shoulder and began to wander around with him. Ao Shaoan shyly lowered her head and followed behind them without saying a word. After chatting for a while, Qin Feng suddenly asked, By the way, why don't I see Sister Shaoan? Ao Wu Chang and Ao Shaoan stopped abruptly. The corner of Ao Wu Chang's mouth twitched. He wanted to laugh, but he dared not. He was afraid that his sister would really break off the relationship with him. Brother Qin Feng, Sister Shaoan is behind you, Ao Shaoan said in a low voice. Her voice was soft and weak, which made Ao Wu Chang's hair stand on end. Qin Feng was so scared that he jumped up and stared at the woman behind him as if he had seen a ghost. You are Sister Shaoan? Qin Feng was really scared. He was wondering why there was a little girl following behind him. It turned out that this girl was Ao Shaoan. Qin Feng recalled the first time he met Ao Shaoan. Ao Shaoan had a yellow afro, smoky makeup, and all sorts of piercings on her nose and lips. This girl kept saying, I'm your mother. She would chop you to death at the slightest provocation, or ask Big Brother to stomp you to death. The image of Ao Shaoan as a non-mainstream delinquent girl had been deeply imprinted in Qin Feng's mind. Now, she suddenly changed into a pure student's makeup, which really surprised Qin Feng. Ao Shaoan's little mouth was stubborn, and tears of grievance were about to flow out. Ao Shaoan had lived for 18 years, and this was the first time that she had changed her appearance and habits for others. However, she was questioned by everyone. It seemed that it only brought Qin Feng shock but not joy. Ao Shaoan was so sad that she almost died. Brother Qin Feng, I'm going back to my room. You can walk with me. Ao Shaoan was about to leave with red eyes. After knowing that Qin Feng would come today, she had been tossing and turning all morning. Now, all the good mood suddenly disappeared. Looking at Ao Shaoan's lonely back, Qin Feng said with a smile, Sister Shaoan, are you really going back? I found that you dressed very beautifully today. I was stunned by your beauty just now. I don't know if you would like to accompany me for a while. Let's go shopping together. Qin Feng was a legend in the world of picking up girls. With a few words, he made Ao Shaoan burst with joy. Ao Shaoan turned around and ran back. She took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm and said to Qin Feng with a smile, Okay, then I'll accompany you more. Ao Wu Chang was born to be very slow in the relationship between men and women. Otherwise, he would have seen that his sister had feelings for Qin Feng yesterday. But no matter how slow he was, Ao Wu Chang also found that something was wrong. Looking at his sister's bright smile when she held Qin Feng's arm, Ao Wu Chang's mouth twitched. Is my sister in love? Does she know how to fall in love? Realizing that his sister might have feelings for Qin Feng, Ao Wu Chang became more cautious in his words. He only said good things about his sister to Qin Feng. As for his sister's shortcomings, which were as many as the seawater in the sea, Ao Wu Chang kept his mouth shut. Ao Shaoan was very satisfied with his brother's performance today. From time to time, he secretly cast an appreciative look at his brother. Ao Wu Chang had been with Qin Feng for a long time, and he appreciated Qin Feng more and more. If his sister really wanted to be with Qin Feng, Ao Wuchang would be very happy. The old house of the Hong sect was very large. It was full of buildings that looked like Sihiyuan. There were luxurious brick houses, endless gardens, and martial arts fields. Qin Feng and the other two only strolled in the empty space in the north, and it took them more than an hour. "Brother Qin Feng, you must be tired after walking for so long. Come, let's go to the main hall and have some tea." Ao Wuchang led Qin Feng into the main hall of the house. Huang Jinghua hurriedly came in and poured tea for everyone. Chapter 742. When Qin Feng mentioned the 13 gangsters of Hong Kong, Ao Wuchang's face darkened. Huang Jinghua was startled when he saw Ao Wuchang lift his right foot. He hurriedly yelled, "Division Leader Wuchang, there's a guest here. Please think twice before you step down." Ao Wuchang stomped the ground in anger. Before his foot touched the ground, it was put away. Indeed, Qin Feng was still here. He couldn't scare away this brother he had just met. Huang Jinghua heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that the foot didn't land. "I interrogated them last night, and I got the result," Ao Wuchang said. Qin Feng had just mentioned it casually to find a topic to talk about. He didn't expect that Ao Wuchang would really ask about the mastermind behind the 13 gangsters. Qin Feng asked, "Who is it?" "Brother Qin Feng is from the mainland. I'm afraid you won't know even if I tell you. According to the 13 wild dogs, the Wei family of Dafu Casino and the Yamaguchi-gumi ordered them to do it." In Hong Kong, Ao Wuchang was probably the only one who would call the 13 gangsters 13 wild dogs. Qin Feng's expression suddenly changed. He asked, "The Wei family and Yamaguchi-gumi?" Ao Wuchang saw Qin Feng's excitement and raised his eyebrows. "Brother, do you know about the Wei family and Yamaguchi-gumi?" Qin Feng nodded. "I know a little." Ao Wuchang didn't hide anything from Qin Feng. After all, Qin Feng had saved his sister's life from the 13 gangsters. Ao Wuchang continued, "The Wei family is nothing much. In my eyes, they're like ants. However, the Yamaguchi-gumi of Japan is not to be trifled with. Their organization is rich in Japanese women. No, I mean rich in Japanese ninjas. These ninjas have strange moves and unique abilities." Qin Feng had fought with Ghost-Stealing Lord, so he could understand what Ao Wuchang was saying. Not only were the Japanese ninjas powerful, but they were also good at ninjutsu, illusion, jutsu. They also had all kinds of hidden weapons and poisonous gas. If one was not careful, they might fall into their trap. Then why did they kidnap little Wan? Qin Feng was investigating Wei Tianhao and Yamaguchi-gumi. He thought he might be able to get some secret information from Ao Wuchang. Ao Shaowan had obviously misunderstood Qin Feng. Seeing that Qin Feng was so concerned about her, she was embarrassed. "Big brother Qin Feng, don't worry about me. Let Big Brother deal with those Japanese Yamaguchi-gumi bastards. Please don't avenge little sister, Shaowan. I heard that Japanese ninjas are very powerful. What if you get hurt?" Ao Shaowan acted coquettishly, trying to act cute. Qin Feng and Ao Wuchang's mouths twitched, and they immediately felt uncomfortable. This was especially true for Ao Wuchang, whose face was as black as the bottom of a pot. It was said that a married woman was like spilled water, and it was indeed true. You're afraid that Qin Feng will get hurt, but does that mean your big brother won't get hurt? Qin Feng had never intended to avenge Ao Shaowan. This was purely Ao Shaowan thinking too much. "He right. I'll listen to little sister Shaowan. I won't be impulsive and avenge you," Qin Feng said with a smile. Ao Shaowan nodded happily and held Qin Feng's arm tighter. Qin Feng felt a softness rubbing against his arm, which was very comfortable, but he pretended that nothing had happened. It's good that Big Brother Qin Feng can think this way. Let Big Brother do those dangerous things. We just want to enjoy the results that Big Brother has built." Ao Shaowan smiled innocently. Ao Wuchang's head began to fume, and he suddenly didn't know what to say. Ao Wuchang adjusted his mood for a while and continued. The Wei family and Yamaguchi-gumi seemed to be laundering money in secret. They wanted to recruit me, but I directly refused. I think this time they asked the 13 gangsters to kidnap my sister because they want to get hold of my weakness and force me to give in. Qin Fen didn't expect that Ao Wuchang also knew about Yamaguchi-gumi and Wei Tianhao's money laundering. Qin Fen hurriedly asked, Branch Leader Wuchang, do you have evidence of their money laundering? Do you know where their black gold vault is? I definitely don't have evidence. Otherwise, I would have taken care of them long ago. As for the black gold vault, I don't know. Ao Wuchang shook his head. Qin Fen was slightly disappointed. Huh. Brother Qin Fen, you also know about their money laundering? Who the hell are you? Ao Wuchang saw some problems. Almost no one knew about Yamaguchi-gumi and the Wei family's money laundering. How did Qin Fen know about it? Seeing that he had spilled the beans, Qin Fen didn't hide it anymore. To be honest, Branch Leader Wuchang, I'm actually sent by China's Dragon Sect to investigate this money laundering case. Upon hearing China's Dragon Sect, Ao Wuchang's expression changed drastically. You're from China's Dragon Sect? Before Qin Fen revealed his identity, he was worried that the identity of Dragon Sect would scare Ao Wuchang. Now it seemed that he was right. Qin Fen said somewhat proudly, Haha, Branch Leader Wuchang, don't be too excited. China's Dragon Sect isn't as powerful as the rumors say. Keep a low profile. Ao Wuchang was stunned for a while before he couldn't help but laugh. Brother Qin Fen, I think you've misunderstood. Although Dragon Sect is powerful, I, Ao Wuchang, don't care. I heard that China's Dragon Sect sent a few batches of people over, but they were all killed by Japan's Yamaguchi-gumi. Even one of China's 9 dragons, Blue Dragon, was transferred over. Now his whereabouts are unknown. What is Dragon Sect thinking? How dare they send people over? Aren't they sending you to your deaths? Qin Fen was stunned by Ao Wuchang's words. He thought Ao Wuchang was afraid of his identity as Dragon Sect, but it turned out that was not the case. Blue Dragon Ji? He also came to investigate this case? Qin Fen couldn't remain calm. It's absolutely true. This is what the Yamaguchi-gumi told me personally when they came to cooperate with me. They said that they captured China's Blue Dragon and had the ability to launder money in Hong Kong. However, I didn't agree to their request. A bunch of Japanese dared to come to China and cause trouble? It's good enough that I didn't trample them to death. Bang! Ao Wuchang lost his temper as he spoke. He stomped on the ground, and the ground shook slightly. A huge pit was created by Ao Wuchang. When Huang Jingua, who was standing outside the house, heard the commotion inside, he didn't even need to look. His expression immediately darkened. He wanted to knock this idiot branch leader out with a stick. Yan Wushuang knew that Blue Dragon was missing before she came to Hong Kong, but she didn't dare to tell Qin Fen. With Yan Wushuang's understanding of Qin Fen, she was afraid that Qin Fen would turn around and run back to the mainland if she told him. Qin Fen couldn't accept the news until now. If ordinary members of Dragon Sect were captured, Qin Fen wouldn't be afraid of the Yamaguchi-gumi. However, even China's Blue Dragon had been captured. This was no joke. The strength of China's 9 dragons was different. They were ranked in descending order of color: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red Dragon was recognized as the strongest among the 7 dragons, and Purple Dragon was the weakest. Qin Fen had fought with both Purple Dragon and Azure Dragon before, and he was no match for them. Blue Dragon's strength was in the middle of second high school, and Qin Fen couldn't defeat him. How could Qin Fen deal with an enemy that even Blue Dragon couldn't defeat? Unless he released Ouyang Feng and Shimen Chueshue. Yamaguchi-gumi has such a powerful expert? They can even subdue Blue Dragon? Qin Fen still didn't believe it. The 9 dragons and 5 tigers were one of the top experts in China. If they were subdued by Japanese ninjas Wouldn't Japan rebel sooner or later? Ao Wuchang's expression became solemn. He still couldn't figure out the answer to this question. I don't know the details. Since you're from Dragon Sect, you have to be more careful in this mission. Ao Wuchang sighed. He seemed to be worried about Qin Fun's strength. Ao Xiaowan became anxious when he learned that Qin Fun was in danger. Brother, I don't care. You have to help big brother Qin Fun. Otherwise, I'll cut off all ties with you. Ao Wuchang felt an indescribable sadness when he saw his sister had a boyfriend and had forgotten her own brother. In fact, Ao Wuchang didn't need Ao Xiaowan's request. He also planned to help Qin Fun. After all, Qin Fun had saved his sister's life. Ao Wuchang owed Qin Fun a big favor. Division Leader Wuchang, someone wants to see you. Huang Jinghua suddenly ran in. When he spoke, he couldn't help glancing at the ground beside Ao Wuchang's feet. When he saw the deep pit, he gritted his teeth in anger. Who wants to see you? Ao Wuchang asked. He said his name is Wei Tianhao. He is here to discuss a big business with division leader on behalf of Yamaguchi-gumi, Huang Jinghua said. Motherfucker, this son of a bitch must be tired of living. I didn't go looking for trouble with them, but they still dare to come to me? I should be the one to flick his dick. Ao Wuchang slammed the table and cursed. Ao Xiaowan secretly glared at his brother. He was very dissatisfied with his brother's behavior. Qin Fun was also slightly taken aback. Wei Tianhao dared to come to Ao Wuchang at this time? This doesn't make sense. Qin Fun's mind raced. Soon he seemed to have figured out the relationship between the two events. Ghost-stealing Lord was killed by Qin Fun, the 8 guardian deities were also killed by Qin Fun, and the 13 gangsters were locked up in Hong Sect. No one knew if they were still alive or dead. The disappearance of these 22 experts must have alerted Master Honda. Now that Wei Tianhao had taken the initiative to visit Ao Wuchang, there was only one possibility. Honda and Wei Tianhao had mistakenly thought that the 22 experts had betrayed them and escaped with the Black Vault. Tomorrow was the International Gambling King tournament, so Honda was in a hurry to find a partner. Division Leader Wuchang, calm down. I have a plan. Are you willing to cooperate with me? Qin Fun stopped Ao Wuchang, who was about to leave. What plan? Ao Wuchang was clearly still angry. His face was cold and indifferent. Qin Fun told Ao Wuchang his speculation. Ao Wuchang's expression changed. After thinking for a while, Ao Wuchang said, I see. I was wondering why this son of a bitch dared to come to me at this time. He is courting death. Seeing that Ao Wuchang had calmed down a little, Qin Fun lowered his voice and told Ao Wuchang his plan. Chapter 743. Ding. The Hedonist sovereign system has issued a quest. Stop Yamaguchi-gumi's money laundering scheme and rescue China's Blue Dragon. Quest time limit, half a month. If the quest is completed, the system will reward you 50,000 Hedonist points and the Angel's Sword. If the quest is failed, 100,000 Hedonist points will be deducted. The system notification rang in Qin Feng's mind. At this moment, Huang Jinghua walked in with Wei Tianhao. Wei Tianhao had just entered the room. Before he could greet Ao Wuchang, his eyes fell on Ao Xiaowan. He was so shocked that he almost jumped up. Ao Xiaowan was the daughter of the Hong Sect. She was famous for being a gangster in Hong Kong. Her yellow afro and pierced lips were deeply engraved in people's hearts. This sudden change was hard for most people to accept. Brat, if you dare to look at me again, I'll gouge your eyeballs out and stomp on them. Ao Xiaowan knew that Wei Tianhao and Yamaguchi-gumi were the ones who kidnapped him last night. Naturally, she had a bad temper with Wei Tianhao. But as soon as she finished shouting, Ao Xiaowan seemed to realize something. She suddenly grabbed Qin Feng's arm and laughed awkwardly. Ha ha! Big brother phone, do you want some tea? I'll pour you a cup of hot tea. Wei Tianhao was scolded, but he didn't care at all. Looking at Ao Xiaowan's deranged expression, Wei Tianhao stood in the wind. Soon, Wei Tianhao came back to his senses. His face darkened. He didn't expect that the brat who deliberately raised the price with him last night was here. Stinking brat! Hurry up and greet our Hong Triad's leader. I think you're asking for a beating. Just as Ao Shaowan finished scolding Wei Tianhao, Huang Jingwa shouted at Wei Tianhao again. Wei Tianhao was aggrieved. He was the boss of Dafu Casino, even though he didn't dare to show off in front of Ao Wuchang and Ao Shaowan. How dare a Hong sect disciple yell at him? Have you ever thought about how I feel? Wei Tianhao was filled with anger, but he still had to smile and say to Ao Wuchang, Leader Wuchang, I hope you won't take offense to my visit today. Ao Wuchang also had a bellyful of rage in his heart. If Qin Fin hadn't told him a brilliant plan, he would have already stomped Wei Tianhao to death with his explosive temper. Cut the crap! Since you know you're disturbing me, then hurry up and spit it out. Ao Wuchang didn't give Wei Tianhao any face and roared at him. Wei Tianhao was so aggrieved that tears were about to fall out. He had only been in the room for less than a minute, and he had already been cursed by 3 people. This was the first time Wei Tianhao had encountered such grievances in all his years of living. Ahem! Chief Wuchang, I have some private matters to discuss with you. I wonder if we can find a quiet place to talk? Quiet my ass. If you want to talk, then do it here. If not, then get the hell out of here. Ao Wuchang grumbled impatiently. Wei Tianhao's face darkened. After all, he was a member of the Yamaguchi-gumi. He said unhappily, Ao Wuchang, I'm here to cooperate with you on behalf of Lord Honda. Is this how you treat me? As soon as Wei Tianhao finished speaking, a crisp sound came from the back of his head. Huang Jingwa slapped him and yelled, Motherfucker! How dare you call our Chief Wuchang by his name? Do you want to die? You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? I am. Wei Tianhao glared at Huang Jingwa as if he had seen a ghost. Even a Hong sect disciple dared to act atrociously in front of him? Was there anyone in this world who would defy the law? However, Huang Jingwa jumped up and gave him another slap before Wei Tianhao could finish his sentence. Slap. I don't care who you are. Look carefully, this is the Hong sect. In the Hong sect, Chief Wuchang is the most powerful person. Even if the Heavenly King came, he would have to crawl away. Huang Jingwa and Wei Tianhao actually didn't have a deep grudge. The reason why he was so angry was very simple. Ao Wuchang had stepped on too many deep holes in the courtyard these days, and Huang Jingwa filled in the holes to vent his anger. Huang Jingwa didn't dare to vent his anger on Ao Wuchang, so he vented all his anger on Wei Tianhao. Wei Tianhao's head was spinning from the 2 slaps, and his arrogance was completely gone. Wei Tianhao finally saw the situation clearly. This was Hong Kong, and in the end it was still the Hong sect's world. He, Wei Tianhao, was really nothing in the eyes of the Hong sect. Even if he was from the Yamaguchi-gumi, so what? Chief Wuchang, I was impolite just now. The reason why I wanted to find a quiet place was because I was afraid that important information would be leaked. But I believe that everyone here is on the same side, so I'll get to the point. Wei Tianhao only became obedient after being slapped twice, and Huang Jingwa felt that this person deserved to be slapped. Speak. Ao Wuchang glanced coldly at Wei Tianhao. This time, I came to visit Chief Wuchang on the orders of the Yamaguchi-gumi's leader, Lord Honda. Lord Honda wants to form a partnership with you to carry out money laundering activities at the Hong Kong International Gambling King tournament tomorrow. Wei Tianhao had already mentioned his intention to cooperate with Ao Wuchang on money laundering, so he decided to get straight to the point. Didn't I tell you last time? I'm not interested in this, Ao Wuchang said with a cold expression. Seeing Ao Wuchang's resolute refusal, Wei Tianhao was about to die. This time, Lord Honda had ordered Wei Tianhao to form a partnership with the Hong sect, or else he wouldn't have to go back to see him. But looking at the situation now, It seemed that the task was very difficult. Chief Wu Chang, Lord Honda, said that if you agree to cooperate with us, he will give you 30% of the money we laundered at the tournament tomorrow. Wei Tianhao offered 30% of the profits to Ao Wu Chang. This was definitely a huge loss, but Ao Wu Chang's expression didn't change. I already said I'm not interested. Do you believe that I won't stomp you to death if you keep talking nonsense? Get out of here. Ao Wu Chang suddenly jumped up, causing Wei Tianhao to retreat in fear. Huang Jingua suddenly stretched out his leg and tripped Wei Tianhao, causing him to fall flat on his face. Wei Tianhao fell head first onto the ground. Half of his teeth had fallen out, and he was so angry that his neck was red. However, looking at Huang Jingua's well-built muscles, Wei Tianhao could only swallow his grievances. Chief Wu Chang. Wei Tianhao still wanted to argue, but Ao Wu Chang cut him off and roared, "Get out!" Wei Tianhao was on the verge of tears. If he didn't form a partnership with the Hong sect, he wouldn't be able to report to Lord Honda. The atmosphere immediately became tense. Qin Fin chuckled as he walked to Ao Wu Chang's side and said, "Division Leader Wu Chang, don't be so angry. I think this guy is sincere about cooperating. Why don't you have a good chat with him?" Wei Tianhao didn't expect Qin Fin to suddenly stand up for him. At the auction last night, Qin Fin was very apologetic towards him. "Young Master Feng, money laundering is against the law. My Hong sect is not easy to deal with." Ao Wu Chang's fierce expression immediately softened, and his voice was very gentle when he spoke to Qin Fin. Wei Tianhao was stunned. He started to guess Qin Fin's identity. It seemed that he was a big shot. In the face of profit, there's nothing that can't be done. Moreover, in this society, the timid will starve to death and the bold will die. Qin Fin had been trying to persuade Ao Wu Chang. The two of them had already discussed this beforehand. One of them would play the good cop and the other the bad cop, so that Wei Tianhao and Yamaguchi Gumi wouldn't suspect anything. Wei Tianhao had originally hated Qin Feng to the core, but he hadn't expected Qin Feng to speak up for him at such a crucial moment. Wei Tianhao immediately cast aside his previous unhappiness with Qin Feng, and seeing Qin Feng now was like seeing his own brother. "This is young Master Feng, right?" "Young Master Feng has a good eye." "You're absolutely right. If you want to make a lot of money, you need to have some guts. The more guts you have, the more money you can make." Wei Tianhao joined Qin Fin's group to persuade Ao Wu Chang. Ao Wu Chang gave Huang Jingua a look, and Huang Jingua jumped up and slapped Wei Tianhao's head angrily again. "Do you know how to speak?" "What do you mean?" "Ah, are you saying that our Hong sect's leader doesn't have guts?" Wei Tianhao didn't know what he said wrong this time. His head hurt from Huang Jingua's slap, but Wei Tianhao couldn't explode. He said with a wronged expression, "Big brother, don't misunderstand. I didn't say that Leader Wu Chang doesn't have balls. Leader Wu Chang is majestic and has an extraordinary bearing. He can play with 3 girls in one night, so how can he not have balls?" After Wei Tianhao finished speaking, Qin Fin and the others were stunned. The corner of Qin Fin's mouth couldn't help but twitch. He wanted to laugh, but was too embarrassed to do so. Ao Shaowan buried his head in embarrassment, but secretly glanced at Qin Fin's belly button. Huang Jingua almost burst into laughter, but he stopped halfway because he felt a murderous look from Leader Wu Chang. Slap. Without waiting for Ao Wu Chang to speak, Huang Jingua slapped Wei Tianhao again. This slap was full of strength and almost sent Wei Tianhao flying. "How dare you question our Leader Wu Chang's balls? Are you fucking deaf? I'm talking about guts, you fucking bastard." Huang Jingua's boldness one moment and cowardice the next truly confused Wei Tianhao. Wei Tianhao didn't dare to mention this again. He hurriedly said, "Leader Wu Chang, if you think the dividend is too low, then I'll raise it to 4 points, okay? This is already our bottom line." Ao Wu Chang looked at Qin Fin calmly. Seeing Qin Fin nod, A.O. Wuchang said. Okay, you really annoy me to death. Then let's do it this way. We'll split it 40, 60. If you dare to go back on your word, I'll kill you myself. Wei Tianhao didn't expect A.O. Wuchang to really agree. He was so excited that tears almost flowed out of his eyes. Okay, don't worry, Leader Wuchang. No one dares to go back on their word with the Hong sect in Hong Kong. Since we're cooperating, let's further discuss money laundering activities. A.O. Wuchang agreed to cooperate according to Qin Fun's intention. Then, Wei Tianhao told A.O. Wuchang about the specific plan of money laundering at the Gambling King competition tomorrow. P.S. It's the end of the month and the subscription has dropped a bit. I hope everyone will continue to support the original version. Chapter 744. Sky City, Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. Su Qiuyu sat in the CEO's office on the top floor. Her phone never stopped ringing. Ever since Su Qin Pharmaceuticals produced the gold, sore medicine, and whitening cream, their business had been booming. Now, not only were their products famous in Sky City, but they were also famous throughout Huaxia after a month of promotion. Su Qiu, you didn't know how many phone calls she received in the morning. There were calls from her younger sister and grandfather's branch companies to urge them to stock up. There were also calls from pharmaceutical bosses in various regions to discuss cooperation. There were also calls from Su Qiuyu's friends who couldn't buy the whitening cream and asked Su Qiuyu to reserve some for them. Su Qiu, you had been very busy this month. She slept at most 3 hours a day. However, she was very happy. The products Qin Feng gave her had really opened up the market. The sales had long surpassed the cicada pupa powder and fall water released by the Liang family in the provincial capital. Because the whitening cream and the gold sore medicine were too popular, they even entered the sights of Huaxia martial artists. Some martial artists bought a few bottles of the gold sore medicine out of curiosity to test their effects. After trying them, they were shocked. The gold sore medicine, which cost 100 yuan per bottle, had the same effect as the healing pills sold by the Sacred Medicine Hall in the Martial Art Alliance, which cost 10,000 yuan per bottle. The news seemed to have grown wings. It spread quickly in the ancient martial arts world of Huaxia. The entire ancient martial arts world was shocked. Everyone started to buy the gold sore medicine produced by Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. The whitening cream's target audience was all women in Huaxia. From the age of 99 to the age of just learning to walk, everyone used it. This was because this product had no age requirements. It was suitable for people of all skin types and ages. The price of the whitening cream was also very good. A bottle of whitening cream that cost 300 yuan could be used for 3 months. Its effect was many times better than the cicada pupa powder produced by the Liang family's Liangyao group in the provincial capital. Cicada pupa powder cost 3,000 yuan per bottle. Who would buy it? Because of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals' overnight popularity, there were too many people secretly peeping at the company. In the office building opposite Su Qin Pharmaceuticals building, a man dressed in black during the day was monitoring the situation of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals from day to night. Silver Number, one of the Golden Assassin Group, had been observing for more than half a month. The development of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals had exceeded his expectations. He couldn't wait to take Su Qin Pharmaceuticals and get Su Qiuyu as well. After staring at Su Qiuyu for so many days, the more he looked at her, the more he felt that she was attractive. Boss, Su Qin Pharmaceuticals' momentum is fierce. When will we start to close the net? The shadow took out his mobile phone and dialed. It was quickly connected. A cold voice came from the other side of the phone. The reputation of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals has spread to me. I really didn't expect their 2 main products to be so powerful. That gold sore medicine is really magical. It has the same effect as a first-grade pill, but it's only sold for 100 yuan per bottle. Su Qin Pharmaceuticals has unlimited potential. Just wait for a while and they'll be able to close the net. The shadow was very obedient. He immediately nodded and said, "Understood, boss." I will continue to keep an eye on them. This time, we have made a great contribution. I believe that Taoist gold will greatly reward us." The shadow hung up the phone, picked up the binoculars, and stared at Su Qiuyu, who was on the phone in the opposite building. "Su Qiu, you didn't notice anything that happened in the dark." Because of the sudden popularity of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals, the capital's largest pharmaceutical group, Liang Yao Group was very worried. These days, the Liang family often held family meetings in the old house to discuss ways to deal with Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. However, after discussing for more than a week, no one came up with any feasible plan. The two products of Su Qin Pharmaceuticals were too perfect. The Liang family had also personally tried it. Even they themselves felt that it was good. It was not something that cicada pupa powder and bruise water could compare to. The atmosphere in the conference hall of the Liang family's old house was solemn. All the important relatives of the Liang family were present. The old man, Liang Qitian, sat at the top and swept his gaze across everyone with a cold face. "So many people, and none of you can think of any countermeasures? Fortunately, I didn't throw the position of the family head to you. If Liang Yao Group fell into your hands, wouldn't it go bankrupt in 2 or 3 days?" Liang Qitian blew his beard and glared at everyone. He could only vent his emotions by cursing everyone. The Liang family was so dejected that they didn't dare to make a sound. They just let the old man curse to his heart's content. "Stop being silent. If you continue to be silent, Liang Yao Group will really be replaced by Su Qin Pharmaceuticals." "Liang Shuiping, have you found anything on the matter I asked you to investigate?" Liang Qitian looked at his eldest son, Liang Shuiping. Liang Shuiping immediately stood up and said, "Dad, I've investigated. Su Qin Pharmaceuticals is a business recently established by the Su family of Sky City. This Su family is the #1 family in Sky City. They used to be involved in real estate and retail. I didn't expect them to suddenly set foot in the medical industry. This is a bit strange." Hearing Liang Shuiping's words, everyone in the Liang family was puzzled. It was reasonable to say that the medical industry had to struggle for more than 10 years to stabilize its foundation. Those newly established medical companies couldn't survive at all. In the end, Su Qin Pharmaceuticals had been established for less than half a year and suddenly soared to the sky. This was the first time such a thing had happened in the entire Chinese medical industry. A small family in Sky City wants to go against our capital's Liang family? They really don't know what's good for them. Liang Qitian grumbled for a while, then continued. "Did the Su family find a backer? Is Su Qin Pharmaceuticals the only one investing?" "Currently, only the Su family is investing. I haven't seen any other partners. I also found out that Su Qin Pharmaceuticals is planning to openly recruit franchisees in half a month due to its rapid development. Recently, Liang Shuiping had been secretly collecting information about Su Qin Pharmaceuticals. He had indeed obtained a lot of information. However, he couldn't find any information about Qin Feng. This was because Qin Feng said he didn't want to show his face. So Su Qiu had Qin Feng hide behind the scenes. Seeing that everyone in the room was dejected and had no confidence at all, Liang Qitian couldn't help but feel angry. "I'll make it clear today. If anyone can defeat Su Qin Pharmaceuticals, I'll immediately give up my position as the head of the family and let him be the new head of the Liang family." Liang Qitian roared. Everyone immediately looked up. Everyone present was the most powerful competitor for the new head of the family. Now that this opportunity was in front of them, who wouldn't want to grasp it tightly? "Don't worry, Grandpa. I'll go and prepare now. I'll definitely try to defeat Su Qin Pharmaceuticals." Liang Yu was the first to stand up. "A small company in Sky City dares to compete with my Liang Yao Group? It's like hitting a rock with an egg. I'll go and diminish their drive right now." Liang Shuiping's second brother, Liang Hui, also said ruthlessly. The Liang family stood up one by one and ran out of the meeting room after promising their grandfather. After a while, Liang Qitian was the only one left in the empty meeting room. Looking at Su Qin Pharmaceuticals' current momentum and the two best-selling products, Liang Qitian was very uncertain. Recently, Su Qin Pharmaceuticals was a mess in the mainland. However, Qin Feng was in Hong Kong, so he didn't know about this. The Hong Kong International Gambling King tournament officially started today. Gambling experts from all over the country gathered in Hong Kong's Casino Vientiane. There were also many tourists from all over the country who came to watch this year's International Gambling King tournament. In an instant, Hong Kong was filled with people, and the scene was a complete mess. Casino Vientiane was the number one of the 6 biggest casinos in Hong Kong. Because this was the territory of the Hong sect, this casino had almost never had any problems with the Hong sect, and its reputation was absolutely reliable. This year's Hong Kong International Gambling King tournament would be held in Casino Vientiane. This was also the reason why Honda wanted Wei Tianhao to cooperate with the Hong sect. If the Hong sect also stood on the side of Yamaguchi Gumi, then this money laundering operation would be a piece of cake. Wei Tianhao and Honda were sitting in the lounge of Casino Vientiane. Both of them looked a little angry because Wei Tianhao had called Qiao Feng more than 10 times, but his phone was turned off. Honda had originally invited Ghost Stealing Lord to participate in the Hong Kong International Gambling King tournament. However, Ghost Stealing Lord suddenly disappeared, so Honda could only throw the responsibility to Qiao Feng. However, ever since Qiao Feng won against Ghost Stealing Lord in the Big Billionaire Club, there was no news of him. This made Wei Tianhao and Honda depressed. Actually, Qin Feng had arrived a long time ago. He was sitting in the lobby of Casino Vientiane playing cards. Today, Qin Feng appeared as Qiao Feng. He purposely turned off his phone to make Honda and Wei Tianhao anxious. Qiao Feng, will your plan go wrong? Leah, who was beside Qin Feng, was wearing a sexy red cheongsam. She even had light makeup on her face. She was as charming as a socialite. Qin Feng pulled Leah into his arms and patted her thigh. You don't trust me? You deserve it. Leah pouted and glared at Qin Feng. Qin Feng patted her thigh again and said with a smirk, You still dare to glare at me? Have you forgotten that your identity today is my maid girlfriend? Hurry up and cooperate with me. Leah was helpless in her heart, but she still put on a sweet smile. She took the initiative to hold Qin Feng's arm and said sweetly, Darling, don't hit me, I know I'm wrong. Qin Feng nodded his head in satisfaction. He was almost melted by Leah's sweet voice. Qin Feng quickly calmed himself down and started to look around, checking out the situation. Batch after batch of tourists and contestants poured into Casino Vientiane. The spacious and huge Casino Vientiane seemed a little crowded. Not long after, 2 rows of strong men in black suits walked in. The strong men entered the Casino Vientiane and consciously lined up in 2 rows, forcibly leaving a path. A man in a white robe with long hair walked in with a pure and cute little girl in his arms. Wow. Look, that's the leader of Hong's sect, Ao Wucheng. Who's the girl in his arms? I heard that Ao Wucheng is almost an idiot when it comes to love. He has never had a girlfriend. Damn, that's Ao Shaoan. Oh no, my eyes are going blind. I'm so young. Why are you showing me this? The arrival of Ao Wucheng and Ao Shaoan instantly caused a sensation in the venue. They were the leaders of Hong Kong's largest underground force. It could be said that they were godlike men in Hong Kong. As for Ao Shaoan, who had always dressed up as a non-mainstream delinquent, his sudden change of style really blinded most people's eyes. Chapter 745. Ao Wucheng and Ao Shaoan walked through the lobby. When they passed by Qin Feng, they paused. Yesterday, after Wei Tianhao left the Hong sect, Qin Feng told Ao Wucheng and Ao Shaoan about Qiao Feng's identity. Both of them were stunned. It took Qin Feng a long time to explain to them the misunderstanding between Qiao Feng and Ao Shaoan. Since Ao Shaoan had fallen in love with Qin Feng, She expressed her trust in Qin Feng and said that she didn't care about Xiao Feng anymore. In the end, Qin Feng refrained from asking, "If you really don't care about Xiao Feng anymore, Hong Sect's people are all over Hong Sect. What the hell is going on? Brother Xiao Feng, you have to work hard today." Ao Shaowan secretly stuck her tongue out at Qin Feng. She looked like an innocent and beautiful girl, which scared Qin Feng so much that he almost rolled over. The arrival of Ao Wucheng and Ao Shaowan was too loud. Wei, Tianhao, and Honda heard the commotion and came down from the lounge. "He, Headmaster Wucheng, you are here." Honda stood aside with a serious expression. Wei Tianhao took the initiative to greet Ao Wucheng. The moment Ao Wucheng saw Honda, he was so angry that he almost stomped on the ground. However, when he remembered that the ground was paved with crystals, he gave up. Ao Wucheng glanced at Wei Tianhao indifferently, completely ignoring him. Wei Tianhao and Honda saw this scene, and both of them were filled with rage. However, when they thought about how they still had to rely on Ao Wucheng's power to launder money, they could only continue to hold it in. "Holy shit, Xiao Feng, what are you doing here?" Wei Tianhao looked to the side and almost jumped out of his seat. Wei Tianhao and Honda had been cursing Xiao Feng in the lounge. They didn't expect this kid to be sitting in the lobby on the first floor of the casino. Wei Tianhao and Honda even suspected that Xiao Feng had found out that his identity had been exposed. That was why he had been hiding. However, when they saw Xiao Feng and Leah together, they gave up on the idea. "Young Master Wei, I'm very confused by your words. Didn't we agree that I would represent you in the Gambling King tournament? Have you forgotten?" Qin Feng said to Wei Tianhao with a smile. "Then why haven't I been able to contact you for the past few days? You're not doing your job." Wei Tianhao had a belly full of anger, so he yelled at Qin Feng. Qin Feng slapped the table and yelled, "Young Master Wei, is there something wrong with your brain? A few days ago, I asked you at Dafu Casino if you needed me to do anything for the next few days. At that time, you told me to take a good rest and wait for the King of Gamblers tournament. If your brain is really damaged, do you want me to knock it out for you? Maybe I can knock it well." As Qin Feng spoke, he looked like he was going to knock Wei Tianhao's head with his hand. Wei Tianhao was so frightened that he hurriedly retreated. Qin Feng had defeated the 8 great guardian deities and the 2 great guardians. If he knocked his head, Wei Tianhao was sure that his head would explode. Every word Qin Feng said was reasonable. Wei Tianhao couldn't find any words to refute him. Honda said with a straight face, "Since you're here, do your best in the tournament. I want you to win as much as you can." That's right. More and more people gathered at Casino of Vientiane, and it was almost time for the King of Gamblers tournament. Ao Wucheng walked to the center of the hall with his arm around his little sister. Then he said into the microphone on his collar, "Ahem, everyone please be quiet." Ao Wucheng's voice rang out, and the noisy hall instantly fell silent. Ao Wucheng looked at the crowd with a smile on his face and said, "Today is the annual King of Gamblers tournament of Hong Kong. I'm very happy to see all of you gathered here to participate in the tournament. I don't have many requirements in my territory, but there is one thing that I hope everyone can abide by, and that is, don't cause trouble or cheat. As long as everyone can do these 2 things, then I, Ao Wucheng, will be able to ensure the safety of everyone's personal and property. All right, I'll cut to the chase. I hereby announce the official start of this year's Hong Kong International King of Gamblers tournament." Ao Wucheng's announcement was met with cheers from the crowd. This year's Hong Kong International King of Gamblers tournament had officially begun. All of the contestants gathered in the hall found an empty table and sat down. This King of Gamblers tournament was a very fair and open competition. Every contestant had to compete in the hall, and there were cameras all around. Furthermore, the Hong Sect's leader, Ao Wucheng, would personally lead a team to patrol the area and any contestant found to be cheating would be disqualified on the spot. The rules of this year's King of Gamblers tournament were the same as those of the previous tournaments. Every contestant would start off with 5 points, and if they lost all 5 points, they would automatically be disqualified. If they won 10 points, they would successfully advance to the intermediate round, and if they accumulated 20 points in the intermediate round, they would then proceed to the final King of Gamblers tournament. There were only 5 spots for the King of Gamblers tournament, and there were close to 1,000 contestants. The first 5 people to accumulate 20 points would be the ones to advance to the King of Gamblers tournament. At that point, all other contestants would automatically be disqualified. Ao Wu Chang explained the rules of the tournament, and everyone listened attentively. This was a cruel knockout competition, and many of the contestants were already getting nervous even before the competition had begun. Aside from the over 1,000 contestants sitting at the table, there were also over 1,000 spectators standing around, some of whom were cheering for the contestants. The competition was about to begin, and the crowd was filled with cheers and cheers. "Xiao Feng, do your best." Wei Tianhao was also among the crowd, and he shouted at Qin Feng. Qin Feng ignored Wei Tianhao, as if he didn't hear Wei Tianhao's words. The competition had officially begun. Ao Wu Chang pressed his hand down, and the cheers immediately quieted down. The hall was filled with the sound of the dealers shuffling the cards or shaking the dice. There were more than 100 tables, and the contestants picked the game that they were good at. However, the King of Gamblers tournament had a rule that the contestants could only play 1 game for each game. Regardless of the outcome, the contestants would have to switch to another game. Qin Feng and Leah both appeared as competitors today. Before the competition, Qin Feng had already told Leah that no matter what he bet, Leah would just have to follow suit. Qin Feng was sitting in front of a dice-shaking table, and he was surrounded by a group of men and women. The young dealer was shaking the dice in a fancy way, and his cool action attracted the crowd's exclamations. The contestants were obviously not surprised by the sight, and they all listened attentively to the number of the dice. After shaking for a while, the dealer stopped. Everyone began to place their bets, from 1 to 18, with different bets. 3 points. Qin Feng smiled as he put down his points. He needed 1 point to make a bet. If he won, he would win 1 point, and if he lost, he would lose his points. Furthermore, if he got 3 leopards with the same number of points, he would get 3 points. 3 points. Qin Feng placed his bet, and Leah followed him without hesitation. Seeing Qin Feng and Leah's bet, the rest of the contestants sighed. Almost all of them were mocking and disdainful. These 2 people are really crazy about winning. They bet on a leopard in the first round, and it's the smallest leopard. They're really fucking crazy. If there's even a little leopard in this round, I'll believe it. Good bet. Good bet. The earlier we eliminate 2, the higher our chances of becoming the king of gambling. This is a good thing. Facing everyone's ridicule and discussion, Qin Feng acted as if he did not hear it, leisurely hugging Leah and waiting for the dealer to start counting. Leah had seen Qin Feng's gambling skills before, so she had a lot of trust in Qin Feng. Seeing that everyone was questioning Qin Feng, Leah was not as calm as Qin Feng. She angrily pulled a long face and looked like she wanted to jump onto the table and reason with everyone. The 10 people at the table had already placed their bets. 2 of them had forfeited, and the points of those who forfeited would not change. The dealer's hands fell, and he was about to reveal the number of points for this round. Everyone's gaze fell on the dealer's hand, and their hearts instantly rose to their throats. When the box was opened, 3 bright red dice lined up in a row. This scene caused everyone to be dumbstruck, and their faces were filled with disbelief. Humph! Did you see that? My man bet 3 points, so it's 3 points. Who was the one who mocked my man earlier? You guys are the funny ones. When Leah saw that it was really 3 points, she was so excited that she danced with joy. Today, she appeared as Qin Feng's girlfriend. This role was very serious, and she kept saying "my man," which made Qin Feng feel very satisfied. The people who mocked Qin Feng just now were instantly silent. They all felt that it was strange. He actually got 3 points. This round had already ended. Qin Feng and Liya bet on the leopard, and each received 3 points. The two of them had 8 points, and they only needed to win 2 more points to advance. Each game could only be played once, so Qin Feng's table of people all went to find other tables dejectedly. Just as Qin Feng and Liya were about to change tables, Ao Wucheng and Ao Shaoan happened to pass by. When they saw Qin Feng had won 8 points in such a short time, Ao Wucheng was shocked. He didn't expect brother Qin Feng to be a gambling expert. Ao Shaoan secretly clenched his fists at Qin Feng and made a little girl cheering him on, scaring Qin Feng into turning around and running away. Qin Feng pulled Liya and sat down on another card table, and the dealer began to deal the cards. The rules of this table were that everyone bet 1 point, and then, according to the size of the cards, the 3 players in front of the cards would get 3 points, 2 points, and 1 point respectively. The remaining players would directly deduct 1 point. The dealer's hand speed was very fast, and the action of shuffling and dealing was done in one go. The players at this table were also very nervous, and some of their hands were trembling as they held the cards. From the beginning to the end, Qin Feng had a leisurely look. Those who didn't know would think that he was here for a vacation. Chapter 746. Soon, everyone's 3 cards were dealt out. Everyone began to show their cards. Qin Feng gave Liya a look, and Liya immediately flipped over their cards excitedly. As Liya expected, Qin Feng had the highest card in this round, so he obtained 3 points. She had the second highest card, so she obtained 2 points. At this time, Qin Feng's total points had reached 11 points, and Liya had exactly 10 points. Both of them had reached the standard to advance to the intermediate tournament. Congratulations on successfully advancing to the intermediate tournament. Please take your admission tickets and go to the second floor to prepare for the next round. The dealer gave Qin Feng and Liya a golden card each. Under the envious and jealous gazes of all the contestants, Qin Feng hugged Liya and swaggered up to the second floor. Fuck! Someone advanced to the intermediate tournament so quickly? Look, isn't that the 2 people who played dice with us just now? Sigh. This person is obviously a gambling expert. How good would it have been if I had bet with him in the previous round? As soon as Qin Feng and Liya advanced, the broadcast in the hall on the first floor started. The contestants who were competing had different expressions. Even Ao Wucheng and Ao Shaoan were shocked when they heard the news. The competition on the first floor was still in full swing. Qin Feng and Liya had already arrived at the second floor. So far, only Qin Feng and Liya had advanced. Logically speaking, the 2 of them could also start the game, but Qin Feng said that he would wait for a few more people to come up before starting the game. Naturally, the dealer followed Qin Feng's wishes. After waiting for a while, the originally empty inner hall on the second floor was gradually filled with more than 10 people. These contestants who came up later would seriously size up Qin Feng and Liya. Everyone was very surprised by Qin Feng and Liya's speed of advancement. They thought to themselves, when did China have such powerful gambling experts? When they saw that Qin Feng and Liya were both new faces, these international gambling experts were even more puzzled. They had never heard of these 2 people in the international gambling world. At this time, Ao Wucheng and Ao Shaoan had already arrived at the second floor. Seeing that there were many people gathered on the second floor, Ao Wucheng gave the head dealer a look, and the dealer immediately walked up. Everyone, you are all contestants who have successfully advanced to the intermediate tournament. Now, everyone will be divided into 4 groups. Each group will have 4 people, and the designated card competition will begin. As soon as the dealer finished speaking, everyone began to split up quickly. Qin Feng and Liya naturally stood on the same team. Ao Shaoan knew Liya's identity, But when he saw Leah holding Qin Feng's arm and not letting go, Ao Xiaowan's mouth was also very stubborn. Chinese kid, I heard that you're the first contestant to advance. I'm really curious about your gambling skills. Don't let me down later. There were also 2 foreign men standing in Qin Feng's group. Both of them had blonde hair, blue eyes, and high noses. Both of them spoke fluent Chinese. It seemed like they had lived in China for a long time. Xiao Feng, these 2 people are known as the unrivaled heroes in the gambling world. The tall one is called Fred, and the short one is Parker Chong. They are practically inseparable, and they always come to the table together when they gamble. The 2 of them are ranked 3rd in the country in gambling, and they are very strong. Leah had done some research in the gambling world, so she immediately recognized Fred and Parker Chong. Seeing that the 2 of them were standing in the same team as her, Leah's eyebrows knitted tightly. She was truly worried for Qin Feng. Seeing the invincible hero's arrogant and disdainful expressions, Qin Feng smiled. Haha, I didn't expect the 2 of you to be the famous, invincible heroes in the international gambling world. Freon and Beetle are very famous. Hearing Qin Feng's praise, Fred and Parker Chong raised their heads and puffed out their chests. Instantly, they became even more arrogant. Humph, at least you know what's good for you, kid. I'm not bragging, but the gambling skills of Beetle and I in China. Fred patted his chest and proudly boasted. Halfway through his sentence, he abruptly stopped. Motherfucker, did you do it on purpose, kid? My name is Fred, and my brother is Parker Chong. Do you know how to pronounce it? If you don't know, don't blindly compare yourself. Fred finally realized what was wrong. Qin Feng had changed their names so badly that they didn't even look like them. Li had stayed with Qin Feng for a period of time. She knew Qin Feng too well. Li believed that Qin Feng must have called the invincible heroes' names wrongly on purpose. Li couldn't help but giggle. However, Qin Feng's face was solemn. He looked at the invincible heroes with a deadpan expression and said, Huh? Aren't you guys called Freon and Beetle? What did I say wrong? The invincible heroes looked at Qin Feng's serious attitude. For a moment, they couldn't tell if this kid was doing it on purpose or if he really didn't understand. Fred shouted angrily, What you said is wrong. Don't mispronounce it. Qin Feng said disapprovingly, If it's wrong, then it's wrong. Anyway, you foreigners' names are very hard to pronounce. It's normal to pronounce 1 or 2 words wrongly. Don't mind it. The corners of Fred's and Parker Chong's mouths twitched. They didn't know what to say. Actually, Qin Feng was right. It was easy to pronounce foreigners' names wrongly when translated into Chinese. However, Qin Feng's pronunciation was too good. Freon was something that created ozone, and Beetle couldn't be looked at directly. What the hell was this? Li looked at the invincible heroes' green faces and felt extremely pleased. She also couldn't stand their arrogant attitude just now. This was China's Hong Kong. What were you being so arrogant for? Not long after, the 4 teams had been divided. Everyone followed the dealer and sat down at a few tables in the inner hall. Qin Feng sat in a row with Li facing Fred and Parker Chong. Earlier, Qin Feng had mispronounced their names, so the 2 of them harbored resentment in their hearts. Now, as they looked at the shuttlecock card table in front of them, their eyes flashed with evil smiles. This was the gambling game that they were best at. Hua Xia Rookie, I don't care what method you use to advance to the intermediate division, but now that you've met us, the invincible heroes, your gambling career will end here today. Just as he sat down, Fred looked at Qin Feng playfully. Parker Chong didn't put Qin Feng in his eyes at all. His gaze fell on Li Ye's perky chest, and he began to size it up with a vulgar expression. Li saw Parker Chong's malicious gaze and angrily hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly. She used Qin Feng's arm to press against her chest to block her view. I didn't expect to meet the 2 of you in the intermediate division. It's my bad luck. Qin Feng didn't care about Fred's provocative words. Instead, he showed that he agreed with what they said. Fred and Parker Chung were slightly stunned. Then they laughed complacently. Ha ha! At least you know what's good for you. Don't worry, we won't let you lose too badly later. Fred and Parker Chung obviously didn't put Qin Feng and Li in their eyes. They felt that the reason why Qin Feng and Li Ye were the first to advance to the intermediate division was completely due to luck. After all, the Invincible Heroes were ranked third in the international gambling world. Why would they care about Qin Feng and Li Ye, who had no reputation at all? Li Ye was choked with anger by their arrogance, especially their malicious gazes. It made Li Ye want to jump on the table and stomp on them. Darling, how can you say that? Your gambling skills are also very good. I believe that those two bastards are no match for you. You must help them, teach them a lesson. Li Ye hugged Qin Feng's arm tightly and started to act like a spoiled child. Her coquettish voice, with a Hong Kong accent, almost melted Fred and Parker Chung's bones. Qin Feng extended his hand and touched Li Ye's long thigh. Li Ye was wearing a short, red cheongsam today. Her collar was also low, revealing a large portion of her body. She really captivated the Invincible Heroes. Seeing Qin Feng's big hand and scrupulously touching Li Ye's long thigh, the Invincible Heroes also extended their hands and touched each other's thigh, trying to find the feeling they imagined. Slap. Suddenly, Qin Feng slapped Li Ye's beautiful thigh. 5 red marks immediately appeared on Li Ye's snow-white skin. Li Ye was so angry that she gritted her teeth. You stinking woman! What nonsense are you talking about? How can I be a match for the Invincible Heroes? As long as the Invincible Heroes don't let me lose too badly, I'll thank the heavens and earth. Aren't you mocking me? Qin Feng was like a completely different person. He had no fighting spirit at all. Li Ye pouted and glared at Qin Feng, looking like she wanted to bite Qin Feng to death. Fred and Parker Chung stared at Li Ye's beautiful thigh that was slapped red. Their hearts itched as if they were being scratched by a cat. They were complaining in their hearts that such a beautiful and weak woman should be taken good care of and satisfied. How could he hit her? Cough, cough. Brat, you're getting better and better. Not bad, not bad. Fred was very satisfied with Qin Feng's performance. After Parker Chung's gaze fell on Li Ye, he could not take his eyes off her. For the sake of this beauty, I won't let you lose too badly. Li Ye's attire today was simply too sexy. Even the dealer was stunned by Li Ye's beauty. Everyone, can we begin? The dealer regained his senses with great difficulty and hurriedly asked. Qin Feng and the other 3 nodded, and the competition officially began. The dealer's gambling skills on the second floor were clearly superior, and the shuffling of the cards was also endless. With a wave of rhythmic crashing sounds, both sides had finished dealing their trump cards and the first open card. Sir, your side has the bigger cards. Please speak first. The dealer looked towards Qin Feng. The card was slightly bigger than Qin Feng's. The competition in the intermediate division was also played using points. Only when it came to the final competition for the king of gambling would they use real chips to fight. Qin Feng did not even look at the card table. His big hand reached under Li Ye's chi pao and touched it. Li Ye was already angry at Qin Feng, so she jumped in fright. Xiao Feng, what are you doing? Li Ye glared at Qin Feng angrily. Chapter 747. Li Ye also didn't know what Qin Feng was thinking. Seeing Qin Feng suddenly become like this, Li Ye stomped her feet in anger. Li Ye stood at the side, revealing her perfect and mysterious body. Fred and Parker looked at her until their eyeballs almost wanted to stick onto Li Ye's body, drooling all over the table. Seeing the two of them like pigs, Qin Feng laughed in his heart. Qin Feng naturally had his own plans. These 2 invincible heroes were the 3rd ranked gambling experts in the world, and Qin Feng now had a high-level gambling skill. Although he could win against them, it would not be that easy for him to win, and it would definitely take up a lot of Qin Feng's time and energy. And this time, the Gambling King competition was not only a competition of gambling skills, but also a competition of time. Whoever advanced from the intermediate stage could continue to compete in the ultimate competition of the Gambling King. Qin Feng could tell that the invincible heroes were perverts, so he purposely played intimate with Li Ye in front of them. Now that the two of them had successfully been distracted by Qin Feng, the invincible heroes were no longer in the mood to gamble. Their souls were hooked away by Li Ye's every move. Seeing that Qin Feng and Li Ye's partners suddenly had a conflict, the dealer had no choice but to temporarily stop dealing cards. Who wants to be intimate with you? You can't even bet against the two of them. What use do I have for you? Li Ye did not know of Qin Feng's plan, and was about to be angered to death by Qin Feng. Pow! A crisp sound came out from Li Ye's perky, but without any warning. Immediately, an electric shock like numbness spread throughout Li Ye's body, and she was so embarrassed that she wanted to dig a hole to hide herself in. You stinking woman! How dare you speak to your man like that? I think you're asking for a beating. Sit down obediently. Qin Feng pulled Li Ye to his side and sat down. Li Ye had a stomach full of resentment and nowhere to vent it, so she obediently nestled in Qin Feng's embrace. Because Li Ye knew that she couldn't beat Qin Feng, she was afraid that if she lost her temper, she would be humiliated even more miserably by Qin Feng. Gulp! The sound of Fred and Parker swallowing their saliva could be heard from the other side. When they saw Qin Feng slap Li Ye's butt, the two of them had a reaction. Fred and Parker couldn't help but secretly slap each other's buttocks. That feeling was simply indescribable. Ahem. Everyone, can we continue to deal the cards? The dealer was left to the side and almost became air. Qin Feng waved his hand and signaled for the dealer to continue dealing. Fred and Parker didn't even look at the dealer. Their gazes were fixed on Li Ye's long legs, and they didn't plan to look away. The dealer was helpless against these people. Were they here to pick up girls or to participate in the King of Gambling competition? In a fit of anger, the dealer didn't ask for Qin Feng's and the others' opinions. With a swish, he dealt out the remaining 3 cards. Mister, your cards are bigger. Please speak. The dealer rolled his eyes at Qin Feng in annoyance. Qin Feng was hugging Li Ye and playing happily. At this time, he indifferently swept his gaze over the cards on the table and sighed. AI! What fun was there in front of the invincible hero duo? I'm definitely going to lose this round. I'm going to bet my 11 points and my woman's 10 points. I'm going to lose everything in one go. If I lose a few more rounds later, I'll lose a lot of face. Qin Feng had an indifferent attitude and bet all his points on it. Li Ye kept a straight face and ignored Qin Feng, allowing Qin Feng to touch her legs. Fred and Parker moved their gazes away from Li Ye with great difficulty and glanced at the 4 cards on the table. The two of them had already memorized these cards. This time, their 4 cards were exactly the same as in their memories. The two of them looked at Qin Feng's cards, which were also arranged in the same order as in their memories. The invincible hero duo sneered. Now, it seemed that Qin Feng really didn't change his cards. He planned to directly admit defeat this round. The invincible hero duo no longer had any misgivings in their hearts. According to their memories, their trump card was a Jack of Hearts, a pair with the Jack of Spades, which was directly bigger than Qin Feng's card. Haha, you're not bad. I like it very much. Since you've already bet your points, then both of us will also bet 20 points. Let's directly reveal our cards. Fred looked at Qin Feng proudly, as if victory was already in his grasp. All right, the 2 titans of the gambling world are indeed straightforward. Then, let's directly reveal our cards. I'm going to lose this round anyway, Qin Feng said indifferently. Both of them had bet their points. The dealer looked at the invincible hero duo and said, "Both of you have small cards. Please reveal your cards first." Parker was too lazy to look at his trump card. He continued to stare at Li Ye. Fred also casually reached out his hand and picked his trump card. After picking, he didn't even look at his card. It was as if he didn't care what his trump card was. Both of you have 3 of hearts as your trump card. Now, sir, please reveal your cards. The dealer's voice came out. Fred and Parker instinctively nodded. In the next second, their bodies suddenly froze. They hurriedly looked at the trump card on the table. When they saw that the original Jack of Hearts had turned into a little 3, the Invincible Hero Duo's eyeballs almost fell out. Sigh. I don't even want to reveal this trump card anymore. Once I reveal it, I'm doomed to lose. Qin Feng acted as if he didn't see the Invincible Hero Duo's astonished expression. Before the two could react, Qin Feng waved his hand and revealed his trump card. Seeing the Jack of Hearts revealed, the dealer was slightly stunned. However, he quickly announced the result. This gentleman and madam's trump card is the Jack of Hearts. This round, the gentleman and madam on this side win. This round, the dealer shuffled the cards. He was the clearest about both sides' trump cards and their cards. The Jack of Hearts obviously belonged to the Invincible Hero Duo. Now that it was on Qin Feng's side, it meant that Qin Feng had cheated. However, the dealer didn't dare to say anything because he didn't even notice when Qin Feng had cheated. Those who could cheat under the dealer's eyes were obviously true experts in the gambling world. The dealer didn't have the authority to question them. Motherfucker, you dare to cheat! This Jack of Hearts is obviously our trump card. This little 3 of hearts is your fucking trump card. You're changing your cards. Fred and Parker finally came back to their senses. They immediately felt as if they had eaten shit. No matter how stupid the Invincible Hero Duo was, they now understood that the Chinese man on the other side had been pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Just now, he deliberately teased the Chinese beauty to distract them. But in the end, this brat actually secretly changed his cards. Knowing that they had been tricked, Fred and Parker were extremely angry. They directly slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Qin Feng and roaring. Qin Feng sat on the chair without changing his expression. He didn't care about the two's doubts at all. Liu was stunned for a long time before she finally regained her senses. Seeing that her side had actually won, Leah instantly understood Qin Feng's intentions. Wow, darling, you're great. We won again. Leah suddenly hugged Qin Feng and shook him. Her full chest swayed along with him, causing Qin Feng's eyes to blur. You stinking woman. So you were acting with him just now to seduce us. You Chinese people are too shameless. This round can't be counted as their win. They cheated. The Invincible Hero Duo angrily quarreled with Leah and even raised the opinion of questioning Qin Feng's cheating to the dealer. The commotion here was very loud, attracting the attention of the players at the next table. Ao Wu Cheng and Ao Shaoan had been staying on the second floor the whole time, and they had already walked over quickly. What's going on? Ao Wu Cheng had a dignified expression as he stared at the Invincible Hero Duo and roared. Ao Shaoan, on the other hand, pouted. Seeing the scene of Leah and Qin Feng hugging each other intimately, this young miss was very unhappy. Division Leader Wu Cheng, we suspect that they cheated. Seeing Ao Wu Cheng coming over, the Invincible Hero Duo became even more arrogant. Did you guys lose this round? Ao Wu Cheng acted as if he didn't hear the doubts of the two and asked. We didn't lose. It was because he cheated that we lost. Fred quickly explained. Ao Wu Cheng said impatiently, then we lost. The corners of Fred and Parker's mouth twitched. They wondered if there was something wrong with the Hong Sex Division leader's comprehension ability. We lost this round, but because the opponent cheated. Fred wanted to continue explaining to Ao Wu Cheng, but before he could finish his sentence, Ao Wu Cheng interrupted him coldly. Since you guys have lost, then you are disqualified from the tournament. Please don't make a ruckus here and disturb the other contestants. Otherwise, I won't be so polite anymore. The Invincible Hero Duo's mouth twitched. Is this Hong Sex Division leader retarded? Why can't he understand human language? Qin Feng knew that Ao Wu Cheng was trying to help him, but he was very confident in his gambling skills. He did change the cards, but he did it so fast that he didn't leave any traces. Division Leader Wu Chang, are you trying to cover up for us? Didn't you say that the casino of Vientiane is absolutely fair, just, and open? Now that I suspect that the opponent cheated, are you going to let us go just like that? The Invincible Hero duo was completely infuriated. They no longer cared about A.O. Wu Chang's influence in Hong Kong. A.O. Wu Chang was put in a difficult position. He secretly glanced at Qin Feng, and Qin Feng immediately said, Division Leader Wu Chang, since these foreigners are not satisfied with their loss, why don't you show them the video of our game and let them accept their defeat wholeheartedly? Seeing Qin Feng's confident look, A.O. Wu Chang nodded. The dealer who was in charge of Qin Feng's game immediately retreated. A few moments later, the dealer took out a copy of the video and plugged it into a laptop. The video was the game between Qin Feng and the Invincible Hero duo. The video quality was very high. Everyone watched it from the beginning to the end and found nothing unusual. Chapter 748. The Invincible Heroes were dumbfounded. They watched the video carefully, but they couldn't see when Qin Feng changed his cards. After coming back to his senses, Fred said nervously, I want to watch the video again at 10 times slower. A.O. Wu Chang was already a little unhappy. He glared at Fred and said, What kind of speed is 10 times slower? It takes 2 hours to finish watching. Are these 2 contestants going to wait here for 2 hours? That's impossible. A.O. Wu Chang firmly refused the request of the Invincible Heroes. This time, the Invincible Heroes had nothing to say. However, the Invincible Heroes were unwilling to let it go because they were sure that Qin Feng had changed his trump card. Otherwise, how could the Jack of Hearts become the Three of Hearts? How about this? Parker and I will watch the video here and let them continue the competition. If the video shows that these 2 people cheated, then they will be disqualified immediately. Fred quickly thought of a new method. A.O. Wu Chang didn't agree directly, but secretly glanced at Qin Feng. All right, then let's do as Freon and the reptiles say. Qin Feng said indifferently. Freon? Reptile? The people in the hall on the 2nd floor were stunned. They didn't understand what Qin Feng was talking about. The Invincible Heroes were ranked 3rd in the gambling world in the country. Which contestant didn't know the 2 of them? Soon, the quiet hall burst into laughter. Everyone finally understood Qin Feng's joke. Qin Feng was probably the only one who dared to joke like this in front of the Invincible Heroes. You wait. I will definitely find evidence of you changing cards. The Invincible Heroes were fuming with anger, but they didn't dare to act recklessly in the casino of Vientiane. They could only suppress their anger and continue watching the video. Qin Feng ignored the 2 of them and walked to the 3rd floor with Li Ye in his arms. The final competition for the King of Gambling would be held in the Super VIP room on the 3rd floor. There were a total of 5 people selected for the King of Gambling. Qin Feng and Li Ye were obviously the first 2 to advance. When the news of Qin Feng and Li Ye's advancement sounded on the radio, all the contestants in the casino of Vientiane were in an uproar. Qin Feng and Li Ye's speed was simply too fast. At this time, there were still a few hundred competitors in the hall on the 1st floor trying their best to enter the intermediate division. And in the intermediate division on the 2nd floor, there were also 40 to 50 people fighting to advance to the position of the Gambling King. In the lounge on the 2nd floor, Wei Tianhao and Honda leaned on the sofa and looked at the LCD screen on the wall. The screen was showing the matches on the 1st and 2nd floor. Haha, Lord Honda, we really bet on the right people this time. This Qiao Feng didn't disappoint us. Wei Tianhao was so excited that he jumped up when he found out that Qin Feng and Li had successfully advanced to become a candidate for the Gambling King. Honda's expression didn't change, but he was actually very excited. Honda originally planned to let Ghost Stealing June and Second Master he participate in the King of Gambling tournament. However, Ghost Stealing June betrayed him and ran away. Second Master His gambling skills were not good enough in the international gambling world. Now that Xiao Feng had broken out of the encirclement, Honda was pleasantly surprised. At the end of the day, this brat is still a member of the dragon sect. Otherwise, I can keep him by my side and nurture him. A cold glint flashed in Honda's eyes. Wei Tianhao's tone also turned cold. I wonder what the higher-ups of the dragon sect are thinking. The blue dragon has been captured, and they still dare to send people here? They are simply seeking death. Who cares what the dragon sect is thinking? After Xiao Feng helps us launder the black money, we'll find a chance to kill him. After Honda finished speaking, he added, and that Leah, get rid of him as well. The Hong Kong police are also very stupid. Wei Tianhao and Honda looked at each other. Both of them had a wretched smile in their eyes. Seeing that the plan was progressing smoothly, they felt like they had everything planned out. It was as if Qin Feng and the others were chess pieces in their hands, and their lives were at their mercy. Qin Feng and Li had already arrived at the super VIP room on the 3rd floor. There was a standard shuttlecock card game in the room. It seemed like the final king of gambling tournament would be a shuttlecock card game. At this time, the casino of Vientiane's broadcast rang again. Congratulations to Second Master He and Traceless for successfully advancing to the next round and becoming the 2 candidates for the Gambling King. Now, there is only one candidate left. Participants, please hurry up. Not long after the broadcast ended, 2 silhouettes entered the super VIP room on the 3rd floor. Second Master, he was wearing a long black robe that covered his hands and feet. It seemed like he had prepared this outfit for the tournament for the convenience of changing and hiding his cards. The person who entered the room with Second Master, he was a skinny Chinese man in his early 40s. He was dressed in a black suit, and his face was as bony as a monkey's. I don't need to tell you about Second Master He. You fought him at the Billionaire Club. Traceless is very powerful. He's the current number 1 in the international gambling world. He's from Hong Kong. Rumor has it that he changes his cards as fast as lightning and leaves no trace behind. Hence, he's named Traceless. Once the 2 of them entered the house, Leah whispered into Qin Feng's ear and told him about their situation. Qin Feng's gaze fell on Traceless and started to size her up. Traceless was also sizing Qin Feng up with interest. Wei Tianhao and Master Honda had planned this from the very beginning. They knew that Traceless, the number 1 in the international gambling world, would definitely participate in today's tournament. Traceless' gambling skills were godly, and her assets were uncountable. This time, Honda's target was Traceless. He wanted to launder as much money as possible from Traceless. There were a total of 4 people present. Xiao Feng had been invited by Honda, and Second Master, he was also on Honda's side. For this bet, Honda had purposely sent Second Master he to Traceless's side. Then, with Xiao Feng's superb gambling skills, they would have a high chance of winning against Traceless. Gentlemen, do you want to compete now? Or do you want to wait for the last candidate to appear? The dealer in the super VIP room was the casino of Vientiane. He was asking for Qin Feng and the others' opinion. I'm fine with anything. Qin Feng waved his hand nonchalantly. I think it's better to start now. That way, we'll have 1 less competitor. Second Master, he said. Li Ye obviously had the same opinion as Qin Feng. Now, everyone was waiting for Traceless to speak. Old, he is right. Let's start then. Traceless didn't hesitate and suggested the start of the tournament. Seeing that everyone wanted to start now, the dealer opened a brand new box of poker cards and began to shuffle the cards. The poker cards in the hands of the gold dealer seemed to have a life of their own and were played with in all kinds of cool ways. Qin Feng and the other 2 obviously did not care about these fancy tricks, but Li Ye was dumbstruck. Whoosh! After the cards were shuffled, the dealer opened his hand, and a deck of cards was neatly arranged on the square table. Who would like to cut the cards first? The dealer asked. Ladies first. Qin Feng smiled. Second master, he and Traceless didn't have any objections. Li, you pushed the card cutter onto the cards that favored her and Qin Feng. The tournament was still ongoing. Wei, Tianhao, and Honda could see everything clearly from the LCD screen in the resting room. The second floor and the first floor were also broadcasting Qin Feng's final match. Many of the contestants felt that they had no hope, so they gave up on the tournament and joined everyone else in watching a real battle between experts. The atmosphere in the super VIP room was cold, and the four of them didn't speak. Other than Qin Feng, who had a mischievous smile on his face, Leah, Second Master He, and Traceless were all expressionless. The dealer had already dealt the first card and the first card. Among the four of them, Qin Feng's card was the biggest. Mr. Chiao, please speak first. The dealer looked towards Qin Feng. In front of the four of them, there were 100 million chips. These chips were bought by the four of them with real money. Qin Feng, Leah, and Second Master He's chips were all bought by Honda. Qin Feng didn't feel any heartache about the money at all, and with a light push of his hand, a row of chips landed in the middle of the table. Just a small bet, 10 million. Qin Feng's opening bid of 10 million caused the spectators on the first floor to cry out in surprise. As expected, this was a true rich person. Was 10 million just $100 in their eyes? Leah was shocked, but she quickly regained her senses. This money was all black money from the island nations Yamaguchi-gumi, and her and Qin Feng's mission today was to throw all of this black money in, and when the time came, A.O. Wu Chang would take the black money away. I'll follow 10 million. Leah didn't care about what card she had, and directly threw money at it. Leah's actions once again caused an uproar in the hall on the first floor. This was the fucking way of playing cards by an international gambling expert. Just looking at it made one feel good. 10 million. Second master, he was expressionless as he followed with 10 million. Traceless hesitated for a moment, then chuckled and threw the cards onto the table. Everyone is really generous. I'll give up my seat. Fuck. Why did this guy throw his cards? Wei, Tianhao, and Honda, who were in the lounge on the second floor, gritted their teeth in anger when they saw this scene. It can't be. Traceless actually threw his cards. He's Hong Kong's #1 fast hand, and he's also the #1 expert in the international gambling world. It's said that he doesn't leave a trace when he changes cards. The hall on the first floor was also in an uproar. Everyone clearly couldn't understand Traceless's actions. Of the four people in the super VIP room, everyone knew Traceless and Second Master He. Qin Feng and Leah were obviously new faces, and not many people in the hall on the first floor knew them. Compared to Traceless and Second Master He was obviously a few levels lower than Traceless. If even Second Master He dared to play, why would Traceless throw her cards? The world of experts was always unpredictable to ordinary people. Qin Feng's side of the game was still going on. 20 million. The dealer's second card had already been dealt, but Qin Feng still looked indifferent. He didn't even look at his cards, but his chips doubled. Chapter 749. Qin Feng and Li Yu both placed their chips on the table. Second Master, he hesitated slightly, then followed. The dealer continued to deal the cards. This time, the third and fourth cards were dealt at the same time. I'm a little sleepy after playing for the whole morning. Shuttle Toad, hurry up and finish playing and go back to sleep. Qin Feng stretched and pushed all the chips on the table in. The hall on the first floor immediately exploded. Wei, Tianhao, and Honda, who were leaning on the sofa in the lounge on the second floor, jumped up in shock. Fuck, what's this idiot doing? We're all on the same side. Why the hell is he playing Shuttle Toad? Wei, Tianhao, cursed angrily. Honda's face was also cold, but he didn't say anything. Shuttle Toad. Liu was even more direct. Qin Feng pushed his chips out, and she hurriedly followed, as if the chips would burn her hands if she kept them by her side. I'm Shuttle Toad too. Second master, his expression didn't change, and all the chips in front of him were placed on the table. Traceless sat at the side and watched the game with interest. No one knew what she was thinking. The dealer was shocked by this bet. This was 300 million, and these people were throwing it in at any moment. These rich people were too capricious. Qin Feng and the others were already shuttle-toed, so the dealer indicated for second master he to open his cards first. Before second master, he even opened his cards. The hall on the first floor had already sunk into a deathly silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone's hearts were in their throats. This scene was very interesting. It was as if they were playing this game. These people were even more nervous than Qin Feng and the others. Pa! Second master, he swung his skinny old hand, and his cards were already on the table. Then Leah flipped her cards, and Qin Feng flipped his cards. This round, Mr. Chiao wins. The dealer looked at the three people's cards and announced the result of this round. Qin Feng won 200 million in a few minutes, but his expression didn't change at all. Leah and second master, he lost 100 million, but they felt like they lost $100. They didn't even blink. 300 million worth of chips were placed in front of Qin Feng, and they formed 3 small mountains. May I ask if Miss Li and Mr. he still want to exchange chips and continue the competition? The dealer looked at Leah and second master he and asked. The last round of the Gambling King tournament didn't require points. It was a competition of who had more money. During the tournament, the contestants could buy chips without limit until they ran out of money and announce their withdrawal from the tournament. Another 100 million. Leah and second master, he spoke at the same time without even thinking. Wei Tianhao stood in the resting room on the second floor and stomped his feet in anger. He took out his phone and made a call. And very quickly, someone sent Leah and second master, he each 100 million in cash. The game continued. The dealer threw away the deck of cards he had just used and took out a new deck to deal. In the second round, Traceless still did not follow. Qin Feng and the other 2 continued to shuttle toads, and in the end, Qin Feng won. The game was repeated 10 times, and each time it was the same routine. Everyone in the lobby on the first floor was dumbfounded. Some people even thought that there was something wrong with their brains. Otherwise, there was something wrong with the video. Did the video freeze? What's the meaning of playing that card game over and over again? Wei Tianhao, go and pause the competition. Call Xiao Feng and the others over. I have something to say. Honda, who had endured for a full 10 rounds, couldn't take it anymore. He roared at Wei Tianhao furiously. Traceless didn't follow up in these 10 rounds. Qin Feng and the other 2 had a good time and lost 2 billion of Honda's dirty money. This time, Honda's dirty money was almost used up. If this continued, Honda would have to send people to the Black Vault to send more money over. Wei Tianhao couldn't stand it anymore. After receiving Master Honda's order, Wei Tianhao immediately went to find Ao Wuchang. Branch Master Wuchang, Master Honda wants to pause the competition. He has something to say to Xiao Feng and the others. Wei Tianhao came to the second floor, walked to Ao Wuchang, and said in a low voice, according to the rules of the previous Gambling King tournament, there is no rule to stop the competition in the middle. Ao Wuchang was watching Qin Feng and the others in the inner hall on the second floor. He rejected Wei Tianhao without even looking at him. Wei Tianhao was infuriated. He had formed a partnership with Ao Wuchang, but Ao Wuchang had ignored him and Master Honda from the beginning to the end. Branch Master Wuchang, what is the meaning of this? We have a cooperative relationship. Wei Tianhao's voice was a little angry. Ao Wuchang finally looked Wei Tianhao in the eye and said, go back to the resting room and wait. I will go to the 3rd floor. After saying that, Ao Wuchang brought his sister to the 3rd floor without waiting for Wei Tianhao's permission. The entrance to the 3rd floor was guarded by members of the Hong sect. other than the candidates of the Gambling King tournament. The rest of the people were barred from entering. However, when Ao Wu Chang came up to the third floor, the 8 members of the Hong sect immediately backed away. Ao Wu Chang hugged his sister and swaggered into the VIP room. Branch Master Wu Chang. As soon as Ao Wu Chang entered the room, the dealer was taken aback. He immediately paused the competition and greeted Ao Wu Chang. Branch Master Wu Chang. They were in Hong Kong, and the Hong sect was the most powerful sect in the world. No one dared to be disrespectful in front of Ao Wu Chang. Second Master He and Wu Hen also greeted Ao Wu Chang. Ao Wu Chang glanced at everyone before discreetly nodding at Qin Feng. Qin Feng seemed to understand Ao Wu Chang's meaning, and he also nodded silently. Seeing Qin Feng's action, Ao Wu Chang said, "I'm sorry, everyone. Your competition will be paused for 10 minutes. You can take a break during this time. I need to pee, so I'm going to the washroom." As soon as Ao Wu Chang finished his words, Qin Feng left the room with Li Ya. "I'm going out to take a breather. I've lost 1 billion. Qin Feng also stood up and left after a while. Wu Hen was the only contestant left in the room. Apparently, he had no intention of leaving. He leaned against the leather chair and closed his eyes as if he was sleeping. The hall on the first floor was in an uproar. In previous years, the Hong Kong Gambling King tournament did not have a break in the middle of the tournament. Therefore, Ao Wu Chang's sudden suspension of the tournament puzzled everyone. While everyone was discussing and guessing, Qin Feng and Leah had arrived at the lounge on the second floor. Not long after, Second Master, he entered the lounge. "Qiao Feng, what the fuck are you doing?" Honda roared at Qin Feng as soon as the 3 of them arrived. Qin Feng looked at Honda carelessly and said, "I didn't do anything. I've been playing cards." "Honda-san, why are you so agitated? You should know that we are partners. I'm different from young Master Wei. I'm not your dog." Qin Feng's words insulted both Honda and Wei Tianhao, especially Wei Tianhao. When he heard Xiao Feng calling him a dog, he was so angry that he almost pounced on Qin Feng and bit him. Honda's eyes, which were half covered by his eyelids, were filled with coldness. It was inevitable that he would be agitated after losing 2 billion. However, he quickly calmed down and looked at Xiao Feng again. "What the hell are you doing? I want you to give me a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, I'll cancel our partnership immediately," Honda said coldly. Qin Feng maintained his cheeky expression and said, "Honda-san, are you out of your mind? Can't you tell? The 3 of us are working together to trick Traceless." "Then I'd like to ask, how did you guys trick Traceless? Up until now, there have been a total of 10 rounds, and Traceless hasn't called a single round. It's all your infighting. You've already spent 2 billion. Is this your so-called scheme?" Honda was so angry that smoke was about to come out of his head. He glared at Qin Feng coldly. Qin Feng curled his lips and looked at Honda disdainfully. "Do you think Traceless is an idiot? If the 3 of us didn't fight, why would she play cards with us? The first 10 rounds were just an act between the 3 of us. Our aim was to confuse Traceless and make her believe that we are not in cahoots. Based on my prediction, from the next round onwards, Traceless will start calling." Qin Feng paused and didn't wait for Honda to retort. He continued, "Moreover, we've already formed a partnership with Division Leader Wu Chang. Isn't the money in my hands now? Can the money grow wings and fly away?" Qin Feng's words made sense. Wei Tianhao and Honda couldn't find any words to retort. After a moment of silence, Honda said, "That's true, but the money I brought this time is almost used up. If we continue to play like this, we'll run out of money." Hearing that the black money brought by the Honda was finally going to be used up, Qin Feng and Li Ye's eyes flashed with an imperceptible light. "What? The money is going to run out so soon? Are you kidding me? Then what's the point of playing?" Qin Feng cursed angrily. Honda gritted his teeth in anger. You think 2 billion is too little? Are you kidding me? 2 billion depends on who I'm playing with. It's too little to play with the world's #1 gambler, Traceless. Anyway, I've estimated that I have 30 billion in reserve. Without that, I definitely can't beat Traceless. Qin Feng turned into a scoundrel. It was as if he wouldn't continue to compete if Honda didn't have 30 billion in reserve. Honda and Wei Tianhao were infuriated by Qiao Feng's arrogance, but the money hadn't been laundered yet. They had no choice but to swallow their anger and keep Qiao Feng alive for now. Honda had already returned to the sofa and sat down. He gave Wei Tianhao a look. Wei Tianhao looked at Second Master He and asked, "Uncle He, what do you think?" "Second Master," he said expressionlessly, "Young Master Wei, Traceless is Hong Kong's #1 quick hitter. I'm much weaker than her. Moreover, she's cunning and sinister. It'll be very difficult to win her money." Second Master He's meaning was clear. It was almost impossible for him to win against Traceless. Chapter 750. There's 1 minute left in the break. The match will begin in 1 minute. Ao Wuchang's voice rang through the speakers. Wei Tianhao and Honda were anxious. "Xiao Feng, I can prepare 30 billion for you, but I hope you can win a lot of money from Traceless. Otherwise, you'll regret it." Honda made up his mind after some hesitation. Xiao Feng was the only one who could help Honda win money at this critical juncture. Honda had no other choice. Knowing that Honda was going to the Black Vault to get the money, Qin Feng suppressed his excitement and said, "As long as we have enough money, it won't be difficult to win against Traceless. The three of us are working together. Do you think we can't win against him alone?" "That better be the case." Honda glared at Qin Feng coldly. Honda and Xiao Feng reached an agreement. Honda sent Wei Tianhao to make a call to withdraw the money, while Qin Feng and Liu returned to the VIP room on the 3rd floor. In order to avoid Traceless's suspicion, Honda allowed Second Master He to continue staying in the lounge on the 2nd floor until Qin Feng and Liu had returned to the super VIP room. Second Master He then began to head back. "Can the 4 of you continue the competition?" the dealer asked as he watched Qin Feng and the others take their seats. The 4 of them nodded. The dealer took out a new deck of cards and began the match. Clatter! The dealer had many ways to shuffle the cards. It was already the 11th round, but he had changed the way he shuffled the cards 11 times. Li Ye's card skills were average, not even worth mentioning in front of international gambling experts like Traceless. She didn't care much about the game. She was most excited when the dealer shuffled the cards. "Mr. Qiao, please speak." Qin Feng still had the biggest cards in this round. Just like before, he pushed 10 million chips onto the table. Li Ye and Second Master He followed suit. This time, Traceless didn't throw away his cards. He hesitated for a moment before pushing 10 million chips onto the table. Even though my cards are small, I'm embarrassed that I throw away my cards every round." Seeing that Traceless finally made his move, the hall on the 1st floor erupted into an uproar. In the lounge on the 2nd floor, Wei Tianhao and Honda jumped up in excitement. They had been waiting for Traceless to place her bets. Traceless finally started to follow suit. Once Traceless made her move, she would follow him to the end. This time, the 4 of them threw 100 million yuan at the table to play shuttle clams. The dealer had already let everyone open their cards. The people watching the game outside all held their breath, and their faces flushed with excitement. Qin Feng and the other 3 revealed their cards at the same time. The dealer looked around and announced, "Mr. Wu Hen wins this round." As expected of the #1 gambling expert in the international gambling world, he's bound to win. The title of Hong Kong's #1 fast hand isn't just for show. Traceless, we all have high hopes for you. The hall on the 1st floor was filled with voices of support for Traceless. After all, Traceless was a local of Hong Kong. More than half of the crowd was also from Hong Kong. Baka, what's going on? Is there something wrong with Xiao Feng's conscience? Is he trying to scam us? Honda could no longer remain calm. He jumped up and cursed. Wei Tianhao was afraid that Honda would lose his temper, so he quickly tried to appease him. Master Honda, Xiao Feng said that he wants to put on a show with Uncle He. He wants Traceless to win a few rounds first, and when Traceless lowers her guard, Xiao Feng will counterattack. Actually, Wei Tianhao had no confidence in Xiao Feng's words, but to calm Honda down, Wei Tianhao had no choice but to say so. Humph, that better be the case. If he loses, I'll make him wish he was dead. Honda's face was contorted, and the veins on his forehead were bulging. The game was still going on. Ever since the break in the middle, Traceless would follow every round to the end. Leah and Second Master, he also played shuttle-toed as usual. The four of them threw in 100 million worth of chips, and every time the cards were opened, Traceless was the biggest. It was as if they had returned to the previous break. Before the break, Traceless would not follow, and Qin Feng would win every round. After the break, Traceless would follow, and Qin Feng would win every round. The spectators in the hall on the first floor had long been dumbfounded. Was this the game of a real gambling expert? It was as if Traceless knew the outcome of the game from the beginning, and everything was under her control. Qin Feng and his companions lost every round, and each round cost them 300 million. They had lost 10 rounds in a row, and they had already lost 3 billion. No matter how patient Honda was, they couldn't bear to watch it any longer. Bakyaru, stop! I want to stop! Get that bastard Xiao Feng over here right now. I want to kill him with my own hands. Honda lost 3 billion yuan in less than an hour. Even if it was dirty money, Honda was still enraged. Wei Tianhao was so scared that he ran out of his room to look for Ao Wuchang. The speed at which they were losing money made Wei Tianhao lose confidence. Leader Wuchang, B. Master Honda wants to take a 10-minute break, Wei Tianhao said as he walked to Ao Wuchang's side. Break again? Are you guys crazy? There are so many people watching the King of Gambling tournament. How can you ask for a break in the middle of the tournament? Ao Wuchang rolled his eyes at Wei Tianhao, and Wei Tianhao trembled in fear. But you've seen it yourself. Xiao Feng and the others are losing too much. If they continue to play like this, the tournament will be ruined, and we won't be able to make any money. Wei Tianhao tried to persuade Ao Wuchang. Fuck! This is so annoying. Wait here, I'll go to the 3rd floor and check it out. Ao Wuchang glared at Wei Tianhao impatiently. Then he hugged his sister and went to the 3rd floor. When the audience saw Leader Wuchang reappeared in the VIP room, they guessed that he was going to take a break again. Sure enough, a short while later, the broadcast announced that the tournament would be suspended for 10 minutes. Once again, the 3 of them gathered in the lounge on the 2nd floor. Honda gritted his teeth when he saw Xiao Feng. He roared, Baka, how dare you fool me, you little bastard. Didn't you say you could win? You've lost 10 rounds in a row, and my 3 billion yuan is gone just like that. Anyone who lost 3 billion yuan would be furious. Qin Feng smiled and said, Honda-san, why are you so impatient? Didn't you just lose 3 billion yuan? It's not a big deal. Fuck, 3 billion yuan isn't yours. Of course you don't care. 3 billion yuan? Do you think it's 300 yuan? Honda was already furious. When he heard Qin Feng's words, he almost vomited blood. It's 3 billion yuan. That's not a lot. Leah, do you think 3 billion yuan is a lot? Qin Feng looked at Leah seriously. Leah was about to burst into laughter, but she held it in and said with a serious expression, 3 billion yuan is a lot? I don't think it's a lot. Wei Tianhao and Honda almost fainted when they saw Qin Feng and Leah putting on a show. Don't talk nonsense. I'm just asking you, can you beat Traceless? If you can't, I won't go easy on you. Honda had lost his patience with Xiao Feng. If Xiao Feng lost again, He would kill Qiao Feng to vent his anger. Qin Feng saw the murderous look in Honda's eyes. He smiled and said, "Honda-san, I told you before to prepare at least 30 billion yuan as a reserve. I purposely lost 3 billion to Traceless to make her lower her guard. It's about time for me to go easy on her. I'll start winning money in the next round. But I hope you won't stop the game for no reason. It will arouse Traceless suspicion. If your money laundering plan fails because of you, Honda-san, don't blame me." Honda was speechless. He didn't know if Qiao Feng was telling the truth or not. After arguing for a while, Qin Feng and the other two returned to the VIP room. Everyone sat in their seats, and the game started again. At the same time, in an abandoned temple next to Hong Kong's Wanlong Temple, 4 ninjas in black suits ran out with 2 black bags in their hands. As soon as they walked out of the temple, the 4 of them were stunned. In front of them stood a sexy beauty in a black leather suit. "Idiot, what are you doing?" The 4 ninjas sensed Yan Wu Shuang's murderous aura. They dropped the bags in their hands and drew their katana from their backs. Slap! Yan Wu Shuang was ruthless. She never wasted time in a fight. As soon as the Japanese ninjas drew their katana, the sound of a dozen whips reverberated in the air. The shadows of the whips fell like a curtain and pierced through the air above the 4 ninjas. The 4 ninjas' expressions changed drastically. 2 of them dodged the whips, while the other 2 were too slow. The whips struck them and turned them into a bloody mess. "Are you a Chinese martial artist?" "Idiot! How dare you kill our Japanese warrior? You're dead." Yan Wu Shuang's whips killed 2 of the genin ninjas. The other 2 ninjas' eyes were filled with fear. However, the ninjas trained by Yamaguchi-gumi were the same as the Suicide Squad. In front of the enemy, they would either be killed or kill the enemy. Slash! One of the ninjas leaped into the air and spun the katana in his hand rapidly. The air was filled with the sound of an explosion, and the ferocious aura of the katana was aimed at Yan Wu Shuang's head. Swoosh! Swoosh! Yan Wu Shuang did not hesitate. Her perfect body moved quickly. She was like an elusive ghost in the night. She changed her position several times in the blink of an eye. The katana hit the ground and created a deep trench. Yan Wu Shuang took advantage of the gap and took out 2 flying daggers from her boots. Slash! One of the flying daggers was knocked away by the ninja's katana, while the other pierced through the throat of the genin ninja. The ninja fell to the ground, and a pool of blood flowed out from his body. Yan Wu Shuang killed 3 ninjas as fast as she could. She stood in the dark, panting slightly. Her beautiful eyes scanned the surroundings quickly, but she could not find the 4th ninja's trace.